Celestial Slumber, a Nightmare on Elm Street novel by Joshua LaRue.
Foreword, Slashers in Space by William Pattison, a.k.a. Eric Morse. Between the years 1996 through 2001, there was a short-lived trend in the horror genre. That was the limited trend known as slashers in space. There were three films that represent this trend: Hellraiser Bloodline, Leprechaun in Space, and, of course, Jason X. The first film in this trend was Hellraiser Bloodline, which was actually an anthology which told the tale of the creator of the puzzle box, Philippe Lemachant, and his two descendants, John Merchant and Paul Merchant, and how they are all involved in a multi-generational project to close the gates of hell and take away the power of the Cenobites. Why is this anthology included in this list, you ask? Because the final third of the story takes place on a space station in the far future. In the end, Pinhead is defeated and hell is closed off in a blaze of light. The second film in this trend was the hilariously laughable film Leprechaun in Space. The story goes that on a distant planet, a power-hungry leprechaun kidnaps a Dominion princess, Princess Tsarina, and plans to make himself king, but not if a bumbling brigade of space marines have anything to say about it. Their commander is a mad scientist by the name of Dr. Mittenhand, who's half machine thanks to one of his experiments. Once on the planet, the leprechaun is blown up, but quickly is reborn through one of the Marines, a la Alien, and wreaks havoc on board the ship. Meanwhile, Dr. Mittenhand plans to use the princess for his experiments to make himself whole again. But now, after many of the Marines are killed, Leprechaun turns Dr. Mittenhand into a grotesque monster and plans to blow up the ship. The remaining Marines have to stop his evil plans and blow him up. This film was literally the worst film of the three, even with the fact that through the tampering of Harvey Weinstein, Hellraiser Bloodline was a butchered fragment of the epic horror film it was planned to be. Leprechaun in Space was a complete and utter mess. The sets looked like cheap Flash Gordon ripoffs, the effects were amateurish, and the acting was comical. This even featured the worst performance by Warwick Davis. Unfortunately, it is the next film in this trend that got the most hate, though, and honestly, it didn't deserve it. Amusingly, Jason X was actually made so that New Line Cinema could retain the rights to Friday the 13th. New Line gave director carte blanche as to what type of sequel director James Isaac wanted to do. Isaac decided, to hell with it, he wanted a Friday the 13th story set in a sci-fi setting, thus it was decided to do Jason in Space. In the year 2008, Jason Voorhees is cryogenically frozen in a government facility in Camp Crystal Lake, along with scientist Rowan. Many centuries later, in the year 2455, Earth is uninhabitable, and the humans have moved to another planet known as Earth 2. However, a team of students find the cryogenically frozen bodies of Rowan and Jason and take them aboard their ship, the Grendel. The students awaken Rowan, who warns them about Jason. Unfortunately, Jason is defrosted, and he begins killing the students and crew of the ship. Along the way, he is upgraded to Uber Jason. It's now up to Rowan and the surviving students to stop Jason before the ship reaches Earth 2 and a new hunting ground. Unlike Leprechaun in Space, Jason X was actually a well-made film. The sets, FX, characters, plot, and acting were all good for a slasher in space. The major issue is it didn't feel like a Friday the 13th story. Even the one scene they had in the movie with a holographic Camp Crystal Lake felt more like a parody rather than a homage. In fact, the actual homage in this film is more one for the works of Gene Roddenberry, the creator of Star Trek. What the hell, you say? Believe it or not, several of the castings have Roddenberry connections. The head professor and Grendel chief engineer are exact lookalikes of two characters in the classic Star Trek Robert Bloch written episode Wolf in the Fold. Also, actresses Lexa Deong Rowan and Lisa Ryder KM were former cast members of Gene Roddenberry's Andromeda. Amusingly, in Jason X, DeYoung plays a human, where in Andromeda, she played the android Rami, aka Andromeda. Ryder in Jason X plays the android KM, while in Andromeda she played a human. I doubt this is a coincidence. Unfortunately, after its release, Jason X was met with criticism from a lot of F-13 fans. Yes, we had gatekeepers then too. Of course, in more recent years, this film has thankfully garnered a bit of cult classic status. For my part, I enjoyed this film and actually expanded upon the story and the connection to the series timeline in my epic Friday the 13th novel, Mask of Jason Voorhees. But now let us talk about the reason you are here. I just thought you needed a bit of a background to this story idea. Yes, I was being naughty and wordy. Give me a break. I'm a boomer. Okay, Celestial Slumber. Early in 2024, I had the pleasure of listening to 80s slasher librarian, aka Joshua LaRue's first attempt at original slasher franchise fan fiction. That being Friday the 13th Quarantine. In that story, he places Jason into the zombie apocalypse. In that story, he had a cameo of Freddy Krueger's head, which was very much alive. Well, after finishing listening to Josh's audiobook, I contacted him on Messenger and complimented him on a good job. In his reply, Joshua gave me a cryptic answer. If you enjoyed that story, you'll really love the next one. That was all he would tell me. Soon after, Joshua released the prologue of Celestial Slumber. Then soon after, Chapter 1, Chapter 2, and Chapter 3. It was after that that Joshua sent me the next chapter as a doc file and asked me to go over that chapter and the earlier ones and correct them. I had no issue doing this. Over the years, I've helped edit other authors' books as well as helped screenwriters with their scripts. One of my first projects was working on a treatment for a notable producer and screenwriter. For me, helping that producer changed the path of my life. I initially wanted to become a filmmaker, but because of something beyond my control, I was unable to get my film degree, so I changed my ambitions to writing. So by helping other artists, I'm paying the great gifts I've garnered over the years forward. So yeah, bitches, I get to read the chapters and find out what happens before you. Sorry, too much. Anyways, what I can tell you about Celestial Slumber is that it outdoes Jason X in so many ways. Most importantly, in that it captures the feeling of A Nightmare on Elm Street and amazingly puts it in this future setting without compromising it. Celestial Slumber is a true Freddy Krueger tale with all the trimmings a fan can expect. In fact, this story has sequences that are some of the best in the series. I don't say this lightly. Be prepared for a slasher in space experience that trumps the others. Freddy awaits you. Gore and scares keep America strong. Watch and read horror. William Pattison, a.k.a. Eric Morse, San Mateo, California.
Prologue. Dreaming your life away. Being forgotten, waiting in limbo, being remembered, coming back and claiming more sleeping souls, rinse and repeat. It seemed this cycle would go on forever. No matter how much time went by, somebody would always remember and spread the word of Freddy Krueger, and then he would get to come back for more fun. But as time went on, the time in between the fun got longer and longer. Freddy would seethe, grow angry, frustrated, and impatient, and then when he was able to come back, he would kill them all so fast he didn't get to savor it like he used to. He would always tell himself next time will be different. Next time he would take his time, really lean into the nightmares and get creative. But then something strange happened, something Freddy hadn't planned on. The world moved on. The world, in a sense, ended. At least life on Earth anyways. The living destroyed their world. Pollution, overpopulation, wars, and all that bullshit finally took its toll.
Hell, I could have helped with overpopulation if they'd have just given me a call,
Freddy pondered as he took a peek outside the dream realm. The dream people who had given him his powers long ago, as he burned alive at the hands of the vigilante mob of townsfolk of Springwood, Ohio, had also given him the ability to see into the living world from time to time. It was never an exact science. Most of the time he couldn't make the connection long. But for the past couple centuries, why even bother? All he saw was desolation, dust bowls, empty streets, overgrown cities, lots of trash.
All the little kiddies took their toys and flew off to a new playground, and I wasn't invited.
He longed for days gone by. Days when he would slip into the dreams of teenagers on Elm Street, and one by one cut them down and consume their souls. Sure, sometimes they would fight back. Hell, sometimes they even killed him. Or so they thought. But Freddy was eternal. He had always looked at his immortality as a blessing. But these days, it felt like a curse. The boredom.
The boredom. Now that's really a bitch.
He had begun his journey to a life of desolation in a limbo made for one as a serial killer. His victims were children.
Children. Yes, I know what you're thinking. Shut the fuck up. This is my story.
The children represented everything that had been robbed from him in his own childhood. The neglect, the beatings,
They get it. No need to spell it out, bitch.
He grew up in Springwood, and the town knew what his father was. They knew what his father was doing to young Fred Krueger, and those townsfolk did nothing. The kids at school bullied Fred on a daily basis.
You killed 2 measly class pets, and all of a sudden, you're a freak. God.
The only thing that saved young Fred Krueger was time. But instead of trying to be a better person, he grew bitter and spiteful. His soul was gone, replaced by hate and evil. He decided he would show the townspeople what they had turned a blind eye to for far too long. Adult Fred Krueger began his work of preying on the innocents of Springwood, the small children. He took away from them everything that was taken away from him, and then he took their life. He enjoyed the showmanship of it all, lulling the children into a false sense of security. Sometimes he'd claim to be a detective sent to retrieve the children because their parents had been in an accident or died, or he'd say he was a friend of the family sent to pick them up. Whatever the role, he reveled in it before whisking them away to his boiler room. There he would taunt them, show them his favorite tool, his glove affixed with 4 razor-sharp blades. He would build up the fear by sharpening his blades in front of the children. He even let them run sometimes.
It was a dark boiler room. Where the fuck were they gonna go?
And of course, he really enjoyed when they'd scream for their parents and feel the helplessness he had felt his entire childhood. But the last part, The part he longed for, especially now in his solitude, was when he made his art, when his blade sang the song of blood, a macabre dance of death as he snuffed out the light from so many young eyes.
Jesus Christ! What a description! And I'm the sicko?
He continued his killings for a time afterwards, but then he got sloppy.
Some snooping bitch got my license plate, you mean?
They came for Freddy and arrested him. Some of the policemen and detectives were the same ones who had gone to school with Fred and called him a freak and pushed him around. But they were the ones getting laughed at this time. Freddy chuckled and grinned on his way out of the courtroom after his defense attorney was able to show a flaw in the arrest warrant that led to Krueger's release.
Gotta love the judicial system!
He was going to pack up and leave town. He would set up shop somewhere else.
Every town has an Elm Street.
He fled back to his quarters that winter's night, put on a warm red and green striped sweater and a fedora hat, and he collected a few necessities, like a certain leather glove affixed with a metal frame and 4 razor-sharp blades. But before he could make his break, they came for him, the parents of his victims, the vigilante mob. They would succeed where the legal system had failed, and they did. Multiple Molotov cocktails later, and Freddy was surrounded by flames on all sides. His fate was sealed. Death was imminent. That's when the Dream People arrived. They offered Freddy immortality. He would become a dream demon. He would continue his work. He would avenge his death at the hands of the parents of Elm Street in Springwood, Ohio. Even those who hadn't turned a blind eye to his own abuse, and even those who hadn't had a hand in burning him alive. They offered Freddy a chance to...
I was about to burn alive. Does it matter what they offered? I said yes, bitch. Move on.
Freddy accepted the terms of the Dream People and suffered the first of many deaths as he slowly burned alive that night in Springwood. Despite the pain and suffering he experienced as the flames overtook him. After his death, that's when his fun really began. This time coming after the teenagers of Elm Street, the kids who he hadn't gotten around to killing yet when he was still alive. He would come after them in their dreams, and if they died in their dreams, they died for real, and their soul was Freddy's, and each soul gave him more power. Many would try to defeat him, even pulling him from the dream world back into the land of the living, turning their back on him, taking away his power by not fearing him. But that didn't last for long. He grew stronger and returned, this time using the physical world as a means of return, by possessing a young man who had moved into a certain house on Elm Street and found Freddy's glove. He used his new vessel out of the dream world to inflict pain and death upon several residents before being defeated by love.
Do we really gotta talk about that particular time period? I was still a new immortal dream demon, was finding my groove. By the way, Jesse killed a lot of people with me at the wheel. Love may have saved his hide, but he still spent his entire life on the run, trying to avoid old Sparky.
But again, Freddy grew stronger and returned, this time facing off against a team of Elm Street teens who discovered they had powers they could harness in their dreams. These dream warriors took the fight to Freddy.
And how did that work out for most of them?
Freddy would ultimately be defeated, but would always return stronger than before time and time again, even finding himself face to face with his grown daughter. As much as he tried to tempt her into going into the family business, she would end up being the one who came the closest to killing him for good. The Dream People even left him for a while. In that period, Freddy's soul languished in hell itself, trying to find a way back, a way to once again infect the living with fear. Fear of Freddy. Maybe then the Dream People would give him one more chance. And they did. He would use another undead serial killer as a means to be remembered.
Yes, yes, the mama's boy. They all know this. Move on, bitch!
For decades and decades, the legend of Freddy Krueger would disappear completely, and then somehow somebody would accidentally uncover the history and share their newfound knowledge with others in Springwood, and Freddy would be loose to wreak havoc in the dreams of his victims again and again. But as the decades passed, the Earth was becoming more and more uninhabitable. The people of Earth had to find a new home, as their current planet was dying. And they did. In a neighboring galaxy, they discovered what would be known as Earth 2. Humanity would survive light years away, and Freddy would be left behind in his limbo, waiting for a return he would never see. There was no one left to remember him. He would try to remain hopeful, and on those rare occasions when he would be able to lift the veil between his dream limbo and the waking world, he would hope and wish to see a new way to infect the minds of the living, a new way back to doing what he did best, hoping that this time he would see more than swirling dirt, decayed structures, desolate wastelands, and that he would actually see a real, living...
Well, 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 what do we have here? Looks like Casa Freddy has some visitors after all this time. I can't wait to greet them and welcome them to the neighborhood.
Chapter 1. The Serpent and the Hole. Dr. Verissa de Janeiro awoke suddenly with a start. The ship she was aboard, the Beowulf, rocked as if it was under fire from another ship. Verissa, a 30-year-old Italian-American archaeologist and college professor from Earth 2, jumped to her feet. She stood at 5'4", 130 pounds, and had an olive complexion, with long dark brown hair that she wore in a ponytail, and she kept a vigorous workout regime. She made her way out of her sleeping quarters, placing her hand on the panel next to her door. The normal scan that would lead to the door opening did not activate. Her room was dark, with a flashing dim red light letting her know the ship was on auxiliary power. Verissa used her hands and raw strength to push open the sliding door of her room and entered the dark corridor of the sleeping quarters section of the Beowulf. Every door was open, but as she ran down the corridor looking into each room and calling out for her shipmates, she found them all empty. The red light flashed throughout the entire ship. However, it was now flashing red in a pattern of 3 flashes, and then a green flash, and then back to red. She didn't know what that meant. Verissa found herself at the end of the corridor again, faced with another automatic sliding door that would not open with a palm scan. Once again, she forced the door open and made her way into the also empty mess hall and kitchen, and then the empty medbay and lab. She began to panic as the ship rocked again, the floor slanting to the left, almost knocking her off her feet. She held on to a counter and made her way out of the lab and into the cryo chamber. Again, she found herself alone. Where the hell was the rest of the crew? She then ran into the warehouse where the Beowulf kept all of their scavenged finds from Earth 1 and other lost planets which once held civilization. She had taken the job with Hawkins Salvage and Recovery to not only make easy good money, but also for a chance to visit Earth 1 and other formerly inhabited planets across the known galaxies. She had always been a very curious individual. She had just finished her second year teaching Earth 1 history at Lucent University, and to help pay off her student loans and other debts, she had joined up with Hawkins Salvage and Recovery the year before during the summer break. She had visited several planets that first summer, but unfortunately not Earth 1. The year before that, a tragedy had happened when a group of students on a field trip to Earth 1 aboard a ship named the Grendel had collided with the interstellar city of Solaris. Over 15,000 people lost their lives that day, and new stringent restrictions and red tape were added to permits on visits to Earth 1 by the New World Senate. Because Hawkins Salvage and Recovery was ran by a couple that didn't like to always play by the rules and were always looking for loopholes, legal or otherwise, the Beowulf had avoided Earth 1 until said loopholes could be found and exploited, and this summer they had done just that. Verissa was excited that she was finally going to get to visit Earth 1 again. She had been there herself on a field trip in 10th grade and had dreamed of returning ever since. In fact, that visit is what gave her the passion for learning about and eventually teaching the history of Earth 1. She had thoroughly enjoyed her first summer with Hawkins and visiting so many different galaxies and dead planets, even when that meant 1 or 2 weeks in cryosleep when passing through vast distances at warp speed. It was the only way to avoid certain medical anomalies that had been caused by such distances being traveled at such speeds, when not in the protective casings of the neurocryo chambers. You literally had to get a small hard drive chip implanted in your brain for the cryobed to jack into during these deep space travels, to keep a constant appraisal of each shipmate's neural activity and vital signs. Before this medical technology had been implemented, these types of travels had been hypothesized and later downright proven to cause what experts called space madness. In one extreme case, a pilot stricken with space madness from a recent warp speed journey deviated from course and locked himself in the cockpit of a large commercial passenger vessel traveling to a vacation planet in the Zion galaxy. Instead of taking the 2,000 plus passengers on board to their destination, he instead flew the ship into the gravitational pull of a dying star. No one survives. So Verissa did not mind the stretches in cryosleep compared to the possibility of going insane and slaughtering her shipmates. It seemed like a fair trade-off in the end. But now she found herself without any shipmates to travel with or slaughter regardless. The warehouse was also without life. Rows of large boxes and shipping containers lined the warehouse floor. She ran through each row calling out for anyone. No one answered. The ship rocked again, this time so hard it knocked Verissa to the floor, and containers fell around her. She barely rolled out of the way of a large wooden crate that was out of place. It didn't belong with all the metallic containers she was used to. It was a crate from a different time. As it hit the floor, the wood exploded, and then the contents spread across the floor not far from where she lay. She gasped audibly as she saw over a dozen glowing red and green snakes begin to writhe and slither in all directions, the largest of which stared directly at her and began moving towards her at a supernatural pace. She screamed, jumped to her feet, and ran out of the warehouse, glancing over her shoulder constantly and seeing the large serpent following her. She decided to make a run for the cockpit and hoped that their pilot, Warlock Rollins, a grizzled, scarred, black retired Universal Coalition Marine in his 60s, would be waiting there with answers for her. Verissa's heart pounded as her footfalls echoed throughout the empty ship, and the glowing red and green serpent remained steadfast behind her, somehow keeping pace with her athletic gait. The cockpit door was within sight. It was already slightly ajar. She reached it and began forcing the two sides apart and squeezed through, and began using all of her strength to push the sliding door shut. The snake was getting closer and closer. The auxiliary power lights began flashing red and green at almost a strobe-like speed, as if keeping rhythm with each beat of her pounding heart. As the snake arrived at the door and reared back to strike, she finally got the door to shut and felt the serpent pound against it. Verissa, out of breath, her back against the door, slid to the ground, sitting in disbelief as her eyes fell upon the empty cockpit. But that was not what caused hopelessness to fall over her. It was what she saw out of the cockpit window. The Beowulf was being pulled into a black hole. She had only ever seen videos of one, and she couldn't deny the beauty of the total destruction she now faced. The controls were destroyed. Sparks flew from every panel. The entire command deck was in disarray. The pounding stopped. Verissa rose to her feet in a trance and slowly walked to the glass of the command deck. She placed her hands on the glass as the ship rocked again and again. The ship had entered the event horizon of the black hole. There would be no escape now. Verissa's fear of isolation, fear of that glowing serpent, fear of death, all began to fade. A peace fell over her as the glass around her fingers began to crack in spiderweb. The hull of the ship began to weaken and break apart. The air was being ripped from the ship. She saw in the reflection of the glass the door behind her open, and the giant serpent began to slither into the room behind her. But it wouldn't matter. She would be gone before it could even reach her. In an instant, the entire cockpit window exploded into 1,000,000 pieces, which were instantly sucked into the black hole's event horizon, as was Dr. Verissa de Janeiro. The world exploded into noise and chaos. Verissa felt her lungs being emptied. She was flipping over and over, and each time she flipped facing the ship, she saw the glowing snake somehow flying towards her. It opened its large mouth, large fangs flashing. She flipped again and faced the black hole, flipped again and faced the snake, which was almost upon her. Again she flipped and saw the black hole. She felt her life leaving her. But she flipped once more, and the snake was there, inches from her face. In an instant, it struck at Verissa. Verissa exploded out of bed screaming. She heard a whoosh as her sleeping quarters door opened, and a very handsome man who appeared to be in his late 20s or early 30s, with the physique of a model, 6'3", blue eyes and neat blonde hair, stared at her from her doorway with a blank expression. Of course, he only appeared to be in said age range. In reality, he was only 11 months old. He was a fully functioning android with an evolving AI interface created by Lubden Gallagher, Hawkins' resident scientist and engineer, a young Irish ginger genius who graduated high school at 7 years old and college at 15. Now 22, he was tall, lanky, and weird as hell. Some of the employees aboard the Beowulf assumed Lubden had designed and created Talos 16 to be his boyfriend and/or lover, and teased the gay young man mercilessly. "Are you distressed, Dr. De Janeiro?" Talos 16 asked in his monotone yet soothing voice. Just a bad dream, T, Verissa replied. Would you like a hot oil massage? Lubden finds that a hot oil massage calms him after distressing events, Talos said. I'm sure he does, T, but no, I'm okay, Verissa said with a smirk. Very well. I am to inform you we have arrived at our destination. We are orbiting Earth-1 and will begin a scan for artifacts shortly. Would you like to join the crew in the lab? Talos 16 asked. Verissa turned and faced a panel on the wall of her quarters. Open window panel, she ordered. The gray panel began to rise, revealing a window. Verissa could see they were indeed orbiting Earth-1. She looked down in wonder at the desolate planet that once housed and introduced the human race to the vastness of space. The pictures of Earth-1 from space, in the times before it became uninhabitable, were beautiful, so much blue and green. But now the oceans had mostly dried up, and the majority of the rock was awash in a constant dust storm. Lightning streaked across the brown cloud-covered atmosphere of the once vibrant planet. Verissa felt a slight sadness at how such a beautiful planet could die, simply because some humans let politics, hyperbole, and propaganda convince them that climate change was fiction and pollution was not a danger to their future. Too many men and women with their own agendas viewed the future as an afterthought, something to be left to future generations to deal with. They would put it out of sight and out of mind, and concentrate on that all-powerful dollar. Wealth and greed killed Earth-1, a lesson the United Earth government on Earth-2 had learned from, and would not let happen again, she hoped. It's still beautiful in its own way, don't you think, Talos? Verissa asked. Lubden says beauty is in the eye of the beholder. It is what is on the inside that matters. Earth-1 is filled with dust storms and devastation. Therefore, it is as unappealing as it appears from space, Talos answered. That did not answer my question, however. Yes, T, I'll be there shortly, thank you, Verissa replied. You are most welcome, Dr. De Janeiro, Talos said, and excused himself and made his way to the lab. Verissa stared down at Earth-1 below, the fragments of her nightmares already fleeting, but one thing still stood out to her and sent a twinge of dread throughout her body. The glowing red and green snake that had stalked her. What did it mean? Verissa scanned her eyes over the planet below one more time, sighed, and turned to leave her quarters. Close window panel. The panel slowly closed, and Verissa left her quarters. Her door whooshed shut behind her. And she made her way towards the lab and her shipmates. Chapter 2, The Impossible Artifact. As Verissa made her way into the lab/med bay, an argument was ensuing between Warlock Rollins, the pilot, Donella Hawkins, owner of Hawkins Salvage and Recovery, and Naquilio, the ship's navigator. Donella Hawkins, or Don as she preferred to be called by her crew, though Sir was acceptable as well, was in her late 40s, had a very dominating presence. She stood at 5'11", weighed 230. Had short dark hair and was very bossy and dominant. Nobody messed with Don. Warlock was in his 60s, was retired military. He was bald, grizzled, didn't talk much, and was very intimidating with nasty scars adorning his face. At 6'3" and 250 pounds of solid muscle, he could be a bit scary, but truth be told, he had a heart of gold and had made a paternal friendship with Verissa since she had joined the crew, but had sworn Verissa to secrecy, so others didn't know Warlock was capable of being a big teddy bear. Naquilio was the only and first ever non-human employee of Hawkins Salvage and Recovery. He was around 27 in Earth years, stood 6'7", and was skinny. He appeared humanoid, other than having blue ridged skin, an extra eye slightly above and in between his other two eyes, which were exactly where humans had their eyes, and instead of a nose he had two nostril holes slightly below his eyes and above his mouth, about an inch higher than where humans' nostrils would be. He had long silvery hair that sometimes covered his elven-looking ears. Naquilio came from the planet Somnium 5, in the Somnium Galaxy. His race was the Noctralians. His planet only had 1 hour of daylight in every Somnian cycle, a day. Since Somnium 5 had joined the Universal Coalition, more and more Noctralians had been finding careers amongst the stars with humans and other alien races. "You're just not doing it right. What do I pay you for anyways, you blue buffoon?" Don was yelling. "First off, sir, that's racist as hell. And secondly, I have configured everything correctly. It's got to be some sort of issue with the Beowulf systems," Naquilio responded tersely. "This ship is in tip-top shape, one of the best salvage and recovery vessels in service for the past 20 years, Danella snapped back. "Maybe it was 20 years ago, sir, but you know how much tech has evolved in the past 2 decades. Naquilio took a breath through his nostrils and slowly exhaled out of his mouth. "Look, I'm not saying the Beowulf is a bad or old ship. I am simply saying that the navigation systems are not setting up a scan for the coordinates I am putting in. They seem to scramble then reassemble as completely different coordinates, no matter what I do," Naquilio said calmly, holding back his annoyance. "Look, I just need to know where I'm flying this shuttle to and how big the artifacts we're bringing back are. So will somebody just do the goddamn scan, see what we're looking at, and we can get this over with," Warlock said, jumping in. "Don, sir, what's going on?" Verissa asked as she pulled up a chair next to a nanobed control panel where Loveton was hard at work on something, as Talos 16 stood next to him ready to help out at any moment. "Blue over here is wasting what little time we have on our permit for recovering possible political and religious artifacts from what was once the capital of a country called the United States of America. But when he sets the coordinates for Washington, D.C. to do a scan, it changes the coordinates to another part of the country entirely," Don said, frustrated. "I've never seen anything like this before, honestly," Naquilio said, turning to Verissa. "Are you okay? You look like shit." "I'm fine. I just had some bad dreams," Verissa replied. "I could help you sleep real good at night. Just let me know the time and place," came a voice behind her. Verissa turned to see Colin Stockard, a.k.a. Butch, sitting on a nearby counter, smiling and giving her a wink. Butch was as thick-headed, one-track-minded, and as big a scumbag as they came. But he was also a very strong and experienced security officer that you could trust with your life when the shit hit the fan. Butch was a white, lean but sturdy, 6'1", 215-pound, muscular soldier of fortune, with a buzz cut, and he had been with Hawkins Salvage and Recovery for 5 years. "Oh, thank you, Butch, but I don't want to add nausea and vomiting to my insomnia," Verissa said with a smile. "You know, Butchie, I've had some problems sleeping myself lately," came a soft female voice from the doorway of the lab. It was 19-year-old Candlin Aquino, a petite 5'1", 110-pound Asian freshman student of Dr. Verissa de Janeiro, who had won a classroom contest by having the highest marks in Earth-1 history. The prize was getting to visit Earth-1 by joining Verissa on her summer job with Hawkins Salvage and Recovery as an intern. Candy, for short, was indeed very smart, but also very promiscuous. Butch smiled big and was about to reply, but Verissa jumped in. "You are here to see Earth-1 and be my intern for the summer. This isn't co-ed summer camp. You two keep your pants on. We have a job to do," Verissa chided, and then turned her attention back to Don, Naquilio, and Warlock. Behind her, Candy made her way to Butch and climbed up on the counter next to him, and the two began talking quietly. We need to figure this out. We don't have a lot of time, Dawn barked. Lubden, you're a fucking genius, right? Can you fix this? Lubden was snapped out of his concentration on his own current project and turned his head to Donella. Huh? Oh, sorry, not my field. Wouldn't know where to begin, he said absently, and then went back to working on the nanobed control panel with Talos by his side. Mom, you said I'd get to retrieve some religious artifacts this summer for my church. A young female voice spoke up from a chair on the far side of the lab. The voice belonged to Christina Hawkins, the 16-year-old daughter of Donella Hawkins, who, much to Don's chagrin, had been saved while staying with a friend over spring break, and was now an extreme devout Christian, and had made every aspect of her life about serving her Lord and Savior. Christina was 5'3", 130 pounds, pale-skinned, and had shoulder-length black hair. And she wore very conservative clothing. I told them I would bring something back in the fall. Christina, this isn't the time. The grown-ups are busy. You'll get your crosses or bunnies or whatever it is. Just be patient, Donella said. Look, I am sorry, sir. I can't fix this before our permitted time expires, because I honestly have no idea what the hell is going on. It makes zero sense. I did a quick diagnostic analysis of the GPS systems, and there is no issues whatsoever on our end. Perhaps the dust storms and the excessive lightning are causing some sort of deflection of our probing. I cannot be sure. The only thing I know is, I can't fix it if I don't know what's wrong. I know it's not what you want to hear, but I will never BS you, sir, Naquilio said, defeated. Fine, god damn it, Donella began to say, and then glanced at her daughter, who was staring a hole through her mother in that moment. I mean, fine, damn it. What can you tell me about the coordinates that keep showing up? Let's see. It appears the coordinates are for a small town in what was once Ohio of the United States of America. Nothing of supreme historical significance is coming up when I run Ohio through the historical databases, Naquilio added. Great, so just another hole in the ground. Okay. Initiate a scan for artifacts. Maybe we'll get lucky and end up with some level 2s or 3s, and at least make some profit from this waste of time, Donella snorted. Talos, you're up. Talos 16 stood from his position, leaning over the panel where Lubden was hard at work on something, and Talos then turned and made his way to Donella, Warlock, and Naquilio. Yes, ma'am, right away. What perimeters would you like me to set? Talos asked. All levels. This is a damn Hail Mary, Talos, and there ain't no damn ma'am on this ship, T, Donella replied. Ah, yes, sir. My bad, sir. Excuse me, Mr. Rollins, Talos said, as he stepped past Warlock and sat down at a screen next to Naquilio. Scanning coordinates, latitude 41, 15, 28, 80, north. Longitude, 81, 33, 20, 39, west. Location, Springwood, Ohio, Talos began. Donella held her breath as the scan began, and the screen flashed rapidly as Talos watched and absorbed it all. Within 10 seconds, the scan was over. Donella realized she hadn't been breathing and took a large, audible breath. I don't like suspense. Anything? And don't tell me about any damn level 1s. Because as my brother always says, Donella said, and pulled out a small square device and hit a small button which played a recording from her brother on a past trip.
Sheesh. Don't bring back any more DVDs, Blu-rays, Digislides, or Transbox discs. I fucking told ya, I can't move 'em.
His voice said. There are indeed many level 1 artifacts, sir, as well as many level 2s and 3s. But my scan has picked up the impossible. I believe the system may very well be in peril, Talos said. What? What is it? Donella demanded. Well, sir, it appears that our scans have detected something Talos began. Oh my God, spit it out, Donella shouted. Naquilio leaned his head over and looked at the scan results. Sir, It says there is a level 5 plus in the scanned area, Naquilio said in disbelief. Everyone in the room's attention was automatically drawn to the android, the boss, and the Noctralian. Even the quiet head of security Nero Ramos, a muscular 6'2", 230-pound Hispanic former soldier, snapped his head in the direction of the conversation about a level 5 plus artifact. Nero was 28 and had been a career soldier until he was honorably discharged after some palms were greased by his politician father, following an altercation where Nero had beaten a fellow soldier nearly to death because he had caught him sexually assaulting a female soldier in their barracks one night. The soldier he beat up was in such rough shape, not even nanotech was able to fully heal him, and he would forever have neurological problems. Level 5 plus? How is that possible? Nero spoke up from a corner of the room. He had been quietly surveying the crew the entire time. He was always alert, always ready. It's not possible. It has to be an error. Come on, people, Lubden interjected from his nanobed control panel. A level 5 artifact hasn't been recovered in forever. Hell, level 4s are just about obsolete. What kind of item could survive this long on that planet and be in level 5 plus condition? Verissa chimed in. A religious item that has been anointed by our Heavenly Father, Christina said. Everyone glanced at her, rolled their eyes, and turned back to Talos and Naquilio. Could it be something that was left behind on another trip by another crew? Butch asked. That would be highly unlikely. This scan is very specific on its parameters, for age and origin, Talos answered. Look, impossible or not, it is showing up on a scan and we are running out of time. If we can actually obtain a level 5 plus artifact, not only would it be historical at this point, but we would all be very rich. You all have percentage clauses in your contracts. This could put Hawkins Salvage and Recovery on the map. We would be the top company, Danella said excitedly. Warlock, can you get us there? What is the current condition of the storms in that area? Warlock asked, a small tinge of worry in his voice. It looks like, Naquilio began. No time. It's now or never. Warlock, can you do it? I hired you because you were the best god... Danella glanced at her daughter again. Best damn pilot in the industry. Did I make a mistake? Danella asked. And Nero, can you handle going into an unknown area, or did I make a mistake hiring you as head of security? If Warlock can get us down there, then Butch and I can keep the crew safe. Right, Butch? Nero asked, turning to his first security officer and smiling. Hooah! Butch replied. I can do it. It may be spotty, but I'll get us down there, sir, Warlock finally answered as he left the room to prepare the shuttle for takeoff. Butch and Nero followed him. Great! Okay, Artifact team, prepare to load the shuttle. Lubden, you and Talos keep an eye on all systems, Danella ordered. Aye, sir, Lubden replied. Affirmative, sir, Talos 16 added. Naquilio, you ready to navigate us? Danella asked. Yes, sir. Connecting to shuttle GPS system now. Okay, crew. Look alive. We depart in 10 minutes. Begin boarding the shuttle, Danella ordered. Come on, dear. Perhaps this artifact is indeed religious and you can earn some brownie points with God or whatever. That's blasphemous, Mom, Christina chirped as she joined her mother and left the lab. Well, this is it, Candy. You get to visit Earth 1. Are you excited? Verissa asked her student. Very much so, and I feel really safe with Butch looking after us, Candy said with a slight blush. I bet you do. Come on, let's go load up, Verissa said, ushering Candy out the door in front of her. But before Verissa could follow, Lubden spoke up behind her. Dr. De Janeiro, 1 second if you please, Lubden said. Yes, Lubden? I've been working on something really cool. Check it out. Lubden lifted something off the nanobed and turned to face Verissa. She glanced at his hands, which were open in front of him, holding a silver ball about the size of a softball. "What is it?" Verissa asked. "Watch," Lubden said, as he let go of the ball. He seemed to be concentrating, and the ball floated before him and then floated across the room in front of Verissa. "Hold it," he added. Verissa took the ball and held it in her hands. "Okay, now what?" "Concentrate on something, pretty much anything that can be held, like if you were in a situation where you needed to defend yourself. Think of a melee weapon, like a bat," Lubden said excitedly. Verissa concentrated, and the ball began to morph, and within seconds had turned into a silver metallic baseball bat. "Try something with an edge? A sword?" Lubden said, as excited as a schoolchild. Verissa thought of an ancient double-edged sword, and felt the handle of the bat she held turn into the hilt of a sword, and then the rest of the bat morphed into a sharp silver double-edged sword. "Wow, Lubden, that is impressive," Verissa said with genuine awe. "He had some assistance, Dr. DeGennaro," Talos interjected. "Of course. Great work, T. You two are a great team," Verissa said, walking towards the pair. She concentrated on the sword turning back into a ball, and it morphed back into the original softball-sized sphere, and she began to hand it back to Lubden. "No, go ahead, take it with you. We have no idea what the conditions are down there. Besides, I'm already working on a modified version that may be able to produce projectiles by using a nanoant reproduction system," Lubden insisted. "Well, thank you, Lubden. Keep up the good work. This is impressive," Verissa said as she smiled at Lubden and Talos and turned to leave the room. Lubden spun back around and went back to working on his new sphere. Before Verissa could leave the room, Talos turned back towards her and spoke up. "Have you tried cuddling Dr. DeGennaro?" Talos asked out of the blue. Verissa stopped in her tracks. "Excuse me, T?" she asked, a bit perturbed. "To help you sleep better. I have witnessed a much healthier sleep cycle in Lubden when I cradle him in my arms at night," Talos began. "And also—" "Whoa, T. That'll do. Let's let Dr. Verissa get to the shuttle. We don't want to upset Don," Lubden said, spinning back around facing Verissa with a bright red flush adorning his face. Have a safe trip, Doc," he said. Verissa chuckled and held the ball up. "Will do, Lubden, and thank you for this, really." Lubden and Talos turned back around and got back to work as Verissa left the lab and made her way to the shuttle. Chapter 3. Welcome to Elm Street. Warlock brought the shuttle in for a slightly turbulent landing. He would usually have a more clear landing plan, but the chaotic nature of this particular trip denied him that luxury. Still, he was one of the best, and made what should have been a much more tumultuous landing into only a slightly turbulent one. The crew aboard the shuttle was a mixed bag of reactions. Some, like Candy and Christina, had their eyes closed tight. Candy had never been aboard a shuttle landing on a dead planet, whereas Christina had been on several with her mother, but had never gotten used to it, and probably never would. Some had huge smiles on their faces as they lived for the thrill, such as Butch and Nero. The rest, Verissa, Dawn, and Naquilio, had done this so many times in their lives that they sat in neutrality, simply awaiting the all-clear to unbuckle. Warlock shut off thrusters, brought down the power without completely shutting it down. He learned a long time ago not to completely turn off the power on a dust-storm planet's surface, or you may never lift off again due to the dirt and debris clogging any air intake and/or thrusters. "Here we are, first floor menswear," Warlock shouted from the shuttle's cockpit. "Ha! Think they'll have anything in a blue and tall?" Naquilio asked with a smirk as he and the crew in the shuttle all unbuckled. "I still feel like this may just be a fluke, another error in our systems," Butch said. "We don't pay you to think or feel, Butch. Just to look good and cover our asses. Stick to that," Danella added. "Yes, sir," Butch saluted with a grin. Okay, if this item is indeed real, then we need to be very careful with it. This is as big as it gets when it comes to value and quality. Earth 1 has only ever had around 24 level 5 plus items retrieved. And because of the conditions on this rock, there should not even be anything above a level 3 or 4 on the surface, Verissa explained. Nero then stood to attention, taking a plasma rifle off the wall of the shuttle, and put the strap over his shoulder, letting it hang on his back. Butch followed suit. Look alive, crew. We are right under a click east of the site of the artifact. A small town like this should not have many, if any, structures still standing, so I expect we will have to rummage a bit. If anything, and I mean anything, looks like it would be a hazard, do not touch, do not investigate. I repeat, do not touch or try to investigate. You bring it to my attention, and stay the fuck back. Got it? Nero barked. Yes, sir, the crew of the shuttle said in unison, most with their eyes rolled and smiles on their faces. Ah, Nero, such a good soldier, always looking out for his platoon, Donella replied with a hint of sarcasm. This is indeed a very important moment in Hawkins' salvage and recovery's history. We may have came here for some political artifacts and a decent payday, but now may end up leaving with one of the greatest finds in many decades. Set your scanners to level 2 or higher. We are here for the big money. We can leave the level 1s for the wannabes, the lower class of salvage crews. Listen to me and Nero at all times. Now, Verissa, you haven't been here since your school days, and Candy, you haven't been here at all. It is rough out there. Stay with the group at all times. If you have any problems whatsoever, hit the panic button on your scanner. It'll buzz the rest of us all and let us know you are distressed. And one more thing, folks. Don't fuck this up, and we will all be very rich very soon, Donella concluded. Hooah! Nero and Butch shouted in unison. The crew smiled. I have our coordinates ready, sir. Warlock, we are good to go, Naquilio said. Okay, boys and girls, this bird will be guarding the nest, patiently awaiting you worms to return, Warlock yelled with a laugh as he flipped a couple switches above him in the cockpit of the shuttle. There was a loud hissing noise as the back of the shuttle began to open and lower to the ground of Earth 1, giving the crew a ramp to walk down. The wind howled and dust blew with the purpose as the crew of the Beowulf put on small clear masks to protect their eyes, nose, and mouth from the thick dust that blew around them. With a sense of purpose, the group of 7 made their way east to claim their level 5 plus artifact. The town of Springwood was for the most part covered in a thick layer of dirt and debris. Most of what remained of the once vibrant, if not cursed town was long buried by time and the absence of humanity, which is why Nero was shocked as he followed the scanner in his palm and came upon something that should not exist. A small, faded, but still legible rectangular green sign with faded white lettering protruding a few feet out of the ground. The sign swayed slightly in the harsh wind and spiraling dust. Nero put a fist into the air, hailing the group that followed him to come to a stop. He pointed to the anomaly. Don, sir, are you seeing this? Nero asked in amazement. Don, Verissa, and Naquilio approached as Butch stayed back with Candy and Christina and talked and joked with the young women to try to calm their obvious nerves. What is it? Don asked, staring at the small sign. Beats me, sir, Naquilio answered. Oh, wow. I have only ever seen pictures of these, Verissa chimed in, stepping forward to get a better look through the swirling dust. This is a 20th century street sign, Elm Street. These were used for people to find locations or to receive deliveries way back before internal GPS and computer-piloted transportation. I'm shocked this is still standing. Many of these have been retrieved, but that was way before our time. They aren't worth much, barely a level 1, but Still, this is spectacular. You can read it, Elm Street. And especially cool that it's still standing. I could go, "You lost me at less than level 1, sweetie, but thanks for the history lesson. Let's move it, folks. Not far now," Danella interrupted. "You heard the boss. Everybody together now. Quit flirting, Butch, and let's go," Nero ordered. Butch gave a perturbed look to his superior, then motioned Candy and Christina, and the three of them rejoined the others. Dawn was beginning to feel a sinking feeling in her gut. It was damn near impossible to see much through the constant dust storm, and so far, all she had seen was mostly buried rubble or just more dirt. Just as she was beginning to accept the fact that her systems had indeed tricked them, the group came upon a structure that seemed to come out of nowhere, as the dust storm subsided ever so slightly. Dawn looked up and gulped. Nero scanned what stood in front of them with a look of awe on his face as well. Naquilio put a hand on Dawn's shoulder and smiled. Verissa had to remind herself to breathe. She could not believe what she was seeing. This was truly impossible. Butch stopped in his tracks as Christina sprinted to her mom's side, taking her hand, and Candy walked to stand beside Verissa. "I'll be damned," Dawn exclaimed. "Is everyone seeing this?" Nero asked, sure he was seeing a mirage of some kind. "Whoa!" Butch said. "Mom, I don't like this. It's wrong," Christina whined, putting her head on her mother's shoulder so she didn't have to look. "Miss V, is this what I think it is? How is this possible?" Candy asked Verissa. This is, Verissa stammered. "Money!" Dawn interjected. "We are going to make so much money!" "How is this possible exactly?" Naquilio turned to Verissa and asked with genuine curiosity. The rest of the group turned their attention to the Earth 1 history teacher and awaited her reply. Verissa scanned what had stopped them all in their tracks, a dilapidated yet still standing, and appearing to be structurally sound, 2-story mid-late 20th century home. It was covered in a thin layer of dust, and its windows were boarded over, and still had peeling paint on most of the house, and a faded red door as if the building had been mostly untouched by time and dust storms. It seemed more like the dilapidation of the residents came from the lack of upkeep than the passing of over 500 years, and dust storms that should have turned it into dust itself long ago. Her scanner told her what she had mostly just ascertained. The structure was sound, if not a bit dilapidated. She had no explanation for how it was still here. She walked slowly towards the red door, stepping up 2 concrete steps that remained of an old front stoop. She stopped at the door and ran her hands over 4 dark metallic numbers affixed to the right of the front door frame. 1428, Verissa said. I really don't know. I mean, of course there are instances of scientists, archaeologists, and even other salvage crews coming across structural anomalies here on Earth 1, and it's been theorized that some places are possibly protected by gravitational anomalies and just great engineering and luck, but this is just a run-of-the-mill home unit from over 500 years ago. It's simply amazing. This is a great find. I never thought in a million years I'd get to see something from old Earth in this sort of condition. "Do you think the inside may be as untouched?" Dawn asked. Naquilio had been running a scan on the home, and as Donella finished asking her question, he smiled and turned to his boss and said, "Yes, sir, I am picking up several level 3 and up artifacts in this building, and is still picking up the level 5 plus. "Nero, are we clear to go in?" Donella asked, still staring at the house and all. "Yes, sir. My scan is showing it is structurally safe. I'm giving us the all clear to enter, and..." Nero began. "Mom, no, it's wrong. The house is just wrong. There's something evil, something unnatural. We can't go in," Christina began to say in a panic, clutching her mom's hand in one of her own, while the other hand clutched a golden cross she wore on a chain around her neck. "Please don't make me go in, Mom." "Calm down, child. What's gotten into you? This is an amazing find. Quit letting all that God mumbo-jumbo work you up. I wish that God stuff had stayed behind on Earth 1 as well. It's nothing but trouble, Dawn chided. Christina began to cry and seemed to hyperventilate. Mom, please, I just want to go back to the shuttle, please. Donella tried to let go of her daughter's hand, but Christina had a death grip. Okay, shh. Breathe, Chrissy, it's okay. Butch, would you be so kind as to escort my daughter safely back to the shuttle? Butch seemed a bit disappointed at the prospect of not getting to go inside the home, but he felt bad for the teenage girl, who was in literal tears over her fear. Aye, sir, no problem, he said as he put an arm around Christina and slowly pulled her away from her mom, finally getting her to let go of the death grip she had on her mother's hand. Listen, Chrissy, I love you and I'll be there with you soon, okay? You listen to Butch and be safe, Donella said softly. Okay, Mom, I will. And Mom? Christina said. Yes, Dawn replied. Be safe. I really do have a bad feeling about this place, Christina said solemnly. I will, sweetie. And Butch, 2 things. She's my daughter and she's 16. Got it? Dawn asked sternly. Butch shot his hands up in the air in a "you got me" pose. Of course, boss, no worries. Butch looked to Nero and nodded. Nero nodded back, and Butch and Christina turned and began their trek back to the shuttle, where Warlock awaited the crew's return. Okay, should I knock first? Nero asked, winking at Barissa. Barissa smiled. I don't think anybody's home. Try the door, she replied. Nero reached for the doorknob and began to turn it. It didn't budge. He tried a little more forcefully, and the knob broke off in his hands and fell to the ground, breaking into several pieces. Careful with the merchandise, Nero, Donella barked. Sorry, he responded. Nero began running his hands over the faded red door and tried shouldering the door to no avail. Hey, try this, Barissa jumped in. She reached into a small pouch around her waist and produced the silver sphere Lubden had given her. She concentrated for a moment, and the ball morphed into a crowbar. She handed it to Nero. Okay, stand back, everyone, Nero ordered, and as they did what he asked, he began his attempt to pry the door open. It took a couple tries, but finally the door gave way with a loud crack as it slowly swung to the inside. Nero reached into a pocket and pulled out a handful of small BB-sized spheres. He tossed them through the doorway, and they floated in place for a moment, and then they lit up into vibrant light, and each glowing sphere flew into each room on the bottom floor, and other spheres shot upstairs, also finding their way into each room up there. The home was washed in light for the first time in centuries. Nero, Dawn, Naquilio, Candy, and Barissa took a deep breath, and they all made their way inside 1428 Elm Street. Chapter 4, 1, 2. Nero entered the house first, his weapon at the ready, pointed in front of him as he looked up the stairs, then to his right, and then to his left. The house was as run down on the inside as it was on the outside. Thick cobwebs and dust rested on every board, wall, and stair step. The floor creaked beneath his feet as he stepped in further. He pulled a small clear device from his pocket and studied it. The small spheres that were lighting up the house also scanned for any movement or life signs. The report came back negative, so Nero raised a hand up and motioned the others to follow into the threshold of 1428 Elm Street. "All clear, sir," Nero called out as the rest of the group came up behind him. After everyone was inside, Nero closed the front door behind them, and the building became much quieter as they were cut off from the ferocious howling winds from outside. "So, are we just going to ignore the fact we are standing in a structure that has no business existing, that also just so happens to be the location of an artifact that has no business existing, and that we are here because our GPS system just so happened to only pull up these coordinates?" Naquilio asked, with a bit of concern in his voice. "Look, I don't care if our GPS system gave us the coordinates for a leprechaun's magical rainbow. If there is a pot of gold at the end of it, we are acquiring it and cashing in," Donella retorted back. "Come on, Big Blue, you worry too much. What was the old Earth saying, Dr. V? Don't look a horse somebody gives you in the ass?" "You almost had it. It's don't look a gift horse in the mouth, but I get your point," Verissa said. She was about to add to her reply when her eyes fell upon something on the ground next to the staircase. "Oh my gosh! Dawn! Nero, look! I can't believe what I'm seeing!" "What is it?" Candy asked. Verissa dropped to her knees next to a rusted tricycle that sat next to the stairs. Her eyes were wide as she wiped away thick cobwebs from the seat, handlebars, and wheels. "It's a 20th century tricycle. It was a means of playtime transportation for toddlers. I wonder if..." Verissa trailed off as she stood back up and leaned over, placing her hands on each handlebar as she gently pushed it forward. The wheels squeaked and rolled as age-old rust broke loose and the pedals slowly turned. "My scan shows that as a level 3, sir," Naquilio said to Donella while holding a small handheld device in front of the tricycle. Good. Dr. V, please stop. Be careful with the merchandise," Donella ordered. Verissa let go and stood staring in amazement. "Sorry, I just got excited. It really is amazing that it still rolls," Verissa added. "Okay, team, let's split up and find this level 5 plus and whatever else we can salvage from here. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Let's not squander it," Donella said. Nero turned to the group and said, "Okay, you heard the boss. Donella and Doc, you're with me, and we'll check the lower section of the house. Big Blue, you and the honor student have the upstairs." "Are you excited, Candy? You're gonna go on an Earth 1 scavenger hunt?" Verissa asked her student with wonder in her eyes. "Very much so. Thank you for bringing me," Candy replied. Naquilio looked up the stairs and then to Candy. "Stay to the side of the stairs as we climb. Everything seems to be sturdy, but our luck may run out." Candy nodded, and the two carefully began climbing the stairs, hugging the left side of the stairwell. Other than boards creaking beneath their feet, their luck seemed to hold out. Dawn, Nero, and Verissa watched the pair disappear upstairs as they turned to the left and down a hallway on the second floor. "Okay, Nero, let's find our meal ticket," Donella said with a smile. "Aye, sir," Nero replied, and he pulled out his scanner and held it up in front of him and began walking around the first floor of the home. The group found a few broken picture frames hanging on the deteriorating walls of the foyer. They entered the first open room, which by the looks of the old broken furniture, Verissa guessed had been a family room. A deeply rusted small birdcage hung by one chain from the sagging ceiling in a corner. Verissa moved towards it to examine it. "Yeah, that's not creepy at all," Nero said, watching Verissa move to examine it. "Fascinating. I can't believe it is still hanging here. Then again, I can't believe this entire place is still here," Verissa mused. Donella motioned for Nero to scan the birdcage. He did so. "Less than level 1, sir." "Then definitely not worth our time. Moving on," Donella said. The group continued into what appeared to be a dining area and kitchen. Scan showed several level 2 artifacts, but Donella insisted they find the 5+ and come back to any lesser artifacts afterwards. After walking almost the entirety of the first floor, they came upon a rotted door hanging on one rusted hinge, affixed to the side of the stairwell. Nero held up his scanner. It began beeping. "Boss, I think what we're looking for is in here," he said. "Then what are we waiting for?" Donella replied. Nero reached out and pulled the door open. It immediately broke off its one remaining hinge and fell to the floor in pieces. Whatever lay before them was dark. Nero reached into his pocket and pulled out another tiny sphere and tossed it into the doorway. It floated and then shot seemingly down at an angle and then lit up. The three peered into the lit doorway and saw a set of stairs leading down into a basement. "It's clear," Nero said. Donella smiled big. "Lead the way, handsome." Nero, Donella, and Verissa began walking down the stairs into the basement of 1428 Elm Street. "So, is everything blue?" Candy asked as she and Nequilio turned left at the top of the stairs. "What do you mean, is everything blue?" "Oh, yes," Nequilio said, a bit flushed. "Is it, like humans?" Candy asked, curious, biting the corner of her mouth. "If you mean compatible, yes it is, though it may not be as enjoyable to human females due to having a much larger size than human males. Is this appropriate conversation?" Nequilio replied, regretting his answer immediately and growing increasingly uncomfortable. How much bigger exactly? Like this?" Candy held out her hands palm facing palm and was about to begin spreading them apart to represent length when Nequilio thankfully found a way to change the subject. "Hey, look here, my scan is picking up a level 4. "How disappointing. I was guessing at least a level 12, Candy said under her breath. "What was that?" Nequilio asked. "I said lead the way," Candy lied, now very curious about her blue alien partner's physiology. Nequilio followed the scanner into a bedroom. Long tendrils of dust and cobwebs covered the interior of the room. The scanner took the two across the room to a rusted metal table on the far side. On top of the table sat a large wooden object covered in centuries of dust and cobwebs. Nequilio pulled out a small pin-sized tool from his waistband and pointed it at the object. A strong stream of air shot out, and within seconds the object was clean and completely visible. Nequilio checked his scanner. This was indeed the level 4 artifact, and with good reason. "Wow, this is strange, but very close to the real deal indeed," he chirped. "It's a model," Miss V said. "On old Earth, this was a hobby lots of people took part in." "Wow, it looks just like this house, like exactly like if it didn't have all the boarded up windows and damage and everything. It's very pretty, don't you think?" Candy asked in awe. "Indeed," Nequilio answered. "Whoever built this was truly talented. Let's look around for anything else in this room of value and then safely get this downstairs by that toddler cycle thing Dr. DeGennaro spoke of." Candy laughed. "Tricycle. It's called a tricycle. You're so cute, you know that?" she said, putting a hand softly on his forearm. Nequilio looked down and pulled away nervously. "I thank you. You are moderately attractive as well, but we have a job to do. Here, use this," he replied, handing Candy another small scanner. "Dang, Blue, you sure know how to sweep a girl off her feet," Candy said, a bit disappointed, but taking the scanner. The two began scanning areas of the bedroom. Candy found herself in what appeared to be a small room affixed to the bedroom. Upon closer inspection, she ascertained it to be a closet. Her scanner wasn't registering anything above a level 1, but her eyes fell upon a small rectangular object on a shelf at the top of the closet. She reached up and took it in her hands, shaking off ages of dust. It was a small book with a withered leather cover. Candy opened it and smiled. "It's a diary, a window into the past. Naquilio, look! 1984, Candy said excitedly. Diaries are less than level 1. So many have been found. Apparently people from the 20th century were really vain and felt the need to fill countless notebooks with every aspect of their mundane lives. Naquilio responded, uninterested. You might as well leave it. Danella will have no interest in it. Anyways, there's really nothing else in this room. Let's get this model downstairs and come back up and check some other rooms. Sure thing, Big Blue, Candy said, while sneakily stashing the diary in her waistband under her shirt. She then turned and helped Naquilio gently lift the model house off the table, and the two of them took it carefully downstairs. Danella, Nero, and Verissa came to the bottom of the stairs and stood in the completely empty basement. They stood in several inches of dust, detritus, and cobwebbing. Nero's scanner was still beeping rapidly, but there was nothing they could see in the room to be causing it. I'm sorry, sir, but this may actually be too good to be true. I'm not seeing anything but dirt, floors, walls, and an old rusted furnace, Nero said disappointedly. Well, shit. Let's do a full sweep of the room. Maybe we're missing something. As Danella rattled on, she noticed Verissa moving towards the furnace. Hey, Doc, what are you doing? Maybe we aren't missing it, Verissa answered as she stood before the furnace. She tried to open a small door on the front of the furnace, but it was stuck tight. She then reached into her pouch and again pulled out the sphere Loveton had given her. She held it and concentrated, and it morphed back into a crowbar-like shape. She began to try to pry the door open. Nero saw her struggling and stepped over. Hey, Doc, care if I give it a try? He asked. Verissa handed it over to him with a smile. My hero, she said in mock adulation with a smile on her face. Nero struggled for what seemed to Danella like an eternity. It seemed the door would not open. Come on, Nero, use those pythons. Make Mama rich, Danella shouted. I'm trying it. It's pretty damn stuck, and please don't call yourself Mama, that's just wrong, Nero said. Wait, I think Nero strained, giving it his all. Got it, yeah, hurrah, he barked as the small door swung open. He handed the bar back to Verissa. She concentrated for a moment, and it returned to being a metallic sphere, and she put it away. Danella rushed to stand with Nero and Verissa. The three looked into the furnace. Inside lay some sort of object wrapped in a thick cloth, with a withered, dried leather strap tied around it. It mostly appeared to be untouched by time, but Danella didn't stop to wonder why. She reached in and lifted it out, feeling a nice heft to its weight. As Nero and Verissa watched, Danella began unwrapping the item like an excited child on Christmas morning. Because she was so excited and not being as careful as she should have been, her finger ran across something sharp under the cloth, and she winced in pain and instinctively let go of the item as blood poured from her finger. The item fell from her hands and hit the dust-covered floor with a soft metallic clink. Shit! Oh no! Danella yelled. Here, let me look. How bad are you cut? Verissa asked. Don't fucking worry about me, the artifact, is it okay? Danella snapped. Nero leaned down and pulled the cloth away, and lifted the item up careful not to cut himself as well. Danella stopped holding her bleeding finger and stared at what he held, as did Verissa. No one spoke for what seemed like forever. Nero held what appeared to be a leather glove, affixed with a steel frame and 4 razor-sharp blades attached to 4 of the fingers. The thumb did not house a blade. The leather was still in excellent shape, and the steel was still shiny and new. The blades glistened and were sharp as if it was forged that very day. Blood dripped from Danella's finger to the floor, but she didn't notice. "What is it, Doc?" Danella asked. "I actually don't know. I've never seen anything like it in my studies of Earth-1, but more importantly, how is it still in this kind of condition?" Verissa replied, perplexed. "This must be why it's registering as a level 5+. This condition is like nothing I've ever seen working in salvage and recovery," Nero said, awestruck. "We are going to be so rich," Danella swooned with dollar signs in her eyes. Verissa snapped out of her reverie and reached into her pouch and pulled out a small lipstick-sized device. She pressed a small button and held Danella's hand up and pointed the device at the cut on her finger. A holographic-looking light emitted from the device and shone on the wound. Within seconds, the wound was gone. Verissa put the small device away. "What now, boss?" Nero asked. "We have hit the mother lode with this place. There's no telling how many high-priced items are hidden in this house. We are going to take this glove back to the Beowulf and get Lubden and Talos on finding out exactly what we have, and then we're going to come back here and strip this place for every level 2, 3, and 4 we can find. This is why we do what we do, kiddos. After we cash in this find and everything else we rip out of this gold mine, the name Hawkins will be spoke of as the best in the business." Danella was going to keep rambling on, but in that moment, the ground beneath their feet began to softly shake, and then the shaking began to build in intensity. "Boss, we need to get out of here before this quake hits its crescendo. This place could be a hole in the ground in minutes," Nero barked. "No! We need this place! So many untouched artifacts! Let's try to get everything we can first!" Danella shouted. The quake began to get even worse. Nero could see the ceiling above them crack in places. "Sorry, sir, but there may not be a place to ransack in a minute. I apologize, but we gotta go," Nero argued, and grabbed his boss by the arm, dragging her behind him. Verissa didn't need any coaxing. She ran with Nero and Danella up the stairs and out the doorway and towards the front door of the house. As they came out of the basement doorway and rounded the main house stairwell, Naquilio and Candy had just made it to the bottom of the stairs, holding the model home. Before anyone could say anything else, the floor to the right of the stairs broke open as the earthquake continued to intensify, and the tricycle began to creak loudly as its rusted wheels rolled towards the new hole and fell through the broken floor. They could hear it crash to the basement below. "This earthquake is bringing down the house!" Naquillo yelled as the stairs behind them cracked down the middle and fell in completely, and the second-floor landing gave way and fell around them. "Let's go!" Nero yelled as he swung the front door open. "God damn it!" Danella yelled. Naquilio and Candy rushed out the front door, almost dropping the model home. Verissa followed, and then Nero had to forcefully push his boss through the door and pull her away from the house. The ground beneath their feet shook like it was going to open up and swallow them whole. The group moved fast away from the house and heard an ungodly groan, almost like a guttural growl that made the hair on the back of Verissa's neck stand on end, followed by a thundering creaking and cracking noise, and the five watched in dismay as the house at 1428 Elm Street in Springwood, Ohio, collapsed and fell to ruin in a thundering boom. The dust and debris of the destruction joining the dust storm that blew perpetually on the planet. Almost immediately, the ground stopped shaking. Danella tried to run back towards the debris of what was once a house full of promise of huge paydays for Danella. Nero grabbed her arm again, stopping her in her tracks. "It's not safe, sir. It's gone. I'm sorry. It's gone. But look, I got the glove. We have the 5+. At least we got that, right?" Nero asked, trying to bring his boss back to reality. "The quake may have stopped, but we don't know for how long. We need to get off this rock before we get stranded here." But, Danella began. "Sir, we also found a very interesting artifact. It is a level 4, Naquilio added, trying to help calm his boss down. "Yeah, Miss V, check it out," Candy chimed in. Verissa walked over and looked at the model of the house that had just collapsed before her eyes. It was an almost perfect replica of what the house probably once looked like centuries ago. Verissa could not wait to further examine it back on the ship. Extraordinary. But Nero is right. We need to go, she said. Fine, fine, Danella snapped. Fuck this miserable shithole of a planet! The group of 5 began their half-mile trek back to the shuttle where Warlock, Butch, and Christina waited. After a few minutes, the group passed the street sign that read Elm Street. Nobody looked back. They were mostly all thankful to still be breathing. Had they looked back, though, they would have seen the sign seemingly be swallowed slowly into the earth, and the ground fill in the hole entirely, as if the sign had never stood there at all. Christina embraced her mother as they reached the shuttle and began buckling in. Did the quake hurt the shuttle at all, Warlock? Nero called to the pilot.
Quake? We didn't experience any quakes here. Just run-of-the-mill Earth 1 dust storm,
Warlock answered back. Oh, Nero thought that was strange considering they were only half a mile away, but had much bigger things on his mind. Well, that's good. Would have sucked if you had to leave us here, Nero laughed.
All clear on the home front, soldier,
Warlock chuckled back. Christina was happy her mother had come back from the place that she could feel was evil. Butch got a full report from his boss Nero, and the two helped Naquilio and Candy secure the model house and glove in a separate small storage section of the shuttle for the flight back. Christina couldn't look at the small model house or the glove without her skin popping into goose flesh. She leaned her head on her mother's shoulder as Warlock closed the shuttle, awaited everyone getting buckled in, and then he began their flight back to the Beowulf. In the dark storage section of the shuttle, the model house sat strapped against a wall, the glove placed in a protective case next to it. As the shuttle cleared the atmosphere of Earth 1, a small window of the model house lit up, casting a small light into the dark storage room. Chapter 5, 3-4.
All right, folks, preparing to dock with Beowulf. Welcome home,
Warlock called from the front of the shuttle. Danella nodded and lifted her left hand in front of her face and pressed a small button on a band around her wrist. Immediately, a holographic image arose in front of her, beeping, and after a couple of seconds, she saw the face of Loveton, apparently in bed in a robe lying on his stomach, holding up his own hand and seeing Danella as their conference connected. Aye, sir? Is everything okay? I didn't expect to hear from you so soon, Loveton said, a bit taken aback. We ran into some Earth 1 problems, and our trip to Ohio got cut short. But we are all in one piece, Danella said. Ah, saints be praised. Did you get the 5+? Loveton asked nervously, glancing over his shoulder. We did. That's why I'm hailing you. We are docking with the Beowulf. I need you and Talos to meet us in the lab so we can analyze our finds. I was hoping to go back and bring back more, but that option is out the window now. But we got a level 4 and the 5+. But that 5+ is not something even Dr. DeJaneiro has experience with. That's why we need you to research it, Danella explained. Aye, sir, we are happy to help, Loveton said. As he reached to his wrist to end the conference, Talos could be heard somewhere behind him. Are you requesting a happy ending, Loveton? Loveton immediately looked mortified and quickly ended the conference. I knew it! You owe me 60 cred, Nero. Come on, a bet is a bet, Butch called from the seat across from Nero in the shuttle. Well, I never actually thought there were any happy endings being given out, but okay, I am a man of my word, Nero said with a smile as he pulled out a small scanner and pointed at Butch and pressed a button, automatically transferring the funds to Butch's account from his own. But hey, as long as the little lab rat's happy. Mazel tov, Nero responded. I think it's adorable, Verissa chimed in, smiling at Nero. He smiled back with a slight blush. The shuttle shook slightly, and a ray of lights came on throughout the shuttle.
"We are attached. You are clear to disembark. Congratulations, Worms. Another safe excavation of Earth 1. Dust storm weather report from inside the Beowulf says 0% chance of getting dirt in your butt cracks."
Warlock chimed in with a laugh over the PA system from the front of the shuttle. Everyone began unbuckling and standing as a side hatch slid open, revealing a accordion-type purplish corridor leading into the Beowulf from the shuttle. Christina shuddered as she watched Nero and Butch retrieve the two artifacts and carry them past the crew into the corridor first. "All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go find out exactly how rich we're gonna be," Danella said with a smile. "Things are looking up for Hawkins."
"Hear, hear!"
the crew shouted, as Warlock shut down the shuttle and the crew departed. Candy stayed behind everyone in the shuttle and pulled the diary from her waistband and opened it and began to read, as she absent-mindedly stood and slowly followed a bit behind the crew, back onto the Beowulf. "20 minutes later, the crew of the Beowulf sat around the lab patiently awaiting an update from Talos and Lubden, who were both hard at work scanning every inch of the model house and glove into the Beowulf system. Nero and Butch were leaning in the corner chatting with Naquilio, asking him about Somnium 5 and what there was to do there. The Beowulf was scheduled to take a 4-day warp speed trip to Somnium 5 the next day, so Naquilio could check in with his people there before the Beowulf moved on to their next excavation on a formerly inhabited planet in the Somnium Galaxy, Somnium 2. The Noctralians had abandoned that planet over 700 years prior due to the chaotic volcanic activity that made life a constant battle of survival. Barissa and Danella stood looking over the shoulders of Talos and Lubden as they painstakingly finished their task. Danella was anxious to find out exactly what they had found. Christina sat against the wall near her mother, nervously biting her nails and gripping her crucifix often. Warlock was in the cockpit of the Beowulf, preparing the auto system for their upcoming 4-day warp speed trip, as he and the rest of the crew, minus Talos 16, would be in mandatory cryosleep for the trip. Candy sat at a small table on the far side of the lab, her back to the others. She yawned as she took a sip of coffee and turned the page again. So far, it was just the boring diary of a teenage girl named Nancy. But Candy felt there was a reason she had found the diary, and though it was quite hard to continue reading, she powered through. "Why does this part take so long?" Danella whined. "I'm sorry, sir. We could do a quick scan, but it could end up with missing data for our search," Talos responded. "It's almost finished, boss, and then you can cash in these here lottery tickets," Lubden added. "That model, it is quite fascinating," Barissa chimed in, startling Danella, who hadn't even noticed the doctor standing there. "The detail compared to the actual house is really quite good. Whoever made it must have studied every inch of that house. Even the inside is precise. It's disappointing that the actual house stood the test of time for almost 500 years, only to fall now." "Don't remind me, Doc. Yeah, the model is nice and all, but this glove, this is our meal ticket," Danella reminded Barissa. "All right. That'll do, Talos. That'll do," Lubden said happily as the scan completed on both items. "Okay, then run the scan through the historical databases. What do we have?" Danella said, almost salivating. Talos waved his hand over a control panel with a holographic screen, and images began appearing and changing faster than any human could keep up with. The rest of the crew overheard the conversation and had made their way to where the search was being processed. Candy had not noticed and was still reading from the diary, a look of fear and disbelief now showing on her young face. After around 30 seconds, the screen Talos viewed went blank. Talos waved his hand again, and the screen vanished. "Sir, the model house is not registering as anything other than an old Earth hobby art. But in its condition, it is still a level 4, and will fetch you quite a high price," Talos began. I figured. The glove! Tell me about the glove! Donella demanded. It is indeed a 5+, but a price cannot be ascertained at this time, because it is a one-of-a-kind item. It needs some historical relevance to fetch a price margin like you show hope for. However, my scan of the historical databases only brought up the possibility of it being an old Earth handcrafted gardening tool. Without a more historical context, the price range is up to the market for such tools, though the condition shows great promise for a higher than average price. Shall I put it on the auction market for you? Talos asked. All the air seemed to leave the room in that very moment. The crew was saddened to see the disappointment bloom in their boss's face. Damn it! No! I refuse to believe a 5+ item like this is nothing more than a run-of-the-mill hedge clipper. Dr. DeGennaro, are you sure you don't know what this is? Nothing from your studies. This is exactly what I fucking hired you for, Donella barked. Sir, I am sorry, but Verissa began. Wait. No. This glove was kept in a safe place and was wrapped and tied. It was more than just a tool someone used. Not to mention the fact it is still in pristine condition for almost 500 years old. Verissa scrunched her nose in deep thought. Loveton, Talos, run a search for Springwood, Ohio finger blade glove. Maybe under the right perimeters we can find more information on it. Aye, Doc, Loveton said, as he and Talos went to work doing just that. The crew watched on with bated breath. Donella caught herself not breathing again. Images flew on the screen in front of Loveton and Talos and then stopped on an image of an old newspaper called the Springwood Gazette from Springwood, Ohio, with a headline that read, Krueger Walks Free. The paper is dated May 11th, 1968. Fred Krueger walks free, it reads. It says a man named Frederick Charles Krueger was a janitor in the boiler room of a power plant in Springwood. Loveton began. A what? Janitor? That sounds heinous, Butch blurted. No, Butch. A janitor is an old Earth occupation, where instead of robotic clean tech, the humans of that time would actually do all the sweeping, scrubbing, and cleaning and get paid for it, Verissa answered. Wow, one person to do all of what clean tech does? That's amazing. That's real talent. Bet they made the big bucks, Butch pondered. You would think that, but no. Actually, the exact opposite. They were looked down on in most social circles and made far less than most others. In fact, we had a whole lesson on old Earth blue-collar versus white-collar workforce. Candlin, she earned the highest marks on the final exam. Candy, want to explain the workforces to Butch? Verissa said, looking over her shoulder, looking for Candy, but could not spot her. Candy, where'd you go? Verissa spotted Candy on the other side of the room, her back to the group, and was about to hail her to join them when Loveton broke back in. Oh, saints preserve us, Loveton said with shock. It says he was a serial killer called the Springwood Slasher, and he preyed on the wee ones, and that our treasured Artifact 5 here be exhibit number 1, his weapon of choice? Loveton gulped. The crew leaned in closer, murmuring amongst themselves. Hush, the lot of you! Let the boy read, Donella barked. The crew became quiet. It looks like the Earth One authorities came for the monster and took him down, but in the heat of the moment certain important processes weren't followed, and a judge ended up having to let him walk from the charges a free man, Loveton finished. Wait, really? Is there not more? I've never heard of this serial killer in my studies, Verissa asked. Under those search parameters, that is all, Talos chimed in. Try digging deeper, Donella barked. I'll do a scan for Frederick Charles Krueger, Springwood, Ohio, Loveton offered with hesitance. Dozens of newspaper articles and police reports and court papers flashed across the screen. Loveton and Talos began going through them. The crew waited patiently. Frederick was born in May 1942 to an Amanda Krueger, but from what I gather, he was raised by a foster family in Springwood, Ohio at... Loveton paused. What? What is it? Donella begged. He grew up at 1428 Elm Street, sir, Lubden answered reluctantly. Oh my, it says there was a small fire in the home in 1960. Frederick wasn't home at the time, but his foster mother and father and a wee 5-year-old foster sibling didn't survive. After the fire, Frederick Krueger was suspected by some to have started it, but it could not be proven. Frederick repaired the home and lived there alone until his death in May 1968. Talos continued, taking over for Lubden. Twice this man gets away with his crimes? Verissa muttered bitterly. This is bad, Mom. I told you that house was evil, Christina said shakily. Chrissy, not right now, Donella said, turning to face her daughter, who was almost in tears. You humans and your history of violence. No offense, but if the Noctralians had met the human race on old Earth, I'm not sure we would have joined the Alliance, Naquilio piped in. And honestly, I wouldn't have blamed you at all, Verissa replied. Wait, you said his death in May 1968? Nero asked. Yes, May 1968? Why do you... Lubden began. Oh, yes. The newspaper article about him walking free was also May 1968. Let me see. Lubden excitedly began scanning through more files. He looked annoyed as he waved his hand over his control panel, moving page after page off of his screen, until finally settling on one that seemed to calm his annoyance. Okay, sorry there was a lot of redacted information, but I found an in-house police memo that speaks of a group of Springwood citizens that sought Frederick out after he skated on the killings, and Lubden's eyes widened in surprise. They took justice into their own hands? They found him at his workplace boiler room and burned him alive as he was preparing to flee town. He died in that fire, Lubden finished. Good. After what he did to those children and burning his family alive serves him right, Verissa spoke up. Mom, we have to get rid of the glove and model house. No good can come from it. It's cursed. It's evil. Please, Christina whined. You don't understand, Chrissy. This type of serial killer memorabilia from old Earth is priceless to collectors, Donella explained to her daughter. Mom, it isn't worth the money. It's blood money. It's dirty. Please, I'm begging you, Christina continued. I understand, but we have to sell it, Donella caught herself shouting. Christina shrunk back from her mother. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to yell, Donella continued. I didn't want to say anything, but Hawkins isn't doing great right now. Ever since that damn Solaris fiasco and all the added protocols, permits, and red tape, we haven't been able to secure the sort of finds we did using backdoor channels and the like. Donella turned to the crew. Truth be told, without this 5+ popping up, I was truly depending on a miracle this summer to pull us back into the black. I will protect my family, this business, and your jobs at all costs. And if that means selling this here blood diamond to the highest bidder, then so be it. I am as sickened as the rest of you at the history of this item, but the fact is it will save us all, Donella finished, looking at her daughter and crew, awaiting their response. Mom, I'm sorry that things are that bad, but this isn't the way, Christina said, turning and running out of the lab. Chrissy, come back, Donella yelled. I'll go talk to her and bring her back, Verissa offered. No, it's okay. Let her get it out. It's this religious kick she's on. She will come around to understanding why this is so important. You all understand, right? Donella asked her crew. I got your back, boss, Butch spoke up. Thanks, Butchie. Doc? Naquilio? Nero? You understand, right? Donella asked. The quicker we get rid of this thing, the better. And if it can help the company, then fine by me, as long as it's gone, Nero answered. It does have a nasty history, sir. It was part of something unspeakable. But you're the boss, and I enjoy getting to explore lost worlds, so yeah, if this is what you think is best, Naquilio added. I don't like it, but you're the boss, sir, Verissa said in a small voice. Thank you for understanding, all of you, What about you, Lubden? What do you and T think? Donella asked, turning back towards the two. It's strange, sir. The police reports, newspaper articles, website pages, everything. It doesn't stop the night he died in 1968. Lubden gulped. What? What do you mean? The bastard died, didn't he? Donella asked. Yes, but it's strange. In the mid-'80s, a string of teenager deaths started up in Springwood, and friends of the victims, and even some who ended up being victims later, all would say it was Freddy Krueger. This is going to sound really strange, but they say he came after them in their dreams. Even stranger, they all described him exactly the same, as a man in a red and green sweater, covered in burns, wearing a black hat, and get this, wielding a glove affixed with 4 razor-sharp blades, Lubden said. Verissa felt a shiver down her spine at the words red and green, but before she could think on it any more, Donella was cutting in. Dreams? Come on, Lubden. It's an old Earth superstition, a town boogeyman, mass hysteria, she said. That is the most likely scenario, Talos 16 chimed in, agreeing with Donella. I agree, sir. But these police reports go on and on for countless years, and the weird part, 80% of this stuff is redacted, blacked out. There's even a ton of medical records for patients at a place called Weston Hills. Again, mostly redacted. But I dove into Weston Hills, and it was a psychiatric hospital that specialized in sleep disorders. I wish I could tell you more, sir, but everything important has been seemingly scrubbed from history. Redacted almost in full, Lubden said, astonished. Maybe I can fill in the blanks for you. The group turned with a start at the voice of Candy, who had been silent the entire time. She walked towards them, standing next to Lubden and Talos, facing the group, holding an old book. Candy, what is that? Where did you get it? Verissa snapped. It's a diary of a girl named Nancy Thompson, who lived in that house on Old Earth. I took it when Naquilio and I found the model, Candy answered. Donella and Verissa snapped their heads to Naquilio. He put his hands in the air. I had no idea. I would have never let her take that out of there without tagging it and reporting it to you, boss, Naquilio said pleadingly. Dr. DeGeneiro, I thought you explained to your student the laws of what we do. This could have been bad if the wrong people had found out, Donella said, chastising Verissa. Give us the book, Candy, so we can scan it in. What value you thought would be in a level 0 Old Earth diary is beyond me. No, listen to me, please, Candy began. Nancy was one of the teens you spoke of that Freddy came after in her dreams. It wasn't mass hysteria. It wasn't an urban legend. I don't know how, but it's true. She documented it all. The nightmares she had. The smell of his breath, seeing sleeping friends lifted by unseen forces. If he killed them in their dreams, they died for real. He was getting revenge on the people of Springwood for killing him. He came after the teenage kids of the mob who killed him. Don't you see? Christina was right. These items are evil. Nancy thought she defeated him, but apparently she was wrong. And he kept coming back, Candy pleaded. I did actually see the name Nancy Thompson pop up several times in the files. Her father was with the police in Springwood when the mob killed Freddy. I also came across her death certificate. She passed away while working at Weston Hills. But again, all the pertinent information is redacted, Lubden said. What? He got her? No! Candy began as she looked down at the diary in her hands and began frantically flipping through the pages, hoping to find something, anything to prove what Lubden had said wrong. But instead, she made it 3/4 of the way through the diary and found nothing but empty pages. Tears began to well in her eyes, when suddenly she gasped as large, scratchy characters began to form on the page before her eyes. First, the number 1, followed by the number 2, and then the words, Freddy's coming for you. And then blood began to ooze out of the passage on the page in front of her, causing her to scream and throw the diary across the room. "What's gotten into you, young lady?" Donella shouted. Everybody snapped their heads to the diary on the floor across the lab from them, then back to Candy, who was almost hysterical. "The page! It was empty, and then it said, 1, 2, Freddy's coming for you, and it started to bleed!" Candy yelled out, her hands held up over her mouth defensively. Verissa automatically put her arm around Candy, and then Verissa looked at and nodded at Nero, jerking her eyes towards the book on the ground. Nero understood and strode across the room, picking up the diary. "It's okay. Shh, Candlin. You're just upset from the history of this item and the stuff in that diary. That diary is just that, an old diary. Freddy Krueger is long gone. Nancy has been gone for almost 500 years. You're safe. We're safe. No one is coming for you," Verissa said, trying to soothe her student's anxiety. "Yeah, look," Nero said, holding up the diary. "Nothing here but a diary, see?" Nero stood next to Verissa and Candy and flipped through the empty pages. Candy watched and saw the bleeding passage was nowhere to be seen. Nothing but empty pages after Teenage Nancy's final diary entry. But Candy knew what she had seen. She knew she wasn't crazy. "No, it was there! You've got to believe me! Don't you see? We didn't find that house by accident. Those coordinates weren't a system error. He used us. Somehow he lured us there to find that glove and bring it with us. To bring him with us. He wants to start all over again wherever we take him," she screamed, turning and grabbing the glove off of the scanner surface. Talos and Lubden jumped out of their seats to avoid being knocked over. "Candy, that is very expensive. You need to put it down. You're tired. You're stressed." "Doc, please tell your student to put down the artifact," Donella said, as calm as she could muster. "Candlin, please put it down. I believe you think you saw something. No one is calling you a liar, but this isn't the way," Verissa said, trying to reason with her distraught student. "Hey, beautiful, come on. Take a breath, okay?" Butch tried to chime in to assist. "Candy, I believe you. I saw how you reacted. Give the boss back her artifact and I'll make sure we lock all this stuff up in the most secure farthest part of the ship. We can talk more about my planet and I'll answer any strange questions you have about my physique." Everybody snapped their heads towards Naquilio with a million new questions for him as he spoke to Candy, not exactly sure how to talk down a distressed young adult human female. "I know what you are all trying to do. If you don't get rid of it, then I'll damage it. I'll make it worthless. Then you'll throw it out. We can't let him win. I'm sorry, Miss V, but it's the only—" Candy stopped talking mid-sentence and collapsed into the waiting arms of Lubden. Standing next to Lubden was Talos 16, holding a tiny empty syringe. Candy's hands went limp, and the glove threatened to slip from her unconscious grip. But Nero was fast, and took hold of the glove before it could fall to the ground. "Here, I'll take her to her quarters," Butch stepped forward and offered. "Take her straight there, and Butch? Do I even gotta ask?" Donella said. "Ha, ha. I'm not a creepo like Krueger. I'll drop her off in her bed, and I'll hit the mess hall," Butch said. "Thank you, Butch," Verissa said as Butch lifted Candy to her feet, taking her from Lubden's arms, and draping her arm over his shoulder as he carried her out of the lab. "And thank you, Talos, and thank you, Lubden. That was some fast thinking," Donella said, smiling at the odd pair. "Aye, sir," Lubden said. Candlin was in distress, and was not thinking or acting rationally. Lubden and I decided an old-fashioned sedative injection was the best tactic to help her calm before she hurt herself or the artifact, Talos added. "Good work, all of you. I do have some questions about the whole talking about your physique with her thing, Naquilio, but I'll save that for later. In fact, let's table all this Freddy and artifact talk for after our trip to Somnium 5. Everybody head to the mess hall and have some dinner. We got a 4-day cryo sleep to prep for. Everyone is to report to the cryo chamber room at 0100 to be jacked in for the trip. Donella ordered. And Talos? She asked. Yes, sir, Talos responded. I want you to do a deep dive into all this Glove and Krueger business. See if you can find out anything more. Maybe dig for some unredacted information or see if you can unmask any of it. And give me a full report when we come out of cryosleep. We need all the information we can gather to present to collectors, Donella continued. Yes, sir. I will do my best, Talos responded. Good save, Nero. I knew I hired you for more than your good looks, Donella said with a wink. No problem, sir, Nero said, smiling. Verissa smiled. She was concerned for her student, but knew the 4 days in cryosleep would be good for Candy. And when they got to Somnium 5, all the boogeyman stuff would be replaced by the wonder of visiting a new planet for the first time. Though a small twinge of fear still dwelled deep in Verissa's gut. The red and green sweater. The red and green snake. She began to ponder on the two more, but was snapped out of it again by her boss's finger. Sir, Verissa spoke up as Donella was beginning to leave the lab. What is it, Doc? Donella asked, turning to Verissa. Your finger, sir. It's bleeding again, she answered. Huh? Donella said, lifting her finger, and seeing it was in fact dripping blood from where the glove's blade had cut her on Earth 1 earlier. You must not have done a full heel scan. Here, allow me, Talos said, walking to Donella and holding up a small gun-shaped device and scanning the finger. Donella wiped away the blood, revealing a normal finger with no wound. Thanks, T. See, good as new. All right, enjoy dinner, folks. See you at 0100. I'll tell you a bedtime story, Donella said with a laugh, leaving the room. Verissa, Nero, Lubden, and Naquilio all made their way to the mess hall, but none of them ate much that evening. Talos stayed behind, hard at work digging for more information to present to Donella. The crew of the Beowulf were all standing in their large glass cryo-chambers. It looked like 10 clear glass coffins lined the solid white sterile room, with a large control panel erected in the middle of the room surrounded by the 10 chambers. A crewmate stood in each chamber, and electrodes and IVs were attached to their bodies. And Talos was making his rounds, jacking in the cryosleep system to each of their neural implants. Candy was still unconscious, but Verissa and Nero teamed up to make sure she was prepped and jacked in. Talos made his way to the final crew member to assist. See you in 4 days, Lubden. I will miss you and look after you, Talos said to his creator and friend. I'll miss you too, Talos. I'll see you soon, okay? Lubden said with a hint of sadness. He gave a quick hug to his android. Oh, get a room, Butch called from his cryo chamber. Ha ha, ya arsehole, get a room with this, Lubden called back, flipping Butch off playfully. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's bedtime. Close your eyes, say your prayers, and in the blink of an eye you'll be waking up in the Somnian galaxy, Donella called out to her crew. Mom, please think about what we talked about, Christina said, looking over to her mother's chamber. Yes, sweetie, when we wake up we will talk about it more. I love you, Chrissy, Donella said. Love you too, Mom, Christina said tersely, not thinking her mom was taking her serious. See you on the other side. Maybe we could grab a coffee or whatever they drink on Somnium 5, Nero said, looking over to the chamber next to him where Verissa stood. Sure, why not? Verissa responded with a smile. It's called Yarvestic, and it really is quite good, but we have a higher metabolism and require a much higher dose of caffeine than humans, so might I suggest you take it slow at first, and I think you'll enjoy it, Naquilio began, as he looked back and forth at Verissa and Nero, and saw the smile on Nero's face and the slight blush on Verissa's cheeks. But then again, perhaps you'll be more interested in something other than the beverage.
Auto warp is set. It'll kick in 2 minutes after we're all safely in cryosleep, boss, Warlock called from his chamber.
"Alrighty then. Talos, we're ready. See you soon," Donella said. "Yes, sir," the android responded as he waved his hand over the control panel before him, and all 10 chambers hissed as a clear glass encasement slid over each chamber, sealing the crewmates inside. Talos waved his hand again, and a clear fluid began flowing through each crew member's IV. Verissa could feel her body slowly falling into cryo-hibernation. The room began to be distorted around her as her eyes slowly closed and then opened and closed. Her breathing slowed. Her eyes opened, and she noticed there were no other cryo chambers, just hers in the middle of the white sterile room. Her eyes closed, and she heard a strange noise, like something slapping the ground in a rhythmic pattern. Her eyes opened, and she was no longer in the white sterile room. She was outside that house on old Earth, except there was no dust storm, no desolation. The house still looked run down and boarded up, but now there was grass on the ground in areas, patches of pavement with drawings in chalk. The sky was dusky, almost dark, and from her cryo chamber she could see 3 small girls in bright white dresses, with their hair tied up in pigtails with big white bows. They were on a patch of pavement near the house, and they were playing. 2 of the girls each held one end of a rope, and they swung it over and under, as the 3rd little girl would jump over it, and they began singing. The lyrics sent a chill and a spike of fear through her slowly fading body, as they sang out the same thing Candy had said she read in the diary. Her eyes closed again, and she still heard the slapping of the rope. Her eyes opened once more, and they were still there. They continued their song.
3, 4, and lock your door.
Verissa tried her best to not fall into cryosleep. She fought the undefeatable urge to fall into unconsciousness with everything she had. But the last thing she saw was the front door to the house at 1428 Elm Street slowly creak open. And then Dr. Verissa DeGeniero's eyes closed one final time, and cryosleep took her, and all she saw was blackness. Chapter 6, Space Junk. Candy slowly opened her eyes, feeling the sluggish hangover of awakening from cryosleep. She flooded her eyes. Was 4 days already over? She wondered. At first her sight was blurry and distorted. She pulled a hand to her face and rubbed at her eyes, and she could see clearly. She was still sealed in her cryo chamber, and could see Naquilio at the control panel in the middle of the sterile white room. He smiled at her and held up one finger to gesture, "Give me a second," as he then waved his hands over the control panel before him and then pressed his finger against it, and Candy's cryo chamber hissed and slowly opened. Naquilio rushed over to her and gently removed her IV, and then the electrodes that were attached, and very gingerly disconnected a small cable from her neural implant. "What's going on?" Candy asked hoarsely. "Before we went into cryosleep, I got into the system and pulled some strings, so the IV didn't feed to me. We are still in warp speed, but if we do what we need to do in less than an hour and get back into cryosleep, then we'll be okay. Are you up for it?" Naquilio asked. "Up for what? What do we need to do? Are you sure this is safe?" Candy asked, disoriented and confused. I told you in the lab. I believe you, remember? About the artifacts? When you threw the book, I saw blood come out of it. I was afraid to say anything. I didn't want to look crazy. I'm sorry I left you hanging to dry, but we need to get rid of those artifacts. He wanted us to find them. You were right. I could do it by myself, but I knew you would want to see it done. For us and for Nancy, he answered. Candy was beginning to feel clear-headed again. How did I get here? I don't remember, she began. Yeah, Talos and Lubden ambushed you with a sedative, and the crew worked together to put you in cryosleep with the rest of us. Very much a dick move by the lab rat and his robot, Naquilio explained. Oh, but how did you wake me from cryosleep? The drugs, they're measured out for the exact amount of time that we were put into hibernation. How did you manipulate that? Candy asked. I made sure you only received a weak sedative instead. I waited for you to wake up. It didn't take long, but we don't have much time. We need to move if we are going to do this, he answered. You know if anyone finds out you'll be fired, right? We could face charges, Candy began. I've manipulated the security feeds for the next hour. It's on a loop from shortly after cryosleep initiated. There's no way they will find out who's to blame. Besides, I don't care. We can't let these artifacts make it to Somnium 5 or Earth 2. Will you do this with me? Naquilio asked. Of course I will. Thank you for believing me. Everybody seems blinded by greed. Freddy is real. I wouldn't believe it myself if I hadn't seen the words form in the diary, but seeing the words and the blood, it has to be true. If we let them sell these things, then we are giving him a whole new playing field, Candy said, feeling the anxiety rise inside her gut. What's your plan? The airlock. We put the glove, the house, and even the diary in the airlock and launch them into space. I know you feel a connection to that diary, but if we found it, it means he wanted us to. We will loose them into open space. No one is ever going to find them. I thought about trying to burn them or even fire a plasma gun at them, but I have a feeling it wouldn't do anything. They are in pristine shape after almost 500 years, so I don't think we are going to be able to do damage. But if we launch them into space at warp speed, then even if they aren't destroyed, they will at least be lost to the void of space. That Freddy Krueger is a real son of a bitch, Naquilio answered. Yes, great idea. Wait, what about Talos? Candy asked, climbing out of the cryo chamber, as Naquilio took her hand to assist. He might try to stop us. Don't worry about him. Before cryosleep, I uploaded a small virus to the system he connects to. It will shut him down for 3 hours. I checked. He's out. By the time he wakes up, we will already have the artifacts launched and be back in our cryo chambers, Naquilio answered. So, do you trust me? Yes, Candy answered. We're doing the right thing. Good. Let's go. We don't have a lot of time, Naquilio said, taking Candy's hand. Naquilio and Candy exited the cryo chamber room, which brought them to a long corridor that ran horizontally. The end of each side represented by airlock number 1 to their left and the shuttle bay to their right. 5 doorways adorned the walls of the corridor. One door was the one they were using to exit the cryochamber room. Another door on the same side of the corridor as the cryochamber room was the lift to the bottom floor or top floor. The 3 doors on the opposite side of the corridor were the Nanomed lab, the kitchen and mess hall, and restrooms. The bottom floor of the ship held the cockpit and the cargo bay, and the uppermost floor was the recreational lobby, sleeping quarters, and offices. The room they needed now was the Nanomed lab. Talos 16 had been ordered by Danila to continue examining the artifacts from Earth 1, so Naquilio and Candy intended to check there first. Naquilio, still holding Candy's hand tight, moved quickly through the hallway. He stood at 6 foot and 7 inches, so his stride was much longer than Candy's, who stood at 5 foot 1 inch. His grip was very tight, and it felt as if he was dragging her. He moved so fast. Ow, Naquilio, you're hurting my hand. Please slow down, Candy pleaded. My apologies, Candlin. I am just concerned about time. he said, releasing his tight grip on her hand and slowing to her pace as they approached the Nanomed lab. "Okay, here we are," Naquilio said, placing his hand on the scanner next to the door. A beep could be heard, followed by the door whooshing open. The two would-be saviors of the Beowulf stepped into the lab. Directly in front of them were the 4 nano-med beds and control panels spread from one side of the room to the other on the far side of the lab. To their left was some cabinets and a counter and a table with 4 chairs. Candy had been sitting there earlier reading from the diary. To their right was the large control panel where Talos and Lubden had pulled up the history of the Springwood slasher Freddy Krueger. The glove, house, and diary sat on a table that had been placed next to the control panel to be scanned earlier that day. Candy gasped when she saw directly in front of the pair on the ground lay Talos 16. His legs were bent at the wrong angle, and if he had been human, she would assume he was very, very dead. "Oh my God! Talos! Is he okay? Are you sure that virus didn't kill him? We need to set him up or something," Candy said. He's just a robot, Candy. He will be fine. Once we're done with everything and enough time passes, he will be up and running good as new," Naquilio responded. "Naquilio, he's our friend. We can't just leave him like this," Candy retorted. Of course he is. Yes, you are right. Sorry, I'm just concerned about getting this done before too much time passes. Let's set him up at the control panel," Naquilio agreed. Naquilio and Candy each put one of Talos's arms around their shoulder and hefted him up. He weighed much more than Candy had expected, but thankfully Naquilio took on most of the burden of lifting. They walked to the control panel. Talos's feet drug across the floor, making an annoying squeaking noise all the way. After setting Talos in a chair at the large control panel, Naquilio pulled a shiny silver bag from a pocket of his pants, and he quickly went to work placing the diary and the glove inside the bag and tying it to the side of his waistband. He then took hold of one side of the model house as Candy followed suit and took the other side. "All right, let's get this over with," Naquilio said. "Out of sight and definitely out of mind," Candy added. The pair lifted the model home from the table, much like they had when they had initially found it on Earth 1. Candy wished like hell that she had never brought the damn thing to the ship to begin with. Wished that they had just made a trip to their original planned location and brought back boring political and religious artifacts. But you can't go back in time, and the damage was done. All she could do was try to right the wrong that she had committed and make sure the legend of Freddy died that night on the Beowulf. Candy and Naquilio awkwardly walked out of the Nanomed lab into the corridor on the middle section of the Beowulf. They made their way down the corridor to the very end and stopped at the door that read Airlock Inner Door. Naquilio readjusted his grip on the house so he could hold his side with one hand as he used his other hand to place against the scanner, and the inner airlock door whooshed open. He again took the side of the model in both hands, and the pair carried it into the airlock and set it down. "Okay, almost done. I'll prep for opening the outer airlock door. Can you drag the model closer to it?" "Sure," Candy said, as she bent down and took hold of the model and began walking backwards, dragging the model across the room until her butt bumped into the outer airlock door. She released her grip and stood up, but was mortified to hear the inner airlock door whooshing closed. She ran back across the room to the inner door, and Naquilio stood on the other side looking through at Candy, through a small glass of observation window affixed in the door. Naquilio asked her, "What's wrong?" "Naquilio, quit fucking around! Open the door! We don't have time for this!" "Actually, I've got more time than I've had in a long time." Naquilio began laughing, and as he laughed, his voice began to deepen into a guttural, deep, sinister laugh. Candy beat against the door, pleading with him to open it. She tried putting her hand against the scanner on the inside, but since she wasn't a crew member, it did not open for her. She looked back up at Naquilio, and her blood ran cold as she saw his face morphing from the blue-skinned, three-eyed Noctralian she knew into a hideous human face covered in wet-looking burns. She could make out the shape of his face, his hooked nose, his sadistic smile. She had seen that face before, but it hadn't been covered in burns. It was Frederick Charles Krueger, from the screen of the control panel earlier that day. When she had stood to tell the crew about the diary's contents, she had glanced at the screen that Lubden and Talos had pulled up with a picture of Freddy. As her heart rate began to rise, she watched as he lifted his hand, holding a black fedora hat and placing it on his bald, burned head. "Freddy!" Candy yelled.
"The one and only," he replied.
"Oh my God, I'm still asleep," Candy realized in horror.
"I really do want to thank you, Candlin. You did me such a solid," Freddy began.
"What the hell are you talking about? Let me out of here," Candy demanded.
"All in good time, Candy. I wouldn't even be here without you. I was sitting around in my limbo, bored, lonely, and then you and your crew visited Casa de Freddy, or as you call it, Old Earth," Freddy said with a smile. "Others have visited before, but they were out of my range. I only had so much ability to affect the living world. But when you have nothing but centuries to practice, you learn to master your craft. I cast my line into that ocean in the sky, and you all took the bait."
"Go to hell, you son of a bitch! I'd never help you!" Candy hissed.
"Oh, but you did, Candy. You, that nerdy leprechaun, and his pile of nuts and bolts all helped me so much. It's funny, your boss didn't even question how she couldn't pull up any other location, or how in a town, completely buried in the ground, there was still a street sign and a house standing. All because the only thing your boss saw was dollar signs," Freddy chuckled. "Your crew brought me to your ship, but it was Lupton, the robots, and you that gave me life again. They found the stories, and you filled in the blanks with that diary you just so happened to find. You three spread me like a virus to your crew, and I'm back, baby. Guess we won't be needing this anymore," Freddy continued as he held up the withered leather diary in front of the window for Candy to see, as it burst into flames and ashes in Freddy's hand. "No!" Candy yelled. "Oh, yes. But most importantly, you reunited me with an old friend that has been away for far too long," Freddy croaked as he held the glove in his left hand for Candy to see, and then slowly slid it onto his right hand. He wiggled his fingers, causing the blades to tink against each other. He then spread his hand out in a quick motion, flourishing it before the window for Candy to witness. "Would you look at that? Still fits perfectly after all these years. I do thank you, Candy. I couldn't have done it without you. But now we go our separate ways. Parting is such sweet sorrow. I'll give your friends your regards. Looks like you really are destined to be Varissa's star pupil," Freddy said, and then began laughing maniacally. Reaching for the control panel to open the outer airlock door, but before he could, Candy yelled out, "No! You may have put the diary there, but I read it all. I know your weakness. Nancy knew it too." "Oh, is that so?" Freddy said, a bit amused, staying his hand for the moment. "You only have power if we give it to you," Candy said sternly. "I know the secret, Krueger. This is just a dream. You're not alive.
I take back the fear and energy I gave you. You're nothing, she finished as she turned her back to Freddy. No! Freddy yelled behind her with extreme fear and pain in his voice. Candy held her breath. The outer door did not open. Freddy didn't speak again. She turned back around to see the observation window was empty. She smiled and took a deep, calming breath. Just then, a teenage female face appeared standing at the door, looking through the window. She had curly dark hair and a pretty face and was smiling. You did it, Candy, just like I did, the girl said. Nancy? Candy asked. Yes, thank you. He almost got out. But Candy, you have to remember one important thing, Nancy said with a deadly serious tone. What? Candy asked. Candy let out a small squeal as Nancy went to talk, but instead of words forming, Candy saw blood pour from Nancy's mouth, and Nancy's face went slack. The lights in her eyes went out, and her head slowly began to rise up, revealing it to be a bloody, decapitated head, being held by a gnarled, burned hand. The hand tossed the head behind it, and Freddy's face was once again looking through the window at Candy.
You gotta remember, I killed the bitch!
Freddy said, and began laughing as he reached over and placed his hands on the control panel next to him. Behind Candy, the outer airlock door began to slowly open. She frantically tried to open the inner door with the control panel, but her hand was not recognized. She beat on the inner door, but Freddy just laughed harder. She looked to her left and noticed a handle on the wall. She grabbed hold just as the air began being sucked out of the room, and the airlock door slowly opened completely to empty space. The vacuum of space pulled on Candy. Her body hovered horizontally as she held onto the handle for dear life, but she felt her blood beginning to heat up. She grew weaker, and one finger at a time her grip failed her. Freddy glared at her through the hole. He was no longer laughing. He looked at her with a face of pure hatred and seething. Yet it almost seemed like the bastard was soaking in the moment, savoring every second. She stared deep into his burning eyes and was filled with hatred and sadness. She knew her time was up, and now Freddy would be going after Verissa, Butch, Naquilio, and the entire crew of the Beowulf. And after that, her thoughts were cut off by the worst headache she had ever felt. She was holding on to the handle by one finger, and it too finally slipped free. Candy was sucked out of the Beowulf and into open, empty space. As she floated, watching the Beowulf get further away, and Freddy's face get smaller and smaller, she began to feel her blood boil. Her head felt like it would explode. And then she saw no more, as her eyes burst like a child popping a bubble. She let out a silent scream as she felt her insides begin to expand, and her bones breaking and vessels popping, as her expanding body pushed the bones through her skin. And then she felt no more.
Drifting on the spaceway by the Beetlejuice Hotel, mapping out constellations of the place I know so well. Sifting through the system for the beast that knows my name. Endlessly I list them in the master game. Welcome to my world. Welcome to my only world. My head is full of space junk, but your words are coming through. I'm riding on space junk, and it's bringing me to you.
Gallagher Sphere 2.0 update, Talos 16 said out loud in the Nanomed lab of the Beowulf, as he recorded his progress working on Lubden's upgraded sphere. He continued, I have successfully manipulated and evolved the nanoant technology of Nanomed Bed Number 1. The nanoants are now able to reproduce, allowing for the upgrade of the Gallagher sphere to produce projectiles. Said projectiles will deactivate and completely deteriorate after 60 seconds, and will be reproduced within the sphere by new ants. In a surprise development, not only is the Gallagher Sphere 2.0 now completely self-sustaining, but is now capable of powering any object formed by the wielder's control. Lubden will be pleased. I am also continuing research on the artifacts from Earth 1. Talos stopped speaking as he was caught off guard, as the diary on the table next to the model home and glove suddenly burst into flames and ash faster than he could react to stop it. Strange, Talos said to himself. As he leaned in to examine the ashes, an alarm on the screen of the control panel to his right began sounding. He rushed to sit back down and redirected his attention to the screen, and saw it was a vital sign alert from the cryochamber room. Talos quickly waved his hand over his control panel and pulled up Lubden's vitals. Everything was in normal range. He began checking each of the other crew members, but before he could find out who was in distress, his attention was again distracted as he witnessed the 5+ artifact, the bladed glove, began to slowly dematerialize in front of him. He sprang back to his feet and tried to grab the glove before it was completely gone. But his hand passed right through it, and within seconds it was completely gone, as if it had never been there to begin with. "What is going on?" Talos asked no one. The vital sign alarm was joined by another vital sign alarm. Talos leaned back over to the control panel and finally came to Candelen's vitals. Her heart rate was off the charts, and now her blood pressure was rising rapidly. Talos quickly left the lab and made his way to the cryochamber room. Talos placed his hand on the door's control, and the cryochamber room opened up before him. He stepped in and did a quick glance around the room. He saw Lubden was sleeping normally in his chamber. He threw his eyes to Candy's chamber and saw she was breathing extremely hard. He rushed to the control panel in the center of the room and pulled up her vitals. They were in unsurvivable levels. He heard a clank and looked up. Candy's hands were pressed against the glass encasement of her cryochamber. And then suddenly her eyes shot wide open, and she screamed, and within seconds of her scream, Talos watched in startled fascination as her eyes exploded in their sockets, and Candy began heaving. She still appeared to be screaming, but her scream was suddenly cut off. There was no sound coming from her, but she was still screaming. Talos immediately waved his hand over the control panel to begin an SOS to home base, but was distracted again, this time by the sound of breaking bones. He looked up to see what appeared to be Candy's body flattening, spreading. Broken bones began breaking through her skin. Talos waved his hand over the control panel to begin his SOS call, when suddenly Candy's body exploded. Her clear cryo chamber now was bright red, as the inside was awash with blood and gore. In that moment, Candy's body exploded. An electrical energy colored red and green shot out from her cryochamber, striking the control panel and hitting Talos square in his chest. Talos flew backwards across the room, hitting the wall behind him and landing with a thud on the floor. Talos saw the room go completely dark, and then it was lit back up in a dim red, informing the android the ship was now on auxiliary power. Talos tried to rise to his feet and realized he could not move. He could not lift his hand or move his head. And then everything began to fade to black as the android slowly shut down. Verissa found herself suddenly standing in a street. She couldn't remember how she had gotten there. The last thing she remembered was seeing the door to the house on Earth 1 slowly opening and the girls jump roping and singing. She looked up and saw she was standing in front of a white building on the corner of a street. She could tell from her studies of Earth 1 she was somehow standing on a street sometime in the distant past on old Earth. Verissa read the sign on the building in front of her. It read, "The Crave Inn," and to the left of that sign was another that read "Soda Fountain." She looked around her. There were streetlights, buildings, and parked old Earth vehicles, but no people. She was completely alone and couldn't remember how she had even gotten there. It was late in the evening, almost dark. She stepped up to the door of the Crave Inn and pulled on the handle. As the door opened, she could hear a small bell jingle. She stepped through the door and looked around. She was standing in what appeared to be a 20th century small-town diner. Empty booths ran along the wall. The front of the diner had large windows in lieu of a wall, and a counter ran sideways with stools in front, and behind that counter stood a young woman with reddish-brown hair wearing a light pink uniform with a strange small white hat sporting a blue border resting on her head, and a white apron also sporting a blue border around her waist. "Come in. Have a seat," the girl said. "Where am I?" Verissa asked slowly, walking up to the counter and sitting at a stool. "Springwood. We don't have much time," the girl continued. "Wait, Springwood, Ohio? What year is it? Who are you?" Verissa asked. "My name is Alice. Listen, you're not safe here. He knows you're here and he's coming for you," Alice began. Her eyes widened as she looked behind Verissa out the large windows of the diner's face. Alice returned her gaze to Verissa and shouted, "He's here! I'll find you again, but you need to run!" Verissa saw the light in the room begin to dim and turned to face outside. There was no daylight left at all now. It was completely dark, and right outside the window, the three girls were back. They were again singing while jump roping.
5, 6, grab your crucifix.
They sang. "Go!" Verissa heard Alice yell behind her. Verissa stood and turned to ask Alice a question, but Alice was gone. Verissa was alone in the diner. She could hear a maniacal laugh somewhere in the distance, and heard the girls still singing.
7, 8, gonna stay up late.
Verissa ran and pushed open the diner's door and ran away from the playing girls, the diner, and the laughter that was getting much closer. She heard the girls finish their song as she ran into the night.
9, 10.
Never sleep again.
Chapter 7. The Passion of Christina. Christina opened her eyes and panicked. She looked around. She was in a strange place. A strong smell of animal dung hung in the air, burning her nose. She was laying in the dirt with hay sticking to her clothes and palms as she pushed herself off the ground. A cold chill ran through the air. She looked around and saw she was in a small barn-like room with animals bleeding nearby. And a few feet away, she saw and heard a woman breathing hard and screaming, and a man trying his best to calm her. They were dressed in what appeared to be simple fabrics. The woman laid on her back, her legs spread. She was obviously in childbirth. "It's okay, Mary. God will protect us," the man said. Christina felt a chill run down her spine. Mary? The barn? A baby was on the way? Was she seeing the birth of Jesus? How did she get here? A time vortex? Did the Beowulf pass through a portal of some kind? She was very disoriented and confused. She couldn't remember how she had gotten here. The last thing she remembered was preparing for cryosleep, and the woman screamed again, louder. Christina saw the man jump back with a start, letting go of the woman as blood shot out from between her legs, spreading across the dirt and hay of the room. She began screaming in agony. Christina could now see the woman's pregnant belly. It was moving. Something was pushing against it, trying to get out. "Joseph, he's coming!" Mary screamed. Christina almost vomited when she saw the woman's belly split open vertically from belly button to chest. Then two gnarled, bloody hands pushed the split belly apart, and then a bald, bloody, burned head began pushing out of her opening. Christina screamed when she saw one of the hands wasn't a hand. It was a glove with 4 razor-sharp blades, and it was not a baby pushing its way out of Mary's stomach. Mary fell limp to the ground. Joseph backed up, staring in disbelief as the figure fully stood, his feet still inside the dead belly of Mary. The figure was a tall man, whose entire head, neck, and non-gloved hand was covered in severe burns, wearing dark pants and a striped red and green sweater. He reached down into the gore-covered belly of Mary and pulled out a bloody black hat. He shook it in the air, sending blood flying around the small room, some of which struck Christina in the face, and he then placed it on his head. He looked at Christina and pointed at her.
"The Messiah is born! It's a Christmas miracle!"
He laughed maniacally, and then turned his attention to Joseph, who had closed his eyes and began muttering an inaudible prayer to himself. Freddy stepped out of the corpse he had just come from and stood over Joseph. He reached down with his non-gloved hand and grabbed Joseph by his neck, lifting him to his feet. Joseph continued to mutter in prayer, eyes closed.
"The Father?"
Freddy yelled, stabbing Joseph on the left side of his upper chest with one finger blade. Joseph screamed in agony.
"The Son!"
Freddy stabbed Joseph in the right side of his upper chest with one blade. Joseph finally opened his eyes in agony as Freddy smiled.
"And the Holy Spirit!"
Freddy growled as he pulled back his bladed hand and drove it forward into Joseph's face, 2 blades going into each of Joseph's eyes. Freddy let go of Joseph and he fell to the floor with a limp thud. The room began to change around Christina as she watched in paralyzed horror. The barn faded away, revealing the burned man and Christina to be standing in a dark room. There were pipes and boilers and stairs leading up to an upstairs grated walkway. Christina realized it was Freddy Krueger, and she was somehow in his boiler room.
"Little Chrissy, you were right. Those artifacts were evil. Too bad your mom doesn't love you as much as she loves money,"
Freddy growled, staring a hole through Christina. "Freddy?" Christina asked, trembling, tears streaming down her face at the blasphemy she had just witnessed. Freddy removed his hat and crossed one leg in front of the other and took a bow before putting the hat back on his head and smiling. "This is a dream. It's not real," Christina began saying to herself.
"Never heard that one before. But don't worry, Chrissy. I'm not gonna kill you. Yet. First, I wanted to take you through a tour of the Unholy Trinity," Freddy said with a chuckle. "On to round 2, he yelled, holding up 2 bladed fingers before laughing, and the world went dark for Christina.
When light returned to the world around Christina, she thought she was floating until she then felt the grip of hands squeezing each of her upper arms. She looked down and saw she was wearing a filthy brown piece of fabric that barely covered her body. Her arms and legs covered in filth, a rope tied far too tight around her ankles, one ankle laying over the other. She then glanced to her right and saw a man wearing shiny armor, bright fabric, and a shiny metal helmet, and he was holding her around her upper arm. She looked to her other side and saw another man dressed identically doing the same. They faced forward as they walked and carried Christina, with her back facing in the direction they walked. Then Christina realized she could hear many voices screaming and yelling. She couldn't make it out, there were far too many. Christina tried to struggle, but it was futile. The two men came to an abrupt stop.
"Lay the bitch down,"
came a voice behind her that she instantly recognized as Freddy. She felt the men lay her down on what felt like a narrow slab. It was wholly uncomfortable. She glanced down and saw her tied feet and legs rested against a wooden beam of some kind, and another soldier appeared standing at her feet. He reached down and tied the rope binding her feet onto the beam that she lay on. She began to try to break free again, and the men at her side pulled with great force on her wrist and held the back of her hand against another wooden beam that ran horizontally beneath her shoulder blades to each side. Christina looked on in terror as Freddy stood over her looking down. He was dressed like the other soldiers, except his fabric and armor were striped red and green. She looked again down to her feet, then to each side at her arms, and at the soldiers who held her hands against the object she now knew with terror was a crucifix, and she screamed. She looked back up and saw in one of Freddy's hands was two large iron nails, and in his gloved hand he held a large ancient hammer. The son of a bitch was humming and then whistling an old earth hymnal that she knew all too well, Amazing Grace. As he sauntered to her right side and kneeled to one knee and placed the point of one of the large nails against the palm of her right hand. She tried to close her fingers, but the soldiers held firm.
"For Dawn so loved her cash, she gave her only begotten daughter to die for her sins,"
Freddy growled as he held up the large hammer and brought it down with inhuman force, and the large nail was driven through Christina's hand and deep into the crucifix. Freddy stood as the crowd cheered. He then slowly walked to Christina's left side as she screamed and blood poured from her right hand. She tried again in vain to free her left hand from the grip of the soldiers, but it was no use. Freddy would have his way. Freddy kneeled to one knee and placed the remaining nail against the palm of her left hand.
"That her kid shall die, so she can enjoy everlasting wealth."
Freddy began laughing maniacally as he lifted the large hammer and brought it down again with inhuman force, and it drove through her left hand into the crucifix. Freddy looked down at Christina, whose scream was now a hoarse croak. Snot poured from her nose, blood poured from her hands, and Freddy smiled.
"Oh, I almost forgot! The icing on the cake!"
He laughed, and seemingly out of nowhere, a wreath of large thorny vines appeared in his hands. The thorns looked like they were several inches long. Freddy bent again and placed it on her head. The thorns pressed against her forehead, temples, and the back of her head, and she felt them slowly push through her skin. The agony was unbearable. As Freddy and the soldiers pulled the cross to a standing position, the last thing Christina saw was the enormous crowd below her, screaming at her to die. They seemed so far away, as if the crucifix she hung from was 50 foot tall. As Freddy laughed below her, looking up, Christina passed out. The world again went black. Christina slowly opened her eyes. Her head no longer hurt, but her hands still had large holes through them. Blood dripped slowly, but she was no longer affixed to a crucifix. She was kneeling on both knees, her injured hands held together in front of her as if she had been in prayer. She looked to her left and then to her right. 2 women dressed in simple garb also kneeled, hands before them in silent prayer. Christina looked in front of her and saw a large rock wall. The sun was shining directly on it. She then began to stand to her feet, and the ground on beneath her started to shake, and she was unable to stand. The women on both sides of her opened their eyes and in unison yelled, "He rises!" Christina felt the earth shake and then heard a large cracking noise, and she realized the rock face in front of her was the side of a mountain, with a large round rock rolled in front of it. The large rock began to slowly roll, revealing a dark cave. The bright sun began to fill the darkness as the rock rolled, and the sun lit up more of the cave. Once the cave was fully revealed, the rock stopped rolling, and the ground stopped shaking. Christina stood to her feet. The women on her sides ran to the cave opening, their hands held above their heads as if reaching for heaven. In the bright, almost too bright, sunlight, Christina saw a silhouette of a man wearing a robe that covered most of his body. He had what appeared to be long hair and a full beard, but the bright sun hid any specific features. She watched the women fall to the feet of the man. "The resurrection," Christina said to herself, and instantly looked all around her for Freddy to appear. But she saw nothing except a large crowd several hundred feet behind where she stood. They were all silent, watching the resurrection happen. Christina returned her gaze to the cave and heard a moaning, snarling noise coming from inside, and then saw the figure of the man in the sunlight lean down and reach for one of the women, and then heard one of the women scream. Christina could see now the man she thought was her resurrected savior had lunged at the woman and bit her. He was tearing flesh from her neck as he lashed out over and over with his teeth. The other woman stood to run, but he grabbed her and began taking bites out of her as well. To Christina's horror, she then saw the first woman rise from the ground, also snarling and moaning. Then both women and the man began to shamble towards Christina. When the sunlight finally faded enough for her to make out actual features, she could see the long-haired, fully bearded man did appear to resemble what she thought of as Jesus, but his skin was decayed, his face sunk in, almost skeletal. The 2 women shambled with him, all their hands outstretched. Christina began backing up slowly as they approached. Then she turned and ran towards the crowd. As she approached the crowd, she could hear random people in the crowd calling out to the would-be resurrected Savior and the 2 women. "He is risen! It's a miracle!" Christina tried to push through the crowd, but it was as if they were trying to stop her from escaping. "You don't understand! He's not alive! He's a monster! You have to run!" Christina pleaded, but no one listened. As the zombified Jesus and 2 women were within a few dozen feet, the crowd began running to them, dropping to their knees in front of them. Within seconds, the 3 zombies were upon the crowd, biting and tearing at their bodies. People screamed, and then within seconds, they too turned. Christina pushed as hard as she could and was slowly putting distance between her and the growing horde of biblical zombies through the crowd. As she pushed and slowly moved forward, the screams began to fade, replaced by an ominous collection of moaning, growling, snarling walking dead. As Christina pushed out from the crowd into an open area, she realized she was in the middle of a desert. She looked behind her, and the horde of hundreds of walking corpses all had their arms outstretched and saw her and were coming for her. The sun was instantly covered by dark, heavy rain clouds. The world around her grew dim. Lightning lit up the sky, and thunder boomed as the clouds let go with torrential rainfall. She could hear the hungry horde's feet sliding through the mud over the growing storm, their growls and snarls growing louder and louder. Then she heard a voice.
"You better run, Chrissy! It's the Zekant coming!"
Freddy laughed, putting an emphasis on the Z in Zekant. His voice seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere at the same time. The horde was probably 20 feet away and coming quickly. Christina tried to run, but it was like her legs weighed 100 pounds each. It took all of her strength just to lift her feet and take a step. She knew she should be running. She was telling her brain to run, but her feet weren't listening to it. She was taking terribly slow steps, yet her heart was racing as if she was moving as fast as she could. The sounds of the horde was deafening now. She chanced a glance over her shoulder, but when she did, she saw the horde was on her. Hundreds of the undead surrounded her, grabbed her, and pulled her to the ground. Christina screamed, knowing her time was up. She prepared to be eaten alive. And then the noise of the horde was gone. She didn't feel the weight of the undead holding her down. She felt the heavy rain pelt her body, and she opened her tight-shut eyes and realized she was lying on hard pavement. She was no longer in the desert. The sky lit up with eerie streaks of lightning, and she heard thunder crash, resembling the roar of a giant monster as the wind howled. Her hands still ached and still slowly bled, large holes still in both of them. She pushed herself carefully to her feet, trying not to put weight on the injured hands, and she looked around. She couldn't make out anything through the torrent of rain, except directly in front of her was a house with a porch light that flickered. A house she wished she didn't recognize. It was the house from old Earth, the one she refused to enter. The evil house, its windows boarded shut, paint peeling on its face, and its faded red door slowly creaked open. Christina shook her head. "No, I won't go in, Krueger!" she yelled.
"Is that so?"
Freddy's voice called from somewhere behind her. She then heard a sound rising through the heavy rain, wind, and thunder. It came from the darkness behind her and to her sides. At first it sounded like a soft buzzing, but then it was unmistakable. The horde of the undead was back. As if out of thin air, they broke from the darkness to her sides and behind her, and they were closing in fast.
"Better run! I ring the dinner bell, Chrissy!"
Freddy's voice rang out. Christina ran for the door of the evil house. Talos slowly opened his eyes with a slight click. He was still functional. He wasn't sure what exactly had happened, but he knew Candolin was surely dead. He looked in the direction of her cryo chamber and confirmed it to be true when he saw it was still filled with blood and gore. The room was still awash in a dim red light. How long had he been down? He had to reset the system. He wasn't sure how much time was left before auxiliary power would not be able to power the cryo chambers, and the crew would be lost. He tried to stand, but his legs still would not work. Luckily, he did find that his arms did work, however. "I also need to run a diagnostic on myself immediately," he said to himself. "I have to get to the lab." Talos rolled onto his front and began pulling himself forward with his hands and arms. He looked like a man paralyzed from the waist down, pulling himself across the floor. He made his way towards the door and looked up at the scanner and lifted one hand up over it. The door beeped and whooshed open. He started to pull himself out of the room when he heard another vital alarm begin to go off. He turned his head back towards the cryo chambers and saw that Christina, the daughter of the Hawkins Salvage and Recovery Company's boss, was in distress. Her chest was heaving as if fighting for breath. Her arms hung at her sides, and before Talos's astonished eyes, he watched as large holes appeared in both her hands, and blood began to ooze out. He turned his attention back to the hallway, more determined than ever to get back on his feet again and return power to the ship. He pulled himself down the corridor and outside the lab. He reached up to the scanner, and again the door opened for him. Auxiliary power must not be too close to depletion. The doors are still working, Talos thought to himself. He pulled himself into the lab and made his way towards the large control panel and large table that stood beside it, that held the model home. He reached up and took hold of the edge of the table's top and pulled himself up to where his face peered over the edge of the table. He was shocked to see the model home now looked faded, worn, old, and also instead of looking like the model of a home that was lived in, it now instead had the appearance of a run-down house. Its windows were boarded up, paint peeled from the walls, and the front door was open. That's when Talos's eyes fell upon something truly astonishing that he had trouble processing. Before his eyes he saw Christina. She was mere inches tall, and she was looking over her shoulder as if looking straight at Talos, but she had fear in her eyes. She screamed and then turned her head towards the model home and ran inside. The door of the model home slammed shut behind her. As soon as Christina escaped the onslaught of the undead and ran into the evil house, she stopped in her tracks as the front door slammed shut behind her. She was inside the house that gave her such pause. She saw rickety wooden flooring, an old stairway going up to another floor. To her right and left she saw entryways into other dark rooms of the home, and to the left of the stairs a small hallway. She then heard Freddy's laughter ring out throughout the house. She heard a squeaking noise and heard something coming from the darkness. She held her breath and then saw a small contraption with 3 wheels roll out from the hallway in front of her. It was rusted and squeaked loudly. It rolled to a stop 2 feet in front of her. She began to back up to the door. When her back touched it, the horde outside began beating against the door. She felt it giving way to their force. In a panic, she ran to the stairs and ran up them 2 steps at a time, tripping over the last step and falling to her face upstairs. She placed her injured hands flat on the floor, trying to ignore the pain with determination, and lifted her head to begin standing, and saw 2 black boots step in front of her. Her eyes scanned up, seeing dark pants and then a red and green striped sweater, and Freddy's hideous face looking down at her smiling. She scooted backwards against the door of a bedroom. It fell open behind her and she scrambled to her feet. Freddy's laugh echoed all around her. She spun in circles but could not find the slasher. Then the door to the room slammed shut, and she heard footsteps coming from behind her. She spun around, and there stood Freddy. The arm whose hand wore the glove was slouched slightly at the shoulder. He glared at her. Christina turned and reached for the door, but it was gone. It was just a wall now.
"Time's up, Chrissy,"
Freddy growled behind her.
"But thanks for the fun. I needed it. It's been a long time since I was able to let it all hang out like that."
Christina turned to face Freddy and closed her eyes as she reached and took hold of the golden crucifix she still wore around her neck. She began praying. "Lord, give me your protection. Forgive me for my sins. Put your protective forces around me," she began. Freddy began to shrink back from her, and the house rumbled beneath their feet.
"Stop it! Stop it!"
Freddy growled. "Please stop this evil. Only your saving grace can cast a light over this darkness." Christina prayed on. She heard a loud cracking noise and opened her eyes and looked up at the ceiling. It had broken open, and a bright light shot down through the hole directly onto Freddy. He fell to his knees and then over onto his side.
Please, stop!
Freddy croaked. "Thank you, Lord. Let your protection see me from this evil place," she begged. She heard a creaking behind her and turned to see the bedroom door was back and was wide open. Christina didn't hesitate. She let go of her crucifix and ran to the stairs and began running down them. As her right foot struck the floor at the bottom of the stairs, her left foot became stuck in place. She looked over and down and saw the bottom stair was no longer a stair. It was a thick black liquid, and her left foot was submerged in it, and no matter how hard she pulled, it would not come free. She looked back in front of her to see the front door of the house was wide open, and on the outside was the cryo chamber room, and she saw herself asleep in a cryo chamber. She reached and pulled with everything she had. She felt her foot start to pull free, and she looked down and gave every last bit of energy she had in one final tug, and watched her trapped foot break free from the step. She pulled it next to her right foot and turned back to the door and ran for the opening. Right as she reached its threshold, it slammed shut. She pulled and pulled on the doorknob, but it to no avail. She beat her hands against it, tears beginning to stream down her cheeks. And then she felt hot breath in her ear and a cold, gnarled hand holding the back of her neck. Christina tried to push off the door, but Freddy was too strong. She was held against the door, her left cheek pressed against it. She could see from her right eye Freddy staring down at her.
You didn't say amen.
Christina tried to reach for her crucifix, but Freddy pushed against her harder and leaned in, his mouth against her ear. He licked it slightly. She felt his disgusting, slimy saliva, and she could feel his hot breath blow into her ear as he spoke low and deep.
That's not gonna help you, little girl.
Christina let out an audible gasp as she felt Freddy take hold of the chain that her crucifix was attached to and yank it so hard it snapped, and he let it fall to the floor at her feet.
Your God is dead, Chrissy. This,
he said, flourishing his glove next to her face.
This is God.
He growled into her ear, and he stepped back. She felt the pressure release her from the door, but before she could move, Freddy yelled,
Testify!
And then a fiery pain erupted in her back, and then a cold sensation ran through her chest as Freddy drove his bladed glove through her back. And Christina looked down in horror at her chest, where 4 bloody dripping blades now protruded. Christina tried to speak, to be defiant in death, and tell the bastard to rot in hell. But all that came out was an airy gurgle, and blood poured from her mouth as all strength left her, and she fell to her knees. The last thing Christina heard before death took her to an empty void was a promise from her killer, Freddy.
I'll reunite you with your mother very soon,
he said with a snarl.
I once was lost, but now I'm found. Was blind, but now I see. Now I see.
Talos didn't understand what he just saw. A tiny version of Christina stood on the table and ran into the now vastly different-looking model home. Was his system completely damaged beyond repair? Was he really seeing the things he had been witnessing? He didn't have time to investigate more. He could feel himself trying to shut down again. Talos turned to the large control panel to his right and held up his hand. His index finger opened at the tip and a small cable slithered out and snaked its way to the control panel and connected. Talos closed his eyes and began his diagnostic, saw raw data flash in the darkness, and then a whirring noise from inside of him as he was returned to full power. He opened his eyes and finally was able to stand. He immediately sat down at the control panel and waved his hand over it. A screen appeared before him and Talos began going through the system to see exactly what had happened. A surge had caused severe damage to the comms, autopiloting systems, and the ship's energy cell. He did not have the equipment to fix the first two, but he was capable of resetting the ship's power cell, and he did it immediately. For less than a second, the entire ship went black, and then life returned to the Beowulf. The dim red light was replaced with the vibrant white light he was accustomed to on the ship. Talos almost smiled at the small success, but the knowledge of having no comms and a damaged autopiloting system reminded him they were not out of the woods yet. He would need Warlock to override the autopiloting system manually when he awoke from cryosleep in... Talos looked at the time. 16 hours had passed since the crew had gone into 4-day hibernation. That left 3 days and 8 hours until the autopiloting system could be corrected by Warlock. There would not be much time to spare either. Even 5 extra minutes could overshoot them past their warp speed destination. Not to mention, they would be flying blind after passing the intended moment of coming out of warp speed. They could collide with a planet, a moon, another ship, or anything that might be in their path. Of course, first he had to figure out what happened to Candlin, and if it was an isolated incident. Not to mention the diary that had burned and the 5+ artifact disappearing. And seeing and witnessing his boss's daughter, the size of a bug, running into the model home. How would he explain it all to Danella when she awoke? Would she also suffer a fatality like Candlin? Talos needed to process the events of the past 16 hours. Just then Talos was taken aback as he heard a liquid noise to his left. He looked back at the model home and saw a red substance filling up inside it and pouring out the cracks of the boarded windows and the door. It sounded like something was pouring into the model home from underneath. Talos looked under the table. There was nothing. He returned his gaze to the model home and saw the wood begin to crack, and the windows broke open, and the red liquid that appeared to be blood oozed out of the openings. It seemed the house would burst apart from the pressure, but before it could, it erupted in flames. Talos jumped to his feet as flames engulfed the only remaining artifact brought back from Earth-1. He lifted his hand again, and his thumb opened at the tip, and he pointed it at the model, and a white gaseous substance sprayed out and covered the model home. As it cleared, Talos could not believe what he was seeing. The model home was gone. All that remained was a few tendrils of smoke rising off the table, and then soon they disappeared as well. Talos tried to think of rational explanations to explain what he had seen since the crew had gone into cryosleep, but nothing made sense. He thought of the stories they had read on Frederick Charles Krueger, but that was not rational. It was not reality. It was human delusions. It did not compute. Talos was pulled out of his thoughts by the vital sign alarm that had been going off before, being joined by the secondary emergency alarm of the same crewmate. He sprang to his feet and returned to the lab, remembering the injuries that had appeared on Christina's hands. He walked fast through the corridor and stopped as the cryochamber room door whooshed open. He immediately glanced at the control panel and made his way to it. Christina's heart rate alarm and blood pressure alarms were off the charts. He looked up and watched in fascinated curiosity as Christina began breathing hard, her chest heaving, and suddenly blood sprayed from her chest as 4 red holes appeared. Blood poured from the wounds, and then blood poured from Christina's mouth as her body went limp and her alarms ceased to sound. Even if Talos took her immediately to the nanolab, it would be futile. She was dead. The cryosleep process didn't freeze crew members in a covered in ice, frozen stiff kind of way. They were given an IV medication that would cool their bodies for a set amount of time, depending on their dose, and the crew had been given a 4-day dose this particular time. Their chambers would bring their body temperatures back up when the IV medication wore off, but trying to wake them sooner could kill them, because their body temp would not be able to rise enough until the medication wore off. Their chambers held them in a suspended animation and monitored their vitals for any problems. If it was non-lethal or an adverse effect of the medication, the chambers would react accordingly. But bringing someone back from the dead was more than the technology could do. Talos may have been an android, but he had been with this crew his entire 11 months as an active, evolving AI android. He had made friendships, learned loyalty. He felt the closest thing he could to sadness and concern with the events that had transpired since cryosleep had begun for the crew. Talos wrestled with logic. He was not designed to believe in the boogeyman. But he had seen the diary burst into flames, the glove disappear before his eyes, the model bleed and burn, 2 crewmates die horribly in their cryo chamber. Still, there had to be a rational explanation. The cryo chambers malfunctioning, holograms. He had a system virus and was having the android equivalent of hallucinations. Talos quickly processed through every possible explanation and still could not arrive at an answer that was logically sound. Every time something unexplainable happened, he was not given ample time to process it. So far, with each occurrence, he was either distracted by another emergency or impossible thing happening, or he was having to repair himself, or put out a fire, or reset the power. However, he was sure he could figure it out if just given more time. There was no boogeyman after the crew of the Beowulf. He just hadn't come to the proper conclusion yet. 5 seconds later, Talos revisited that thought and decided he would consider the boogeyman was real, and he would find a way to stop it. Because now another crew member's vital alarm began sounding, and Talos's eyes widened as he turned his head to see exactly which crew member was now in danger. He looked to Lubden's cryo chamber and was horrified to see his closest friend and creator's chest heaving as he began breathing hard. Talos felt himself feeling emotions he didn't know he was able to experience. He was feeling worry and hatred. A possible solution struck the android in that very moment, and Talos turned and moved swiftly to the lab with more motivation than he had ever had before. Chapter 8, Interloper. Lubden Gallagher awoke inside his cryo chamber. The chamber finished warming his body temperature, and his encasing hissed as it slid open. The young Irishman stepped out of his chamber and stretched his arms above his head, yawning. "Talos?" he called out. No one responded. Then he began to look around the room and was mortified to see his entire crew still inside their cryo chambers. But something was so wrong. Every crewmate's chamber had been open some time earlier. Butch and Nero were very dead. They each had dried blood from their nose and from the corners of their mouth. Their skin was very pale, and each of their chests were broken up in the very middle, as if something burst through their chest from the inside. The rest of the crew were all breathing, and their vital alarms were not sounding, but where their face should be, Lubden instead saw some sort of creature wrapped around their faces. It looked as if its skin was completely burned. It had 4 appendages, 2 on each side, that wrapped around each crewmate's head. The appendages looked like metallic blades, yet wrapped around as if made of a softer tissue. The creatures each had a tail as well, and their tails were wrapped 3 times around each crewmate's neck. Lubden rushed to Danella's chamber and grabbed hold of the tail of the creature hugging her face, and he tried to pull. As soon as he touched the tail, it tightened even more around his boss's neck, causing her heart rate alarm to beep loudly. Lubden immediately let go. "Saints preserve us, I'm sorry, sir," he said to Danella's unconscious body. Lubden scanned the rest of the room. The control panel in the center of the room was destroyed. Sparks jetted out of it, and the door that led to the corridor was smoking, and a large hole had been seemingly melted into it. He called out for Talos again. "Talos, where are you, my friend?" Still no reply. He was terrified about what may have happened to his close friend. Lubden ran through the melted door and headed down the corridor to the Nanomed lab, and found its door was also slightly smoking, and a large round hole had been melted in it as well. He ran inside and saw the lab was in disarray, and to his right, next to the main control panel and access screen, Talos laid on the ground. He had ran wires out of his index finger into the control panel and appeared to be running a diagnostic on himself. Talos's right leg was missing from above the knee down, and sparks shot from it. "Talos!" Lubden called out and ran to his friend's side, pulled him up, sat him at one of the two seats at the control panel. "Are you okay?" he asked. "Diagnostic complete. Repairing 17 errors," Talos 16 replied. There were a few audible clicks, and Talos's head jerked twice and his eyes closed and opened rapidly, followed by a loud beep, and the cable running from Talos's finger disconnected from the control panel and returned back into Talos's finger as the tip closed. "Hello, Lubden. I am fine, but will require a repair on my right leg. I am glad to see you are okay. When those creatures began attaching to the crew, one tried to attach to me, but I assume it realized I was not human and went for you. I stunned it, and it withered and melted. It was a very strange thing to observe, but I could not stop the rest of them from attaching to the crew. I am sorry, I failed them," Talos continued. "No, Talos, you saved me. We can work together to save them," Lubden said optimistically. "I am sorry, Lubden. I have tried to remove the creature, but failed. An alien creature has attached itself to them, and it's gestating in their chests. Their vitals are still very much in healthy ranges, but when I try to remove the creature, it tightens its hold and causes their vitals to spike. I was researching what they were and how I may be able to remove them when I was attacked by a larger creature. I was able to give it an electronic shock and it ran off. I believe what I fought off was what came from and killed Butch and Nero. These creatures have an acidic spray of some kind. I ascertained they used it to escape the cryochamber room and to gain entry to the lab, here, and also to destroy my leg. If we do not find a way to remove the creature soon, then the rest of the crew will suffer similar fates. We will need a way to defend ourselves. There are 2 alien creatures that came from Nero and Butch, and I believe they have grown rapidly since I fought one off," Talos explained. "Plasma rifles in the cargo bay. I can go get them?" Lubden said, a newfound courage building in his gut. "First, let's take care of that leg," he continued. Lubden glanced at the nano beds and saw they were all destroyed, their control panels sparking and smoking. "I assume all of our work on Gallagher Sphere 2.0 is toast?" he asked. "Yes, Lubden. I am sorry," Talos answered. "It's okay. Looks like we got lucky," Lubden said, as he walked to the counter on the far left side of the lab and retrieved a small leather pouch that had been left there by Verissa before the crew went into cryosleep. Lubden opened it and retrieved the Gallagher Sphere 1.0 he had given her before their trip to Earth 1. Lubden returned to Talos and held the sphere to where the android's knee hinge once was and concentrated. The sphere turned into a bright silver metallic knee and lower leg and foot and attached itself to the android. "There, just like new, old friend," Lubden said with a smile. "Thank you. I will communicate with you through your neural implants comm, as I keep an eye on the Beowulf security systems. Please be careful, friend," Talos said. "I will, Talos. I'm so glad you're okay," Lubden replied, as he embraced his android in a tight hug and then headed for the door. Lubden walked down the corridor towards the lift. He passed the cryo-chamber room and saw his crewmates still had the creatures around their faces. Lubden prayed he would be able to save them before anyone else suffered the fate of Nero and Butch. He also prayed he got to a gun before a creature got to him. Lubden scanned his hand on the lift and the door slowly opened. He entered the lift and selected the floor to access the cargo bay. "How's it look, friend?" "I am picking up one of the creatures in the sleeping quarters. I am not seeing the other one. I will continue to scan," Talos answered through Lubden's neural implant comm. "Aye, Talos, thank you," he said back. As the lift began to move, everything went dark, and the red auxiliary power light came on. It flashed red and then green in a slow pattern. Lubden wasn't sure what the green light meant. "Talos, what's going on?" Lubden asked, concerned. "Something has depleted main power. We are on auxiliary at the moment. I will see if I can divert power from..." Talos began, and then suddenly went silent. "Lubden, are you alone in the lift?" he asked. Yes, why?" Lubden asked. "Sensors state one of the creatures is in the room with you," Talos explained. "Must be a glitch from power loss, friend. I am definitely all by myself." Lubden's eyes grew large as he heard a sizzling noise and saw a whiff of smoke coming from the floor to his left in the red and green light. He followed his gaze from the floor to the ceiling and saw a small hose sizzling above him as well. Before he had time to react, the ceiling of the lift broke open and a large slimy hand and arm covered with burns with razor-sharp fingers shot through the hole and grabbed him by the bicep. The blade-like claws sliced into Lubden's upper arm, sending pain radiating through his body, and blood began to ooze from the wounds. He was able to jerk free before the creature had a full grasp on him. The lift was opening. Lubden sprang through the opening and began scanning his hand on the outside to close the lift door. He watched in fascinated horror as a large alien creature dropped from the ceiling of the lift and landed in the lift facing him. The creature stood about 2 meters tall with a long, strong-looking tail, 4 razor-sharp claws on its 2 hands, with an elongated head. The skin of the creature was like the smaller ones. It seemed to be covered in wet burns, as if it had once had human skin that was seared off in an extreme fire. Lubden's thoughts went to Freddy Krueger, the fire, what the diary had said he looked like in dreams. But he didn't have time to figure it out right now. He needed a gun. The lift door closed before the creature could escape, but it began beating against the door. Lubden ran to the cargo bay entrance and was stopped in his tracks when he saw the cargo bay door was also wide open, as it had also had a giant hole seemingly melted into it. The red and green flashing dim lights was disorienting, but Lubden ran into the cargo bay and headed right to where Nero kept a selection of firearms. As Lubden ran, he almost slipped and fell. He stopped and glanced down and saw what appeared to be 9 or more red and green striped eggs that seemed to have split open at some point. They were open on top and folded over on the sides. They were covered in slime. Lubden stared in shock and amazement. What the hell had happened while they were in cryosleep? How in the bloody fuck did alien eggs get aboard the Beowulf? Lubden took too long contemplating an explanation. Before he could even snap out of his reverie, the alien creature from the lift had him. It grabbed him by his arms and lifted Lubden over its head and threw him across the room. It gave a monstrous screech as it did so. Lubden collided with the wall that held the plasma rifles. It felt like every bone in his body was hit with the sledgehammer as he struck the wall and fell to the floor. He sat up and backed up against the wall, wincing, trying to gain his breath. He was filled with a new dread as he heard a rapid clicking noise on the floor coming towards him. Through the dim red and green light, Lubden saw the alien creature running at full speed right towards him. Lubden looked around, taking inventory of his surroundings, and saw a plasma rifle to his right that had been knocked off the wall when he struck it. It was mere inches outside his reach. He stretched and let his body move just a bit, and his hand wrapped around the stock of the gun right as the alien creature leapt into the air. It was coming down straight towards Lubden, its razor claws pointed in a death stance. Lubden pulled the gun in front of him, pointed up, and pulled the trigger. The alien was struck before it could land its hit. It flew backwards across the room, unmoving. Loveton saw tendrils of smoke beginning to rise where the alien had landed, and within seconds, an alarm was sounding on the Beowulf. Loveton recognized it. It was an alarm all crewmates hoped to never hear. It only sounded when the hull had been compromised. The alien's fucking blood was acidic and was eating through the ship. "Holy Jesus, Mary, and fucking Joseph!" Loveton yelled, and sprang to his feet with a new sense of purpose, running for the lift. Luckily, the alien had not used its acid attack to eat through the lift door and had somehow opened it instead. Loveton ran into the lift and scanned his hand to take him to the corridor housing the nanolab and the shuttle. He would try one more time to save the crew, but if he failed, he and Talos would have to leave regardless or stay behind and die as well. "Talos, I'm coming up. Please prep the shuttle," Loveton begged. He got no response. "Talos?" Loveton asked again. Still, all he heard back was silence. The alarm blared loudly as the dim red and green light continued to flash. The lift opened, and Loveton ran for the nanolab. His heart sank as he passed the cryo-chamber room and saw every single crewmate's face was visible again, with fresh blood trickling from their noses and their mouths. He watched in horror as all their chests began to pulsate at the same time, as if something was trying to get out. "I'm too bloody late, goddammit, I'm too fucking late!" he cried. Loveton ran into the lab and fell to his knees at what he saw. Talos was in several pieces, smoke rising off his severed limbs and headless torso, as sparks shot from all the pieces of his beloved android that lay on the lab floor before him. Tears began to fall down Loveton's cheeks as he crawled to where Talos's head lay. He picked it up and saw Talos was completely shut down. Loveton held his forehead to the forehead of his friend, and more. He kissed the inactive android's forehead and set the head down, wiped the tears from his eyes, and stood back up holding the rifle at the ready, and ran for the corridor and towards the shuttle bay. As he ran out of the lab and into the corridor, he heard a shriek from behind him, followed by a choir of shrieks. Loveton looked behind him and saw several of the alien creatures. Somehow they had already burst from the crewmates and grown as big as the one he had killed in the cargo bay, and they were running right at him. He turned and fired his plasma rifle. It took one down, but the rest were still coming. He had no time. Loveton ran to the shuttle bay door and scanned his hand. There was an error sound. "Oh, for fuck's sake, auxiliary power shouldn't matter. Open, you pissant fucking system," he yelled. He scanned his hand again, slower this time, and it beeped successfully, and the shuttle bay door opened. He ran inside and the door closed just as the group of creatures were mere feet from it. He could hear them colliding with the door on the other side. He ran through the accordion hallway, opened the shuttle's door, and ran inside and began prepping the shuttle for auto escape pod mode. Without Warlock, it was his only choice. Just as the engines began to fire up, he heard a heavy breathing in his ear and hot breath on the back of his neck. He turned around and was face to face with one of the creatures. It snarled and opened its mouth. A much smaller mouth, like an inner jaw, came out and snapped at him. He jumped back just in time. Then the creature began making a strange noise that seemed completely insane, coming from such a freak of nature. It was a low, guttural laugh coming from the tiny mouth. As it laughed, it began to shimmer and morph, and within seconds the alien creature was gone, and in its place stood a man in boots, dark pants, a red and green sweater, and a black hat. And he was covered in burns just like the alien creatures. And on one hand, he wore something Loveton was very familiar with. It was the exact same bladed glove they had analyzed before their cryo sleep. Loveton knew in that moment that he was actually still very much in that cryo sleep. He was dreaming, and Freddy Krueger was here. Everything they read was true, and if he died now, he died for real. But where could he go? Sorrow and defeat spread across Lubden's face, and Freddy smiled.
Yes, yes, it's all coming together, isn't it, lover boy?
Freddy crooned.
I gotta say, you people in the future took sex dolls to a whole new level.
Freddy continued, laughing maniacally. It's not like that, you arsehole. Do your worst, Frederick. You don't scare me, Lubden said defiantly.
I think I'll make it slow, just for you calling me that fucking name,
Freddy growled and lifted his bladed gloved hand above his head. He was just about to bring the blades down on Lubden when the shuttle door opened with a whoosh behind Freddy. Yo, ballsack head, came the voice of Talos.
What the fuck?
Freddy said, perplexed, as he turned to face the real Talos 16. That's right, I'm not one of your deceptive illusions. Now leave my friend alone, Talos barked at Freddy in his android voice.
How the fuck did you get here, Robo-Boy?
Freddy growled.
Oh well, now you can watch me kill your little boyfriend.
Before Freddy could finish his threat, Talos grabbed Freddy by the neck, turned and threw him down the corridor, launching him with a powerful speed, and Freddy slammed into the inner airlock door on the opposite end of the corridor, and fell to a crumpled heap on the floor. Talos turned to Lubden and handed him a small bracelet that had a timer on the face. It was counting down. It currently read 52 hours, 24 minutes, and 16 seconds. This is how much time until you come out of cryosleep, friend. You have to keep moving. You have to run. He can change the world around you, and he will come for you again, I'm sure. I may not be able to come back again after I leave, but I will hold him off for you as long as I can. Talos noticed the injury on Lubden's arm. He reached out and touched it gently, then looked into Lubden's eyes with concern. Fly the shuttle away. Once you are far enough away, I suspect the dream landscape will change. At least I hypothesize it will. Do not stop. Keep running. Do not look back. Do not try to fight him. He's already killed Candlin and Christina. Stay safe, my friend, and I shall see you in 2 days, Talos said. Oh, saints preserve us, the poor girls. But I don't understand. Talos, you're alive? Lubden said with a smile of wonder on his face. I saw you in pieces? That was not me. That was a deception by Freddy Krueger. I did not believe it logical that he could be real, but I was incorrect. I saw you were in distress. And though it took me longer than I'd hoped, I used the neural implant tech to upload my program into your consciousness. Thank you, Talos. You are a true friend. But one question. Ballsack head? Lubden asked with a grin. I needed to get his attention, and desired to insult him, and his burned epidermis does resemble the human scrotum, Talos responded. A look of humorous pride showed on Lubden's face. There will be time to talk at a later time, my friend. I will try to visit all the crew to give them the countdown device as well. I will also continue to monitor you all from the Beowulf, Talos continued, but stopped when he heard Freddy somewhere behind him getting up. Go, friend. Survive. And I will see you soon, Talos said, putting his hand over the scanner, and the door whooshed shut. No! Wait! Lubden yelled, and looked through a small window on the shuttle door. He saw Freddy running towards Talos. Talos turned to face the Dream Demon, and as Freddy was close enough, he swung a punch, but Freddy's claws came down on the android's hand. But instead of sparks, Lubden saw blood shooting from the stump where his android's right hand had been seconds before. Talos shrieked in pain, realizing in the dreamscape he was no longer an android. He knew Lubden would be concerned for him. Talos turned to Lubden. I will be okay. Trust me and run, friend. Lubden did as his friend asked him. He activated the escape pod mode, wincing at the pain in his still bleeding arm, and the shuttle took off into deep space within the dreamscape. He put the countdown bracelet around his wrist. It now read 51 hours and 50 minutes and 22 seconds. He guessed time moved differently in the dream. It had only felt like no more than a couple minutes since Talos handed him the bracelet. but the countdown showed over 30 minutes had passed. He had a little over 2 days to try to survive, but he knew now, with Freddy Krueger on his heels, the odds were stacked against him. Back on the dreamscape Beowulf, Talos turned back to face Freddy.
You know, I'm gonna catch him, don't you? They're all gonna die, and I'll make your little boyfriend suffer most, Freddy snarled. I'll make sure you get a show back on your ship when he dies in his tube.
You talk too much, Talos said as he swung out with his left hand, but again Freddy deflected it, this time by completely disappearing. Talos looked to his left and right to try to see where Freddy had went, and then for the first time since his creation, he felt real pain as Freddy appeared behind him, tapped him on his shoulder, and then drove his blades through Talos's lower back and moved them around. In the dreamscape, Freddy could control everything, and he had chosen to make his uninvited interloper know what it was like to be human, to feel pain, and to die. Talos fell to his knees, blood began bubbling out of his mouth, and Freddy yanked his blades from his lower back and walked around and stood above Talos in front of him and smiled.
I won't let you come back, Johnny Five. I hope your trip was worth it, because now I think it's time I turn the heat up a bit.
Freddy laughed as he grabbed the back of Talos's neck with his ungloved hand and reared back his bladed glove hand and drove it forward through Talos's eyes. Talos screamed out in pain as he felt intense burning, and then cold steel pierced his dreamscape human brain. Then he saw darkness and felt nothing as Freddy pulled his blades free, and Talos fell dead at Freddy's feet. Talos's eyes snapped open at the control panel in the Nanomed lab. He was out of the dreamscape and back in the actual Beowulf Nanomed lab. There was no destroyed beds. The Gallagher Sphere 2.0 was still there at the control panel of Nanobed number 1. He still had both his actual legs, and the pouch holding Gallagher Sphere 1.0 was still on the counter on the far left of the lab where Dr. DeGennaro had placed it before heading to be put in cryo-sleep. Talos felt immense relief. It was not a nice feeling finding out what pain and death felt like, but it was an interesting experience. However, he was glad to be back in the real world. Talos retracted the cords from his index finger that he had affixed to the control panel to access the neural implant of Lupton Gallagher, to enter his consciousness and access his friend's sleeping and dreaming mind. He may have been cast out by Freddy, but not before he gave his friend a fighting chance and a means of knowing how much time he had left to keep running. He hoped the time he had bought Lupton was enough to give him an edge going forward. The idea had struck him when he had seen Lupton's vitals hitting critical levels in the cryo chamber room earlier. Talos had felt something he didn't know he could feel until that moment. He felt panic, anger, fear, and sadness. It drove him to concentrate like never before. And he had looked at his friend in the cryo chamber, and by chance his eyes had fallen on the jack that connected to Lupton's neural implant. Talos had rushed to the Nanomed lab and connected to the Beowulf system. and had spent hours creating a program that let him connect his AI interface to the neural jack monitoring system of the crew, and it had worked. Shortly after Lovedon's emergency level alarm joined the first alarm, Talos had implemented the program in the nick of time. But now, Talos looked at the screen in front of him. The program data that was there before was now gone, and replaced by the image of a giant middle finger surrounded by the words, "Get fucked, robo-bitch." Talos tried to re-access the program, but every attempt was met with the program resetting and giving a message of corrupt program data. Talos would have to build a new program if he wanted to reach the other crew members and give them a way to keep track of how much time they had left as well. Another thought hit Talos. What had Freddy meant by, "I think it's time I turn the heat up a bit"? Talos felt a sense as close to dread as he was capable of feeling, and he tried to process an answer to that, to what Freddy had meant. At that moment, the answer came to him, not from inside his own systems or by process of elimination, but instead the answer came to him in the form of 3 crewmates' vital alarms beginning to sound from the cryo-chamber room. Talos moved swiftly to investigate. As he entered, he immediately saw that Butch, Naquilio, and the owner of Hawkins Salvage and Recovery herself, Danella Hawkins, were all 3 showing signs of distress. If Talos didn't think of something soon, he knew he would be hearing their vital alarms being joined by their emergency level alarms, and then death would shortly follow. Chapter 9. One-Way Ticket. The last thing Verissa remembered was running from the diner. But now she stood on a street facing a house. A storm was hammering her with rain. Lightning struck across the sky and thunder roared. In front of her, an old earth mailbox was inches from where she stood. It had faded numbers hard to read in the rain, followed by the words Elm Street, and the Johnsons was written in black letters underneath. She heard a loud creak over the storm and glanced at the house and saw the door slowly open. She saw Alice standing in the threshold of the door, motioning her forward. Verissa took a deep breath and began walking up a small concrete path that led from the road to the front door of the home. As Verissa entered the home, she stood in a beautiful, fully furnished 20th century living room. To her left, she saw a light come on in a quaint dining room. Alice was nowhere to be seen now. With a bit of hesitance, Verissa walked to the dining room and ran her fingers on top of a solid oak kitchen table. As she walked the length of the table, her fingers slid against a small stack of papers and envelopes. She lifted them. The envelopes were either addressed to Alice Johnson or Dennis Johnson. As she flipped through the stack, she came upon 3 plane tickets. She read them. They were all 3 one-way tickets to Florence, Italy. The first one was for Alice Johnson. The second ticket was for Dennis Johnson. And the third was for Jacob Jordan. The tickets being for Italy made something stir in Verissa's mind. Her attention was then drawn back to the living room when a small lamp on a glass-top end table next to a couch lit up. Verissa laid the envelope and plane tickets back on the table and slowly walked to the end table. The only thing on the small end table was a framed picture of Alice and a handsome man with a similar olive complexion to Verissa. She lifted the picture to take a better look. They were dressed in wedding attire. The 2 were in an embrace, their arms wrapped around each other, and were kissing. Verissa heard a rustling to her side and glanced over. From her studies of Earth 1, she knew the item she was seeing was a newspaper. It was open on a coffee table placed in front of the couch. She turned and stood over the newspaper. She reached down and held it up in front of her eyes and read. It was an engagement announcement dated July 1992. It was written in Italian. Due to her heritage and studies of Old Earth, she was able to speak and read Italian and several other old and still used languages. The paper read, Alessandro Dante Di Gennaro and Alice Elizabeth Johnson announced their engagement. Varissa's heart felt like it skipped a beat as her eyes fell on the last name Di Gennaro. She was going to keep reading, but was interrupted by a voice behind her. It took a long time to move on after Dan. He was my high school love and much more. He was also the biological father of my son Jacob. We had a bond most other teenagers didn't have. We had both fought and survived Freddy Krueger. But I lost Dan when Freddy came back to finish the job. When I moved my father and son to Italy with me to escape all the pain and memories of Springwood, the distance helped me heal, and I met a wonderful man a couple years later. He was smart, funny, and treated my son and I so well. Alessandro Di Gennaro was his name. We were married for the rest of our lives. We had one more child, a girl, Lisa. Jacob loved Alessandro, and Alessandro adored Jacob. He officially adopted him, and Jacob took his surname. Lisa didn't have any children of her own, but Jacob had 4, and his 4 collectively had 8, and the Di Gennaro name continued even after Earth 1 was evacuated, Alice explained. You mean? Varissa asked. Yes, we are connected by blood, Alice answered. The odds, though, how is this even possible? Varissa was perplexed. Fate, destiny. I have asked myself so many times why certain things happen to me, but there is never a good enough answer. They just happen, and they make us who we are. Your familial connection to me is how I was able to try to warn you about Freddy, about the danger ahead. My powers get weaker the more time that passes, but I projected everything I had, Alice continued. I tried to fully enter your dream to tell you and your crew to turn around before it was too late. I knew Freddy had his sights on you, all of you, and he was finally powerful enough to set his trap successfully. But he somehow intervened, twisted my warning to you, and you ended up in a nightmare, chased by the red and green snakes. I am sorry, Varissa. I'm sorry I wasn't able to warn you before it was too late. Varissa was speechless. It was an overwhelming feeling. Then she found her voice. You tried. That's all that matters. But the fact is, he is back. I don't know how long I have been asleep, but my crewmates and I are supposed to be in our sleep chambers for 4 days. That's a long time when a supernatural killer is after us. We're sitting ducks. Are my friends okay? I'm sorry, Varissa. Yes, he is coming after all of you, and even though he hasn't made an actual attack on you yet, sadly he has already claimed 2 of your friends, and another one of your friends barely escaped him, for now. But he won't stop until you are all dead, Alice answered solemnly. Oh God! He killed 2 of my friends? Who? Varissa asked, dreading the answer. I'm sorry. I don't know. I can just feel that 2 of your friends that entered Freddy's dreamscape have been claimed by him. You are my priority. You may be the only chance your world has at defeating him. So I have been keeping my eye on you and waiting for my chance to fill you in on how to stop him. But he has been hot on your heels. He has been toying with you so far. But you can be sure he plans to strike, Alice warned. I don't understand why this is happening to us. How do I stop him? How can I help my friends? How long have we been here? How long have we been asleep? Varissa asked, trying to sound calmer than she felt. Time flows differently in this dreamscape, Varissa. I can't tell you how long you've been asleep. By now it could have been 3 days or 3 hours. Running will not work in the end, and the best thing you can do for you and your friends is, until you wake up, you are going to have to take the fight to Freddy. You can't wait for him to come to you. By then it could be too late, Alice added. How am I supposed to fight a supernatural dream demon? Varissa questioned. I have existed in the dreamscape for centuries. waiting for the day Freddy returned to power, always staying one step ahead of him. I died a long time ago. My spirit has been a watcher here, a guardian in his dreamscape. I still have some power, and I could have passed it on to anyone if given the chance. But it won't meet its full potential until I pass it on to a living heir, Alice explained. When I was alive, Freddy came for me and my friends twice. The first time I learned of dream powers, what I was capable of here in this reality, and what others had been capable of before me. A girl named Christina had joined together with the group of her friends and fought Freddy, tapping into individual powers. They were the Dream Warriors, and they defeated Freddy for a time. But he is like a roach, Verissa. Somehow he always survives to kill again. Kristen was a wielder of the Dream Warrior power, and in her dying moments passed on to me the ability to harness that power, and I became a Dream Master. I was able to use the dream powers, but even then Freddy was still able to kill several of my close friends, and even my brother. But I learned to harness the dream powers of my fallen friends. They are powers that you can harness, Verissa. Powers that you will need to harness if you are to save yourself or your friends. If you harness the powers, you will be able to pull your friends into your dream. You and your friends need to remember, Freddy may have unlimited power in this dreamscape, but so do you. You can be whatever you want in your dream. Listen, Freddy is going to pick you and your friends off one by one unless you unite and stand against him. There's so much I need to tell you, and we don't have much time. He knows I've been trying to reach you. Why is he doing this? My friends have nothing to do with what happened to him, Verissa interjected. It doesn't matter. Freddy is eternal and eternally evil. It stopped being about revenge a long time ago for him. I hoped he would just sit on Earth forever in his limbo and pout. He tried many times to trick others like you and your friends into falling for his trap to help him escape isolation, but he was never powerful enough or close enough to pull it off. I fear my presence in this dreamscape and my connection to you, me trying to warn you, may have been the boost he needed to pull off his escape plan. But the why and whats don't matter anymore. It's time to listen, Verissa. I am going to pass on to you something that... Alice was cut off by a warbling noise that reverberated the walls and floor the women stood on. Large cracks broke horizontally on the walls around them. The ceiling above them broke open and flew away, and the walls around them crumbled to dust, and they found themselves standing in a dim, hot boiler room. Alice and Verissa stood back to back, spinning in circles, looking all around them. "He's here!" Alice shouted.
"You don't say, old friend,"
Freddy snorted. They looked up and saw Freddy jumping from a platform above them. He landed easily 5 feet in front of them. They all stood on a metal-grated floor. Rows of pipes ran along their sides, and behind Freddy, a hot furnace burned, the fire inside of it casting an eerie light in the dark, dark boiler room.
"Why didn't you invite me to the family reunion, Alice?"
Freddy laughed.
"Oh well, I knew this one was special when I saw you were trying to get her attention. It was too easy to let you do all the work and lead me to her. I just sat back and waited for my moment, and now you've given it to me. 2 bitches with 1 stone."
"Go to hell, Krueger. It's too late. You waited too long. She knows everything now," Alice shouted defiantly back at Freddy.
Oh, I'm shaking in my boots, bitch. No, hell wasn't my style. I think I'll stay right here. Your little descendant and her friends have given me a new lease on life, and now that they have pulled up all my information, on their ship. It'll all be part of a record. The name Freddy Krueger will strike fear again, and I will get back to doing what I do best. And I'll have a whole new planet with a lot of new Elm Streets to visit, he growled.
One problem, Krueger. Alice stepped back.
Oh yeah? What's that?
He asked sarcastically. We won't let you live long enough to hurt anyone else, Alice said with the fire in her eyes. Alice knew the biggest mistake she could make was giving Freddy time to talk and distract. She didn't wait. She jumped into the air inhumanly high and flew down at Freddy. Her leg extended and connected with his chest, knocking him down. Verissa was awestruck at what she was witnessing. Alice ran to Krueger's side and reached to pick him up, but Freddy was fast. He lashed out with his glove and sliced her across her forearm. He sprang to his feet effortlessly and grabbed hold of Alice. Verissa ran to assist and tried to get Freddy in a headlock, but Freddy knew she was there and backhanded Verissa, knocking her to the ground. Her nose began dripping blood. She wiped it away and recoiled and slowly got back to her feet, silently rooting for Alice to defeat the child killer. Freddy grabbed Alice by the back of the head and began trying to move her towards the furnace. Alice threw her feet out in front of her and pushed off the front of the furnace, knocking Freddy to the ground and landing on top of him. She threw her elbow backwards, connecting with Freddy's face, and Alice copied Freddy's earlier move, and with the grace of a cat, she sprang to her feet. Alice threw her hands out towards Freddy's prone form, and lightning bolts shot forth, striking Freddy, sending him sliding several feet on his back. He began to pull himself up, and Alice reached back into her past and thought of her brother. And as Freddy shakily stood to his feet, Alice harnessed his martial arts prowess and jumped and spun, connecting with the roundhouse kick, slamming Freddy back against the opening of the furnace. Freddy swung his gloved hand at Alice, and she sidestepped his attack, gripping his wrist in both hands and flipping him onto his back, using his own momentum. Alice lifted her leg and brought her foot down hard onto Freddy's head. Verissa smiled and let out a cheer of "Yes!" Freddy held his face, and Alice did not hesitate. She picked Freddy up off the ground, and with a strength that shocked Verissa, Alice held him over her head and threw him against the row of pipes on their right side. Freddy hit the pipe so hard it broke a large one, and steam hissed out, spraying Freddy in his face. He covered his face with his hands and howled in pain. He staggered back in front of the women, his back inches from the open furnace. Alice saw her shot, a chance to end this here and now, or at the very least give Verissa more time to receive the powers and learn how to use them. Alice backed up, leapt back into the air, and extended her leg to kick Freddy again. This time, her intent was to knock the Dream Demon into the open furnace. As Verissa watched, her look of wonder at Alice's ability was suddenly replaced with one of abject terror, as she saw what was going to happen. As Alice began her descent to connect with another kick, Verissa looked at Freddy. Time seemed to slow down. She saw Freddy lower his hand away from his face. His scowl of pain from the hot steam was now gone, replaced by an insidious grin. She felt like she was going to be sick as Freddy locked eyes with Verissa and winked. He then returned his focus to Alice, and before her foot could connect with his chest, Freddy reached out with both hands, grabbing Alice by the ankle. He gripped her ankle tight and spun to the side, using her own momentum against her, letting go of her ankle as he guided her directly into the furnace.
Feeling a little deja vu, Alice?
Freddy cackled, looking into the furnace.
Well, that argument got a little heated, huh?
Freddy said, turning to Verissa. No, Alice! Verissa screamed, wanting to run to the furnace but fearing the undead dream killer that stood in her way. She had no choice but to watch as Alice's soul burned in the furnace before her.
Tisk, 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 Verissa. You mean girls gossiping behind my back. That's just rude. But hey, now anything you want to say, you can say to my face.
Freddy began, but before he could finish his sentence, Alice's burning being sprang from the opening of the furnace and reached out towards Verissa. A round orb of bright white energy shot out from Alice's hand and flew through the boiler room, casting the room in such a bright light that Freddy had to lift his arms in front of his face to block the blinding light. The orb struck Verissa in the chest, and a white energy ran an outline around her body, and then seemed to pull itself under her skin. Behind Krueger, Alice's burning soul began to rapidly decay, like a rotting corpse. But in her last effort to assist her descendant, she reached out her burning, decaying hand and grabbed hold of Freddy's shoulder, and pulled him towards the opening of the furnace. Verissa didn't know how she knew, but in that moment, she knew what to do. Freddy had actual fear etch across his burnt face as he felt himself being pulled backwards towards the furnace. And as he saw Verissa standing confident a few feet in front of him, her eyes turning a solid white, she lifted her hands in front of her, pulled them back, and in a swift movement thrust them forward, and a bright white stream of light burst from her hands and hit Krueger square in his chest. At the same time, Alice's soul crumbled to ash in the fire. Krueger swayed backwards, his body threatening to fall in the fire. He jerked his head towards Verissa, his yellow bloodshot eyes staring a hole of hate into her soul, the white energy pouring into him.
I've got a play date with your friends. You're gonna pay. This isn't over.
Freddy growled, and he disappeared before Verissa was able to use her newfound dream powers to fully push him backwards into the furnace. Verissa felt all of her energy drained from her, and the white stream of light disappeared, and she collapsed to one knee. The furnace's fire went out. What the hell just happened? She asked the empty room as she breathed hard, trying to regain her energy. Alice's words echoed in her mind. If she harnessed the dream powers, she could bring her friends to her, and they could take the fight to Freddy. Talos stood at the control panel in the cryo chamber room in deep thought. The primary vital alarms were still sounding for Donella, Naquilio, and Butch, and had been for a very long time. How long exactly, Talos couldn't be sure. He had been otherwise distracted, hard at work trying to find a way to assist the crew. Luckily, so far their vital alarms had not escalated to the point of being joined by the emergency level alarms. He needed to help them at all costs, but Krueger had somehow destroyed his program that allowed his AI system to interface with the neural implants of a crewmate. But there had to be some other way in, something he could use to bypass whatever it was Krueger had done to keep him out. Talos waved his hand over the control panel, and a screen appeared. He opened his index finger again, and a cord snaked out and connected to the panel, and data began scrolling on the screen. He tried something new, but was greeted by a flashing red and green screen with the words, "Fuck off, R2, appearing on the screen. I don't know what that means, Talos said aloud as he began another attempt at using a backdoor channel to sneak back into the neural implant system of his crewmates. But before he could execute his idea, the emergency level vital alarms for Donella, Naquilio, and Butch all started blaring at the same time. "Oh, what in the actual fuck?" Talos blurted out loud, surprising even himself. Talos 16 turned his attention back to his screen, and with unrivaled determination went back to work. Although now a new plan was growing in the android's mind. He would not only find a way to interface with the neural implant system again, but he would find a way to clone and upload his own programming into the subconsciousness of the entire crew all at once, so he could give them assistance and save all their lives. And time was of the essence, because Talos 16 now understood and was fully aware that Freddy was indeed turning up the heat. Chapter 10, BLITZkrueger. Butch walked through the doors of the Space Bunnies Gentlemen's Club. He looked around the dark club and heard loud music with heavy bass, saw strobing lights, and a large stage where a woman was currently dancing on a pole, her legs wrapped around it upside down, while several men around the stage threw money at her or pointed their credit scanners at her and tipped her account automatically by instant transfer from their own. The club was packed. He looked around the large room and saw every chair was taken. Topless women were serving drinks and dancing at tables. A long bar was erected to his right, and a clean-cut man seemingly in his late 20s or early 30s with blondish hair and a big nose was cleaning a glass. The man was around 6 foot tall and wore a nice suit that seemed to shine. It had a red and green motif that seemed out of place. He looked at Butch and winked. Butch couldn't remember going there and felt he needed to be somewhere else but couldn't give it further thought as a voice cut through the loud music. "Oh, Butchie, where you been? You like leaving a girl hanging?" came a voice to his right, and he felt an arm wrap around his. He looked to see a slender, topless human female wearing nothing but a candy apple red G-string, candy apple red high heels, and glitter. Her purple hair at shoulder length and double D's on full display. And Butch judged by what she displayed currently that she must be very cold. She was then joined by another topless beauty who came up to Butch's left side and took his left arm in hers. She was dressed about the same as the first female but wore a bright pink G-string and pink high heels, and her hair was green. Butch ascertained she was very cold as well. "Yeah, Butchie, we were beginning to think you didn't like us anymore." "Wait, no, I'm supposed to be doing something. I'm not supposed to be here. I'm supposed to be on the..." Butch was saying as he struggled with his thoughts, but his mind was cloudy and he couldn't quite remember what he was supposed to be doing, but he knew it wasn't visiting a strip club. Ladies, you didn't tell me Mr. VIP was here." A man's voice came up behind Butch as he felt a strong hand rest on his shoulder. Butch turned his head to see the bartender smiling at him, and then he continued to speak. "See anything you like tonight, Mr. Stockard? Our selection has grown since the last time you were here. And of course, as always, everything is on the house," the bartender said, patting Butch on the back a little too hard. "Wait, I think I know you," Butch said, as his mind tried to clear and the bartender's face began to register with him. He remembered a control panel, a screen, something about old Earth, and Butch's thoughts were again cut off as the bartender responded. "You think you know me? You hear this guy, ladies? Butch acting like he's new or something. Always the joker. Of course you know me, Mr. VIP." The bartender laughed, turning to go back to the bar. As he walked away, he laughed again and said to himself, "He thinks he knows me. Ha!" "Come on, Butchie, we got a surprise for you tonight," she crooned. "All right, ladies, show Mr. Stockard the time of his life." the bartender called from behind his bar as the two women pulled Butch through the floor of the club and through a beaded doorway that read VIP Lounge in flashy neon red and green letters. They pulled Butch to a large, comfy sofa and pushed him down onto it and climbed on top of it, each lady straddling one of his thighs. They rubbed the side of his face, kissed his neck. Butch tried to again remember what he was supposed to be doing, but then the green-haired girl blew into his ear and Colin Butch Stockard decided the distraction was just too nice, and he decided to go with the moment and enjoy it. "We've got something we know you're gonna like, Butchie," the purple-haired lady whispered into his ear as a new, bumping bass song began to play in the club. The two ladies caressed the side of Butch's face and ran their fingers to his chin and softly took hold of it and turned his attention to the beaded doorway. A tall yet beautiful Noctralian female, also covered in glitter, wearing a blue G-string, blue high heels, and skimpy blue bra, sauntered into the VIP room. The blue of her small amount of clothing blended almost perfectly with the blue hue of her slightly ridged skin, giving the illusion of nudity. She stared longingly with her three eyes deep into Butch's eyes. Butch was breathless. He had never seen a Noctralian female this beautiful and wearing such little clothing. His eyes fell down her slender blue neck to the full cleavage of her very large blue breasts. He felt his heart rate rise slightly. His eyes continued downwards at her muscular abdomen. No belly button. It was strange, but Butch also thought it was sexy. As his eyes went lower, she had reached the couch. The two human females slowly got off the couch and began leaving the room. "Don't do anything we wouldn't do, Butchie," one of them teased as they left the room. Hi, Butch breathed out, his excitement paramount. "Hello, big boy. The boss says anything you want tonight, you get," the Noctralian replied. Oh yeah?" Butch said, taking a deep breath. He noticed he was slightly shaking. This Noctralian was the most beautiful thing he had seen in his entire life. "Yes," the Noctralian whispered in his ear as she straddled him. "What do you want?" she asked as she began rubbing her body against his, rocking back and forth, pushing down her weight onto Butch's lap as she did so. Oh my God, this is good," he managed to squeak out. "You know you can touch too. You're a VIP," she whispered in his ear. Butch's hands awkwardly made their way to her hips. He ran his fingertips up her back and held her slender frame, his large hands wrapped around her ribs, his fingers on her back, his thumbs sliding on the side of her belly. He pushed his hands up, his thumbs rubbing against the side of her Noctralian breasts. She then reached in and took his hands and pushed them down to her waist and buttocks. Butch squeezed. He had never been so excited in his life. His heart rate was faster than he had ever felt before, and his excitement was growing to a crescendo as she rubbed and rocked against him. The excitement only grew more. Butch squeezed hard into the Noctralian's hips. As she began pushing down even more, Butch squeezed her hips again, his fingers digging into her blue skin. But this time, he felt them break the skin and felt something wet pour onto his hands. The Noctralian continued as if nothing happened. Butch looked down at his hands and realized he had ripped open the skin of the Noctralian at the hips, where the legs begin. And as she continued to writhe back and forth, he watched in shock and horror as the skin ripped more, until there was a perfect circle of blood pouring from the very top of her legs. His hands were covered in a deep crimson that looked almost black in the dark lighting and strobing lights. Butch tried to stand up. "Oh my God, your legs!" he shouted. The Noctralian only writhed harder. It was no longer enjoyable, it was beginning to hurt, and Butch was alarmed as the blue skin of her legs began to wrinkle, as her motion caused it to begin to push down her legs as if it were stockings she was wearing. What he saw underneath in the strobing lights looked like severe burn tissue. He put his hands on her hips again and began trying to push her off him as he finally remembered where he was supposed to be. He was asleep on the Beowulf. The bartender was that creep from the screen in the nanolab, Freddy X. Then he remembered how Freddy had died, burned in a fire. As the revelations hit him, he looked on in terror as the blue skin of the Noctralian's legs fell to her ankles, revealing fully burnt legs covered in wet pus and blood. The dancer was blowing into his ear, but then Butch screamed in pain as he felt a white-hot fire erupt in his earlobe. The bitch was biting him. To Butch's horror, he felt the Noctralian jerk her head backwards, and Butch felt a stinging, burning, ripping sensation, and threw his hand to his ear, and felt nothing but wet gore. His ear was gone. Butch tried to grab the alien and forcefully throw her off of him, but it was as if she weighed a ton. He jerked his head to look up and face her, and saw his ear still in her teeth, a huge grin growing on her face. It was unnatural. It didn't match her features, and the blue skin on her face was beginning to wrinkle like the leg skin did. The Noctralian then spit out the ear and reached up with the hand, ripped the skin from her face, and threw it behind her, except it wasn't a her anymore. The face Butch looked up at was the face of the bartender, the face of Freddy Krueger, but it was covered in horrible burns. His eyes, now only 2 of them, were yellow with red vessels running at the sides. He smiled, and his teeth were yellowed and black at the tops. Below his neck, he still had the body of the Noctralian female, except from the waist down, the burnt legs still showed. Butch struggled again, but the 2 human females from earlier suddenly were at his sides again. They took his arms and held them in vice-like grips. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free.
"What's the matter, Butchie?"
Freddy asked.
"Am I not your type?"
He cackled.
"This is just a dream. This is impossible," Butch shouted. "All that old Earth bullshit, just bouncing around in my subconscious trying to make sense of everything. My ear is hurting from, I don't know, the medication." "Oh, then you won't mind if I do this?"
Freddy asked as he lifted one of his steel blue Noctralian hands, and it wore the artifact they had secured earlier, the bladed glove, and the thing still sitting on him extended one finger of the glove and drug it down Butch's chest, from collarbone to belly button. Fresh blood oozed from the gash. Butch grimaced in pain.
"Don't worry, Butchie. It's all old Earth bullshit. Remember?"
Freddy laughed.
What the fuck? What the fuck?"
Butch began asking, not understanding how he actually felt the pain stinging in the wound that ran down his chest to his stomach, or the extreme pain where his ear once was.
"Oh, sorry, Butchie. No fuck for you tonight. Just a good old-fashioned, you're fucked,"
Freddy growled as he extended his full glove and rose it above his head and brought it down over and over again, slashing across Butch's face, neck, and chest. All the while, the women on Butch's sides giggled like schoolgirls. Butch screamed with each strike from Freddy's glove, but after a few more slashes, Butch wasn't screaming anymore. Talos sat at the control panel in the Nanomed lab and continued attempting to find some way to bypass whatever Freddy was doing to block him from connecting to the crew's neural implants, but to no avail. He had thought he had found a back door to clone his AI and get it into everybody, but Freddy appeared on his screen wagging a finger saying,
Nuh-uh-uh, you didn't say the magic word!
The supernatural was apparently real. Talos found it very intriguing that something he had viewed as an absolute impossibility was indeed possible. What else was he wrong about that he assumed he was absolutely sure of? He had been watching over the emergency alarms of Danella, Naquilio, and Butch for hours now. He wasn't sure how their bodies could withstand such high heart rates and blood pressure for such a long time. Had Talos been a human, he may had already let frustration push him to giving up on finding a way back into his crewmates' dreams, to assist them, but he was an android, and had almost perfect patience. But this Freddy was definitely testing that patience. He was extremely worried for his friend and creator Lubden. He knew Lubden was not a fighter, and he hoped that Lubden had listened to him and was running and not looking back. Talos tried another program he had created and was greeted by a flashing red and green screen again that read, "Nice try, Tin Man." Talos cleared the screen and began another attempt at getting in when suddenly Butch's alarm shot to maximum levels. Talos waved his hand over the control panel and brought up the security feed from the cryo chamber room and zoomed in on Butch's chamber. To Talos's fascination, he witnessed Butch's left ear burst into flames and disappear, leaving behind a bloody hole on the side of his head. Moments later, Butch began screaming in his sleep, as at first one long gash appeared down his chest. A slash ripped down his thin white tank top from collarbone to his stomach, and blood began soaking through. A few seconds later, several gashes appeared from thin air all over Butch's face, neck, and chest. Blood poured and oozed from the countless wounds, and moments later, Butch had joined Candlin and Christina on the list of the recently deceased employees of Hawkins Salvage and Recovery. Talos felt something akin to sadness and anger. He felt he was failing his friends. He waved his hand over his control panel and got back to work trying to find a way in. Naquilio opened his 3 eyes. He was lying on a hard surface. It was very uncomfortable. He sat up and turned, letting his feet touch the floor. He found he was sitting on a metal slab, a sort of makeshift bed, but with no mattress or pillow. He looked around, clearing the cobwebs from his head, and realized with confusion he was in a dank, dark, small jail cell of some kind. It had a small window on the wall of the back of the cell, and bars ran across the front of the cell with the green and red energy pulsating through them. The floor was a gray concrete surface. He rose out of bed and glanced down at his clothing. He was wearing a bright orange jumpsuit with no markings other than a series of letters and numbers that were printed on the top left of the chest of his jumpsuit. It read RE 1984. A prisoner number, he was certain. But why was he a prisoner? Where was he exactly? He wondered. Naquilio walked to the small window at the back of his cell. It was a solid glass window several inches thick, but he could see clearly out of it, and it took his breath away. He was in orbit above Earth 2. Realization hit him quickly as he remembered there was only one prison that orbited Earth 2. And it was for the worst of the worst criminals, local terrorists, and intergalactic terrorists. He was imprisoned on Alcatraz-E2. He knew it had to be a mistake. He had been on the Beowulf, working with a perfectly nice crew of Earth 2 humans, getting to visit dead planets and collect artifacts. There had to be some kind of mix-up. He couldn't remember how he had gone from the Beowulf to being in a jail cell, and at that moment his thoughts were cloudy. He felt as if he had some small version of amnesia. Naquilio walked to the bars of his cell, making sure not to touch them, as the energy that pulsed through them did not look inviting. "Hey, guard! Somebody! What is going on?" he called out. As he looked out of his cell, he noticed there was an aisle that ran between two sides of cells, just like his. He was in the middle of the set of cells on one side of the room, and across from him was another set of cells that ran the length of the long room. Strangely, though, there were no other prisoners in any of the cells. Naquilio heard a door at the far end of the room open and shut. The noise echoed through the mostly empty cell block. He then heard the echo of booted footfalls approaching him. He looked to his left and saw a burly black guard in a full black uniform approaching him. The man was tall, large, probably 250 pounds, 6'3", jacked, and had an intimidating face with a finely manicured black goatee and short dark hair, with white peppered throughout. The guard arrived at Naquilio's cell and stopped and turned to face his prisoner. "What do you want, alien?" the man said with disdain dripping from his tongue. "What am I doing here? I'm not supposed to be here. What happened?" Naquilio genuinely asked. "As if you don't know, alien. No point trying to claim amnesia or insanity. They've already made their decision about you," the guard answered. "Decision? What are you talking about? Please tell me. I really don't know. Please, sir," Naquilio responded. "Don't you sir me, you monster. You don't get to kill an entire crew of humans in such a disgusting, depraved display of evil, and then talk to me like you're not a piece of alien scum," the guard barked. "No, I didn't kill anyone. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know how I got here. Please, you have to believe me," Naquilio said. Then, in his fear and anxiety, he momentarily neglected the energy pulsing in the bars as he reached forward and grabbed hold of them with his hands. Immediately, the energy shot into his hands and up his arms and knocked him to the floor with an electric sting. Naquilio rubbed his hands and got back to his feet. "Ha! Serves you right, shithead. Don't play dumb with me. Save your begging and pleading for Dr. K. I got no sympathy for you after the way you shot that poor girl into open space from the airlock and used an old Earth artifact to slash and stab your entire crew to death in their sleep, including the teenage girl. You make me sick, you fuck. Just shut up. I'm glad they didn't give you back to Somnian 5. When they demanded you be set free, I don't care that it started a fucking war. I never liked you blue freaks breathing our air to begin with. The rest of your kind may have got off Earth 2 before we got a chance to round them up, but you will give us all the information we need. Dr. K is gonna dissect you like a classroom frog. We're gonna know what makes you blue pieces of shit tick," the guard said as he spat at Naquilio's feet. "No, I swear I didn't do it. I wouldn't do that," Naquilio pleaded. The fact he couldn't remember how he had gotten to the cell, couldn't remember but a few fleeting memories from the Beowulf and the crew, it began to cause him to worry that maybe at some point space madness had taken him, and maybe he had done something so horrible. He shook his head and shot that thought down. He knew he wasn't capable of it. He just needed to remember. He felt if he could just remember, he could explain it all. Something was off. It couldn't be true. Naquilio's thoughts were cut off by a comm on the guard's wrist lighting up and beeping. The guard touched a small strap around his wrist, and a voice called out from it. "Dr. K is ready for the prisoner," it said. "Roger that," the guard called back, tapping the strap and ending the communication. "As much as I enjoy watching you squirm like a little bitch, it's time to meet Dr. K. Who knows, maybe he'll take mercy on you and make it quick, but I'm betting he'll want to take it nice and slow. He loves his work. Hell, you might even like him. He may be as sick and twisted as you," the guard said, laughing. Naquilio closed his eyes, panic running through his body. When he opened his eyes a mere second later, he was no longer standing in his cell. Now he was laying on a hard bed in a bright white room. He turned his head and saw a silver tray table next to the bed he lay on, and it was topped with arcane surgical tools, saws, rib spreaders, and more. Naquilio tried to sit up, but found he was tied down to the table. He jerked his arms, but they were strapped down as well. He could not move a muscle. He tried lifting his head and realized a strap had been placed around his neck as well. That's when he noticed the large mirror hanging on the ceiling above him. He could now see the straps around his ankles, waist, wrist, and neck. He was naked except for the boxer briefs he still wore. "Help! Somebody!" he called out in desperation. Two large swinging white doors a few feet from the foot of the table swung open, and a man around 6 foot tall, wearing red and green pinstriped scrubs, a surgical mask and surgical cap, walked into the room and stood next to Naquilio, and lifted a pair of white rubber gloves off the tray table and put them on. The man stood over Naquilio and stared down at him. Naquilio could see the man's eyes were yellowed and severely bloodshot, and the skin around his eyes and the bridge of his nose that wasn't covered by the mask or hair cover was covered in wet burned tissue. "What the hell? Why is this happening? I didn't do anything! Who are you?" Naquilio screamed out, his questions in a heated panic.
"I'm Dr. K. I'll be doing the procedure. Don't worry, I have a great bedside manner."
The doctor said with a chuckle. "You can't do this! I am innocent! I have to be! And what the fuck is wrong with your face?" Naquilio asked again, seeing the burns.
"Hey, you got no room to talk, Three Eyes," the doctor growled. "Don't worry. It'll all come back to you soon enough."
Naquilio's head began to pound, and suddenly the fog that had covered his brain blew away, and everything started to come back to him. He hadn't killed his crew. In fact, the last thing he remembered was going into cryosleep with the crew. It finally clicked. He remembered it all. The glove, the model house, the research, the child killer, the diary, Freddy Krueger, the stories about him haunting people in their dreams. "Freddy," Naquilio said with contempt.
"Bingo! Get this boy a prize!"
Freddy laughed. "This is impossible. It's got to be just a dream. You can't be real," Naquilio said.
"You know, I was thinking the same thing when I saw you the first time. I gotta say, I went back and forth on how to even handle your nightmare. At first I thought, maybe I'll make myself look like Gargamel and chase you with a large net, but thought, nah, he's too big to be a Smurf."
Naquilio looked confused as Freddy spoke.
"Then I considered not even killing you at all. I assumed if I did kill you, then wherever your avatar bed is, you just wake up, hop back in your wheelchair, and call it a day,"
Freddy continued. "What the fuck are you talking about?" Naquilio demanded.
"Yeah, sorry. My references are a little dated. But that's okay, Yondu. We gotta keep moving forward,"
Freddy said with his eyes smiling.
"Guess I don't need these,"
he continued as he took off his surgical mask and cap.
"I don't think we need to worry about you getting that last-second infection."
"Let me go! Come on! Come at me like a warrior! Take these straps off! Let's see what you're really made of! I'm not some vulnerable kid, Krueger!" Naquilio shouted. Freddy ignored Naquilio's demands and looked at the tray table and began lifting surgical instruments and then shaking his head and throwing them over his shoulder to clink to the floor.
"No, no, no! These aren't right!"
Freddy said, irritated, and then he looked somewhere behind the table past Naquilio's head, and his eyes lit up and he smiled.
"Ah, there it is! My one and only!"
Freddy walked past Naquilio and then returned a moment later, and Naquilio watched in panicked terror as Freddy slid on the four-bladed glove from the Beowulf. Naquilio hoped it was all just a dream, a side effect from the cryosleep medication. But deep in his gut, he knew it wasn't. His time was almost up.
"Let's see. Do we go old school?"
Freddy asked, and lifted his gloved hand in front of his face and flicked it open, spreading his fingers out, and as he did, the blades instantly turned into surgical scalpels. Freddy began shaking his head.
No, that won't do. I already showed my age with my dated references. I think it's best if Freddy finally gets with the times,
he continued, and flourished his blades again. And as he flicked them, Naquilio could hear a sound like an energy weapon powering on, and watched as the 4 scalpels on the bladed glove turned into small red and green glowing energy lasers.
Now, let's see what you're made of,
Freddy snarled, all humor gone from his voice and eyes. Freddy lifted his glove into the air and held it over Naquilio. Naquilio did not speak. He did not beg. He glared at Freddy defiantly. Freddy gave a slight smile with the corner of his mouth and lowered his glove over Naquilio's chest. The Noctralian did his best to not give Freddy the satisfaction of showing fear or pain, and as the lasers cut into his chest, he succeeded. But as Freddy began digging deeper, Naquilio began moaning, and when Freddy then lifted his hand to the Noctralian's face and traced one of the lasers around Naquilio's middle eye, he couldn't hold back anymore, and began screaming as Freddy pulled the eye from its socket and held it in front of Naquilio's face.
Here's looking at you, kid.
Naquilio continued screaming as Freddy moved back to the alien's torso and drove the lasers of his gloves into his stomach. But the screaming and his breathing stopped soon after, as Naquilio began going into shock and watched in horror from his 2 remaining eyes in the reflection of the mirror that hung over his head, as Freddy began pulling his insides out while laughing maniacally.
This is what I brought, you may forget me. I promise to depart, just promise one thing. Kiss my eyes and lay me to sleep. This is what I brought you, this you can keep. This is what I brought you, may forget me. I promise you my heart, just promise to sing. Kiss my eyes and lay me to sleep. Kiss my eyes and lay me to sleep. This is what I thought you'd lead me. This is what I thought, so think me naive. I promise you a heart you promise to keep. Kiss my eyes and lay me to sleep.
Talos was again jolted by another maximum level alarm. This time Naquilio's. He quickly pulled up the security feed. A new sensation hit Talos in the moment as his AI continued to evolve. He was feeling what he perceived to be anxiety and dread, as at first 4 gashes formed on the Noctralian's chest, and then his middle eye was gone and replaced by a gaping, bleeding hole, followed by his belly splitting open and his insides falling out to the floor of his chamber. Naquilio's vital alarm stopped sounding, and Talos watched helplessly as another crew member fell to the Dream Demon. Talos had an idea strike him. Even if he did get into the dreams of the remaining crewmates, there was only so much he could do. But with the right information, maybe he could bring something more to the fight. Talos waved his hands and pulled up the scans of the diary that had been brought onto the ship. The physical diary was indeed gone, but the scans were still stored in their system. Talos began absorbing all the data from those scans. Danella's eyes shot open as she felt the Beowulf rock from an impact. She heard a scream behind her and turned to see the entire crew strapped into chairs, her daughter seated directly behind her. Danella glanced to her left and saw Warlock strapped into the pilot's seat, and deep concern showed on his grizzled features, and sweat beaded on his brow. Danella looked down and realized she was strapped into the co-pilot's seat, but couldn't remember how she had gotten there. She looked up and out the front glass of the cockpit and saw they were dead center flying through an asteroid field.
"All right, worms, hold on to your dicks, it's about to get dicey," Warlock yelled.
What the fuck is going on? How did you not see this coming when you mapped out our course? Danella demanded. Why can't I remember getting here? What the hell is going on? Shit, watch out! Danella continued before noticing a large asteroid was about to hit their left side, and she stopped her questioning to scream at her pilot. Warlock jerked his controls to the right and barely avoided an impact. Danella turned to her crew behind her. Somebody tell me what is going on. Who buckled me in? The last thing I remember was we... Danella tried hard to recall exactly what was the last thing she remembered. But before she could, the Beowulf rocked harder than ever, and sparks flew out of the control panels of the cockpit.
"Shit, we took a hit! One more like that and we are toast!"
Warlock shouted, trying to correct their course. Get us out of here and I'll give you a fucking raise, Rollins. Chrissy, honey, you hold on, it's going to be okay, she said as she gripped her handrest, her knuckles turning white as a ghost. She no longer cared how she got there, she just wanted to survive their current predicament. Warlock grunted and cussed as he flew through 4 other near misses. But then the entire crew gasped collectively when they saw a massive asteroid in their path. It was at least 5 times larger than the Beowulf. Warlock looked like he was going to pass out from not breathing, but he went to work immediately trying his best to pull out of the path. Try slowing down our speed? Lubden called out from behind him. Mom, I'm scared, Christina screamed over the chaos. Pull up, Nero shouted. To the left, we can clear it on the left, Nequilio chimed in with his own loud demand. We're not gonna clear it, Warlock, do something! Danella shrieked as the cockpit window was suddenly filled with the vision of the giant asteroid surface and nothing more. All anyone could see now was death coming right for them.
Shit! We don't have time! We're gonna hit it! There's nothing I can...
Warlock began to yell, but it was too late. A large piece of an asteroid had collided with their cockpit, as Warlock tried to dodge the giant asteroid that was also seconds from colliding with the ship. Danella screamed and braced herself as the cockpit window exploded. Alarms blared. The air being sucked out of the ship was like being inside a tornado, and she watched in horror as one after another her crew began flying past her head and were sucked out of the broken cockpit window. Silent screams and terror adorned their faces as they reached for their boss in vain hope she would save them from death. The last person to be pulled out of the Beowulf by the vacuum of space was Christina. She reached her hand out and Danella was able to take hold. She stared at her daughter with determination, her eyes telling her daughter everything was going to be okay. And then a beam from the ceiling of the cockpit snapped and penetrated directly into Christina's sternum. Her eyes projected pain and fear as she was knocked loose of her mother's grasp. Danella reached out in vain. Then her own seat began to shake. She looked over at her pilot and almost vomited when she saw a large piece of broken cockpit window had driven into his chest and neck. Warlock was very dead. Blood poured from his wounds and immediately became small beads of red that sucked out into space. Danella was beginning to feel lightheaded as she turned her attention back to the broken cockpit window, just as the Beowulf collided with the large asteroid. Danella felt it all, the collision, the whiplash, and then the crumpled metal that drove into her torso, severing her body into 2 pieces. And then fire engulfed her world, and everything went black. Danella opened her eyes again, and she was confused once again. She wasn't in the Beowulf. She wasn't a red splotch on the side of an asteroid. No, Danella Hawkins was dressed in a very nice pantsuit and sitting in an extremely comfortable chair. Probably the most comfortable chair she had ever sat upon. She was sitting before a beautiful polished antique wooden desk in a bright white room. The room was empty save for her chair, the desk before her, a poster on the wall to her left that showed a kitten gripping a tree limb with its front paws as its back legs dangled over a large pit with fire coming out of it, with the words, "Hang in there, Chrissy," at the top of it. Danella blinked her eyes to see if she read it correctly, and when she finished blinking, she saw it read, "Hang in there, Kitty," at the top of the poster. And there was a large black leather office chair behind the desk, a large chair that's back was facing her at that moment. As Danella began to speak up, the chair gave a slight squeak as it slowly spun around. In the chair was a man in his late 20s or early 30s. It was hard to tell. His face was youngish, but he had a slight receding hairline. His hair was blondish, and he sported a slightly larger nose than most men. He was wearing neat, expensive-looking glasses that rested on the tip of his nose as he looked down at a folder that he had open and was holding in both hands. He was dressed in a fine dress shirt, a green tie, and red suspenders. A suit jacket hung on the wall near the desk. The man began, as he continued to read whatever was in the folder he held. "Danella Hawkins, right?" he asked. "Yes," Danella said with 1,000 questions on her face. "I'm sure you have 1,000 questions," the man chimed in as if reading her mind. Yeah, like where the hell am I? Danella thought. "The biggest of which, I'm sure, is just where the hell are you? Am I right?" the man said, again as if he was in Danella's head. "Yes, I was just on my ship with my crew and... Wait, we had a collision," she said as she began to remember the crash. "How the hell did I survive that?" she pondered. "Yes, a deadly collision indeed. You're probably wondering how the hell you survived that. Well, take a breath. This is going to be hard to hear. You didn't survive it," the man said, answering the question she had been thinking. She felt very creeped out by the man, not just for how he kept reading her mind, but his appearance. She had seen this man somewhere before, but she couldn't put her finger on it. And she had so much running through her confused mind at that moment, it didn't seem as important as finding out what he meant and where exactly she was. "What do you mean I didn't survive?" Danella asked. "What I mean is, you died. You, your crew, all very dead. You are currently in, processing," he said very matter-of-factly and professionally. "Processing? What is processing?" she demanded, as if not hearing the part where he said she had died. Pushy, aren't we? Have some patience, dear. Time is literally all you have now," the man said with a small bite. "You are being processed to go, north or south. You know, going on vacation and either hitting those slopes or going on an endless hike through the desert." The man finished with a chuckle, laughing at his own bad joke. "I don't know what you mean, and I'm obviously not dead. I don't know what this is all about, but I'm not going to sit here and take it. I need to find my daughter. Where is she?" Danella barked as she stood up and began looking for a door. She realized there wasn't one. "What is the meaning of this? Let me out of here." The man grinned, winked, and snapped his fingers, and instantly Danella found herself go from standing to sitting back in the chair. "How did you do that?" she yelled, and made a run for a wall. The man let out a sigh and snapped his fingers again, and instantly Danella was back in the chair. "We can do this all day, or you can let me get through this," he said. "Your daughter is quite safe and sound, and never happier, I assure you." "What do you know about Chrissy?" she asked. "Christina Hawkins. I had her here before you. She lived a righteous life
and her processing was done in seconds. She took the express elevator right to the top. Come on, smile! She's in heaven, Mom, the man said with a huge grin. The reality of her situation finally began to set in. Her daughter had died in the crash. The crew had died, and Donella herself was indeed dead. She was in some sort of afterlife processing, and as miffed as Donella was over her daughter actually being correct about her beliefs, at least she knew Chrissy was in a good place. Okay, fine, I understand. When can I see her? Donella asked. The man turned a couple pages, and a look of disappointment came over his face. Oof, that's not good. Says here you teased your daughter's beliefs constantly. Poked fun at God and all things holy? Oh, wow. And not long before you died, you chose greed over your daughter's comfort and happiness. Oh, wow, the man said as he continued to go back through pages. This is not good. I never liked separating families. But there's no point to even try to make an appeal here. He clicked his tongue and hit a small button on his desk, and a large platform came out of the floor next to Donella's chair. On the platform was a large handle about the size of a pool stick. Wait, what? What do you mean separate us? I loved her. I always put her first. Just wait, she begged as the man stood up and slowly walked to the lever, took hold of it, and looked at Donella solemnly for a moment, and then broke out in a huge smile and laughed. Keep your hands and feet inside the ride at all times, he called out as he pulled the lever. A circular hole in the floor opened up at Donella's feet, and her chair tipped forward, dropping her down the hole. She landed on a large slide and began sliding down fast, far too fast. At first she just saw white walls all around her as she went down the spiraling slide. Her speed continued to rise. The slide took sharper spirals. She felt like she would be sick. The white walls gave way to red and green striped walls. She could smell a putrid burning smell arising. Then the smell of rotten eggs filled her nostrils. The red and green striped walls became hypnotic, as if the lines were swirling together into a spinning vortex. She began seeing clowns with sharp teeth, blood flowing from their mouths. Then she saw old earth images of dead soldiers piled in mass graves. And then the walls began showing cadavers having their organs removed. Her speed was so fast now, smoke was rising from underneath her. Her skin was burning as it slid down the surface at impossible speed. Then the hypnotic walls showed her Candlin exploding in her cryo chamber. Then Naquilio's guts falling out into his cryo chamber. Butch's chest, face, and neck having slashes appear, and blood pouring from his wounds in his cryo chamber. Her descent grew even faster. Smoke was billowing from her clothes and skin as she slid in the sharp spirals. Her speed was making a cartoonish noise like a missile dropping to Earth. She suddenly saw a burned man wearing a red and green sweater on the walls, but then the wall changed to show her Christina being nailed to a crucifix and Christina screaming. And then it showed her in a cryo chamber as 4 bloody holes appeared on her chest, and blood oozed out as her body went limp. Donella's stomach threatened to shoot from her mouth. She darted her eyes down, and in horror saw her legs were engulfed in flames, but she couldn't feel a thing. The images of her crew dying in their cryo chambers, seeing her own daughter crucified and dying in cryo sleep, should have cleared up the fog in her brain and reminded her of the fact she was just asleep. But it didn't click at that moment, as the speed, the smell, and the fear had her mind otherwise distracted. Then suddenly, when she thought she must be going at warp speed at this point, everything went black. The noise stopped. In the blackness around her, Donella began hearing crackling noises.
And then in the darkness she saw a line of flames shoot to her left, her right, and in front of her. And the flames exploded into life, and she was cast out of darkness. She had no injuries. Her legs and back were untouched. She was now standing in what appeared to be a large cave. Fire was everywhere. She could hear people screaming, people pleading to be put out of their misery. The chorus of screams sounded to Donella like thousands upon thousands. She felt the ground begin to shake. She turned to run, but a new wall of flames erupted behind her. She was now completely surrounded by a giant wall of fire on all sides. There was perhaps 10 feet between her and the flames, no matter which way she looked. The shaking of the ground got harder, and she heard a roar as a creature stepped through the flames in front of her. It stood at least 20 foot tall. It had red and green leathery skin, 2 enormous wings. It almost looked like a dragon from fantasy stories, but also greatly resembled a goat. It was almost a perfect amalgamation of a dragon and a goat, with large dark wings, huge arms and legs, both its massive hands affixed with large silvery talons. Its feet were hoven, its knees bent backwards. The fire did not burn it. It stepped through the flames, and it seemed as if the flames got out of its way. Donella looked up in disbelief as the creature slowly approached her. She had nowhere to go. She had done this to herself. She was in hell, and now she feared Lucifer himself was about to make an introduction, up close and personal.
Donella Hawkins!
A guttural voice came from the beast.
Your judgment is nigh!
Please, I was wrong. I'm sorry. Give me another chance. Let me see Chrissy, please. Donella fell to her knees, tears in her eyes begging. In that moment of begging, something clicked in Donella's brain, and she suddenly began remembering everything. She didn't die in a crash on the Beowulf. She was in cryosleep. That man, the processor, that was the creepo Frederick Charles Krueger from those old Earth files. Then what Candlin had told the crew about the diary, about Freddy coming for people in their dreams. The description, red and green sweater. Donella stood to her feet and stared up at the beast. You're not real. This is just a nightmare. I remember. I'm just asleep, Donella began. The large beast in front of her shot his head down, and fire shot from his nostrils and struck Donella's arm. She screamed in pain as her arm was engulfed in the fire, and her skin began to burn and bubble. She used her other hand to quickly put out the fire. The palm of her free hand was also in extreme pain from the flames.
Just a dream? Try again, sir.
The voice of Freddy came from the beast. No, it can't be real. I don't understand, Donella said, gritting her teeth through the pain.
Is this real enough for you?
Freddy asked. Mom, please just get rid of the artifacts. It's not worth it. The beast's mouth moved, but Christina's voice came out instead of Freddy's. Chrissy, I'm so sorry. I was wrong. Oh God, what have you done with her? Donella asked.
God, indeed,
the beast snarled. It lifted his hand in the air in a closed fist and then tossed something down to Donella. The item landed at Donella's feet. She looked down and screamed when she saw it was Christina's head. Blood dripped from where it had been lopped from its body, and the head was adorned with the thorny wreath.
I made her a promise after I destroyed her faith and took her soul. I told her I'd reunite her with her mom very soon. It's time to make good on that promise.
Donella fell to her knees, defeated. She looked into the eyes of her daughter and then up at the beast. The beast took a massive step forward, standing over Donella. It reared its head back and then thrust it forward and down as it sprayed fire onto Donella. The owner of Hawkins Salvage and Recovery screamed for a moment and then fell dead to the ground as her body continued to burn. The beast laughed as it morphed into Freddy himself. He looked down at Donella and spoke.
5 down. 4 to go.
Never been a sinner, I never sinned. I got a friend in Jesus. So you know that when I die, He's gonna set me up, the Spirit in the sky. Oh, set me up, the Spirit in the sky. That's where I'm gonna go when I die. When I die and you're able to rest, I'm gonna go to the place that's the best. Go to the place that's the best.
Talos wasn't letting the blaring vital alarms of the crew distract him anymore. There was no point. Every living crew member's alarms had started chiming in unison mere minutes ago. They were not at emergency levels yet, except of course Danella's, which was blaring at maximum levels now. But Talos couldn't concentrate on them at that moment, even if he wanted to, as he watched in helpless defeat as Danella burst into flames inside her cryo chamber, and moments later her alarm ceased to blare. He wasn't going to be able to get the information he pulled from the diary to his friends after all, and what he discovered in the scans of that diary could be a game changer. Freddy had made sure he couldn't get into the neural implants of his living friends and enter their sleeping consciousness like he had with Lubden. Talos was sure of that now. He had tried everything. There wasn't an idea he hadn't tried or a back door he hadn't attempted to go through. Freddy Krueger had made sure his work would not be interrupted. Talos had to face that grim reality. Then something stirred in the android. A new plan was taking shape. Something he had just thought stuck out to him. "He won't let me into any living crew member's consciousness," Talos spoke aloud. "Maybe there is indeed a way I can get in after all." Talos then pulled up the neural implant activity of all crew members, living and deceased, and saw exactly what he was hoping he would see. "I am on my way, friends," he said with a smile. Chapter 11. All I Gotta Do Is Dream. Lubden had listened to Talos, and for what seemed like days he had been running. Shortly after flying off from the Dreamscape Beowulf in the shuttle, everything had gone pitch black, where he couldn't see his hand in front of his face. And when light returned, he was in front of his high school robotics club. He had only been 6 years old at the time. He had made the best robotic dog his teacher had ever seen. He had named it Jason, after his best friend from grade school, Jason O'Neill, that he'd had to say goodbye to as he was advanced to high school so young. The memory of his presentation of Jason had been a nice memory, but when his dream changed from the shuttle to that day in the robotics club, things did not go as they originally had. For starters, Jason was not painted red and green striped. Secondly, Jason did not have rows of sharp teeth made out of razors. And 3, Jason had originally been controlled by Lubden's vocal commands. But as soon as the presentation began, Jason had lunged on Mr. Green and ripped his throat out, and then turned and began attacking the other members of the robotics club. Lubden took his first chance to run, and Jason had followed. Several times he thought Jason was going to catch him, but Lubden luckily was able to always barely get away. Soon he found himself in another dreamscape change, and he found himself reliving a memory from almost a year before, when he had completed his work on Talos 16. The day Talos was finished was one of Lubden's favorite memories. Talos quickly became Lubden's best friend and more. Yes, he knew it was strange and not the norm, and that people would talk, but he didn't care. He was a part of Talos. He helped Talos find his place in the world. And he quickly became a very important crew member on the Beowulf not long after his creation. And Talos and Lubden grew an inseparable bond, that as Talos' evolving AI grew, he began returning those feelings and connections, and the duo grew into something beyond friendship. But this was Freddy's dreamscape, and again, when the dream changed from being chased by Jason to standing next to the table where he activated Talos for the first time, things did not go as the attached memory had. Talos' eyes immediately turned bright red, and he reached out and began choking Lubden. Talos then lifted him into the air. Lubden began feeling lightheaded, and out of sheer luck, he noticed a sonic tool laying on the side of the table. He reached for it and barely got it in his hands. He pressed a small button and touched it to Talos 16's wrist, sending a surge through the android that gave him just enough time to break free from the chokehold and run. When Lubden had flew away from the dreamscape Beowulf, the countdown device that he wore on his wrist, given to him by the real Talos 16, had read 52 hours. As Lubden found himself running down a paved road through a neighborhood of small houses in the dead of night on what appeared to be dreamscape old Earth, the device now read 14 hours, 23 minutes, and 16 seconds. He only needed to survive a little more than half a day longer, and the nightmare would be over. The only problem was, he was running out of steam. And the reason he was running at all was because both Dreamscape Talos 16 and Dreamscape Jason the Robot Dog were hot on his heels. He was tiring. They were not. Lubden wished more than anything to have the real Talos here to help him, or at the very least for a chance to say goodbye. Lubden chanced to look over his shoulder. Jason and Talos were gaining ground. They would be on him soon. His luck was running out. He was never an athlete, always the academic, but he was running with everything he had.
"Playtime is over, nerd!"
Freddy's voice came from somewhere close by.
"I've been a little busy with some of your crewmates, but I've cleared up some room in my calendar to give my puppy here a well-deserved play date."
Freddy laughed. Freddy's voice sent a shiver of ice down Lubden's back, and suddenly he felt like he had stepped into mud. He looked down and realized in horror that the pavement he was running on had melted. Both his feet were now completely submerged in the liquid asphalt. He tried to keep running, but each step took so much effort. He was toast. He tried to lift his leg to pull his foot free for another step, but it was too hard. His chest felt like it was going to explode. He finally gave up. He fell to his hands and knees in the gunky asphalt and turned to face his attackers and to accept his fate. As he turned in the gunky asphalt to let things go the way they were going to go, he saw Dreamscape Jason the Robot Dog sitting, and saw the evil Dreamscape Talos 16 changing form. Lubden watched as the evil android morphed into Freddy Krueger. The Dream Demon looked down and began petting the psychotic robotic dog who sat near his feet.
"Good dog. Would you look at that? A Jason that actually knows his place,"
Freddy said, more to himself than Lubden. Freddy then looked back at Lubden, sitting in the melted asphalt a few feet away.
"Sorry to have kept you waiting, asshole. Your Tin Man has been trying like hell to come back and visit Freddyland, but his season pass has been revoked. But at least he'll get to see you bleed to death back in your box. I promised him that much,"
Freddy said in a low, menacing voice.
"Sick him, boy!"
Freddy yelled. Jason dove into the air bearing his razor teeth, and he came down, down, and went right through Lubden. Lubden looked down at his asphalt-covered hands and realized he was beginning to become see-through. Jason tried to bite at him, but again he went right through Lubden. Freddy, in a fit of anger, marched forward and was standing over Lubden. Lubden looked up at Freddy. Freddy looked down at Lubden. He swung his bladed glove, and again the attack went right through the young ginger.
What the fuck are you doing, Poindexter?
He growled. Lubden was becoming so transparent that he was almost invisible. He wasn't sure what was happening, but he was pretty sure Freddy couldn't touch him. Lubden raised his middle finger and smiled as he disappeared completely. He wasn't sure what would happen next, but at least for now, he didn't have to die being mauled to death by his high school project, or at the hands of the child-killing undead maniac, Freddy Krueger. Verissa was sitting on the boiler room floor. She hadn't left since Freddy had ran away. How long had it been? She wasn't sure, but she sat and meditated. She could feel the power Alice had bestowed upon her inside of her body. She could feel it changing her. But Freddy had made sure she didn't get the instruction booklet from Alice, and now Verissa had these powers but wasn't completely sure how to use them. When Freddy had destroyed Alice's soul and the power was cast into her from her burning ancestor, something was set off in that moment, and the power sort of did the work for Verissa. However, now that she was alone and there was no threat, she couldn't find a command or thought that made anything happen like before. Frustration exploded inside Verissa. She needed to figure out how to access the powers so she could do what Alice said and take the fight to Freddy. She needed to help her crew. She tried again to pull a crewmate into her dream. Verissa closed her eyes for at least the 100th time, and she cleared her mind. She sat that way for several minutes and nothing happened. She began to let defeat finally take hold of her, and she began to cry. She thought of Alice, all these centuries being stuck in Freddy's dreamscape as a watcher. All that sacrifice, only to go out in such a horrible way, and pass on her powers to someone who was apparently too dumb to do anything with them. Then Verissa began thinking about what Alice had said, that 2 of her crew members had been claimed by Freddy. She wished she knew who the 2 were, and as she put all of her thoughts on her crew, a strange feeling came over her, and suddenly she felt the white energy begin to sizzle around her body like it had after receiving it from Alice. Verissa thought harder on the crew, and suddenly she was seeing through someone else's eyes. First she saw Candlin, her star student, a young woman who was only on the Beowulf because she was a student of Verissa's. She saw Candlin beating on a door, looking through a small window into the eyes Verissa was currently seeing through. Verissa then saw through those same eyes as the head they sat in turned and looked at a scanner on a wall, and Verissa shivered as she saw the gloved hand of Freddy activate the airlock on the Beowulf in this dream world. Verissa saw Candlin hanging on for dear life until she couldn't anymore, and then saw her get sucked out into open space and die horrifically. Tears streamed out of Verissa's closed eyes. Candy was dead, and if not for Verissa bringing her along, she would still be alive and enjoying her life. Before she could feel any worse about Candlin, Verissa's view changed, and she saw Christina's back at the bottom of a stairwell. It was in the house on Old Earth. Christina was trying to pull her foot out of a sludge that had replaced the bottom step of the stairs. She saw Christina finally break free and lunge for the open front door, only for it to slam on her face. Then she saw through those eyes, Freddy's eyes, as Freddy pinned the poor girl against the door and drove his bladed glove through her back. Anger and sadness surged through Verissa's body. She began trembling as she then saw Butch sitting on a sofa in what appeared to be a club of some kind. Strobing lights and loud music aplenty, and Butch sat looking up at Freddy as he slowly approached him. Freddy's eyes caught a glimpse of himself in a mirror on the wall behind the couch, and Verissa saw it wasn't Freddy. It was a Noctralian female, scantily dressed, almost nude. But within moments she realized it was Freddy. He was disguising himself, and Verissa finally saw that gloved hand slash over and over until Butch was dead. Verissa wanted it to stop, but her eyes were shut tight. She no longer had control over opening them. She then saw through Freddy's eyes as he looked down at Naquilio on what appeared to be an operating table. Freddy was cutting him open, and then cut out his middle eye. Naquilio was screaming as Freddy began removing his organs, and finally mercy befell the blue alien as he died as well. Verissa couldn't take any more. Was the entire crew dead? Alice had only said 2. Had Freddy claimed everyone else in the time Verissa had been trying to access her new powers? How long had she been here? Damn it, she thought. If I only had figured out these powers, I could have saved them all. Then Verissa saw through Freddy's eyes again. This time she was looking down at Donella from high above her. The eyes glimpsed Freddy's body, but it was not Freddy's body. It was that of a large creature of some kind. And then the creature that Verissa was seeing through thrust its head forward, and she saw fire engulf her boss, the owner of Hawkins Salvage and Recovery, Donella Hawkins. Donella was dead in seconds. Then she did not see through Freddy's eyes anymore. She again saw only blackness. She felt she had control over her own eyes again, but she did not open them. She concentrated. Maybe this meant that Lubden, Warlock, and Nero were still alive. All was not lost. She began concentrating on the 3 with every fiber of her being, and she felt herself begin to levitate, and felt her body reaching out into the dreamscape and taking hold of something. Then she felt herself pulling it towards her. A moment later she opened her eyes when a voice snapped her out of her meditation. "Dr. De Janeiro?" the voice of Lubden Gallagher asked. Verissa opened her eyes and saw an out-of-breath Lubden sitting on the ground a few feet away. His hands and feet and clothes were covered in a dark substance. She stood and ran to him. "Lubden, is it really you?" she asked. "I sure hope so," he replied. Verissa reached down and helped Lubden to his feet and embraced him in a tight hug. "Oh my God, I'm so glad to see you," she began. She then saw the injury on his upper arm that he had bandaged with part of his shirt. "Are you okay?" "It's just a wee scratch, my dear. I'll be fine," he answered. "Where are we? How did I get here?" he asked. Verissa told him everything she had gotten the chance to learn from Alice. She filled Lubden in on who all had been killed by Freddy, and told him of the powers she now possessed, how she was able to pull others into her dream, and the powers inside all dreamers to become a dream warrior of their own. Lubden listened with wide-eyed fascination, and when Verissa finished, he spoke up. "Before cryosleep, I never would have believed a word of any of this, but we brought something evil onto that ship and set it free. Look, Talos got into my dream a couple days ago and gave me this. Lubden said, showing Verissa the countdown bracelet. It now showed them that they had 10 hours and 45 minutes left until cryosleep ended. Before you brought me here, it said we had 14 hours? Sometimes the timer goes down fast, sometimes it goes slow. Alice told me that time is different here. I also am starting to believe Freddy doesn't have limitless power. I believe he wears down and needs time to let his power build again after extreme exertion. It's the only thing that makes sense. Otherwise, he would have killed us all in the first day. I fought him. I hit him with pure dream energy from the powers given to me by Alice, and I could see it weakening him to the point he ran from me and has not returned yet. Once he left me, I think that was when he went after and killed Butch, Naquilio, and Danella in quick succession. I think he let his irritation and frustration at our fight fuel him into a swift revenge killing spree. I also felt very exhausted, and it took time to feel rested again after I attacked him. So I believe his powers, like mine, may weaken him when overused, and that he has to rest up himself. We can use that against him. We need to take the fight to him, Lubden. Yes, we brought him back, and if we don't stop him, he could spread throughout the galaxies. I know you've been using that timer as a means to know how long you need to survive, to wake up, but now we need to use it to know how much time we have to stop him. After we wake up, it doesn't change anything. We will need to sleep again eventually, and he will be waiting. And we researched him on the Beowulf. Everything we do on the ship is part of a record when the ship returns. Others will find out about Freddy, and now that he is unleashed, that is all it will take, Verissa explained. Oh, heaven help us. You're right. But can he be destroyed? Lubden asked. Alice said he has been defeated before multiple times, but always found a way to come back. But she also said her powers wouldn't reach their full potential until she passed them to a blood heir. I don't know if I'm capable of destroying him for good, but we have to try. You can reach into yourself, Lubden, and be anything you want in the dreamscape. You can be a dream warrior, and together we might have a chance at ending him for good, Verissa said. Okay then, but we're gonna need more help. We need Warlock and Nero before Freddy gets to them, Lubden said, a bit hesitant. I'm on it, Verissa replied. Verissa closed her eyes and began to concentrate on the pilot and the head of security, and she hoped she wasn't too late. Chapter 12. Dream, Dream, Dream. Nero laid flat against the tree. The thick jungle was muggy and damp. The mud he had covered his body in was cool at first, but now his sweat was getting into his eyes and stung. Something had been hunting him, and it was still out there. The night was dark. Clouds covered the moon and stars. The hunter was out there stalking Nero. He had been for what seemed like days. From his own experience in the military, Nero had ascertained only a few hours ago that whoever was hunting him was tracking him by his body heat. It wasn't just his experience that made him believe this was accurate. It was also just an instinct he could not explain. He was just sure of it. That is why he initially covered himself in mud. That is why he currently had his back pressed firmly against a tree. He couldn't stay like this forever. He needed to move. He needed to find a way to flank his stalker, to know who his stalker was. It was the only way this was going to end without him dying. Nero still didn't know how he had gotten to this jungle. All he knew for sure was he had been on the Beowulf on a trip to recover artifacts from old Earth. And then things got cloudy, and he only remembered then waking up in this jungle. He had been listening for what seemed like hours, and hadn't heard a sound outside of insects and the slight breeze that gave him the only comfort from the muggy heat. He took a deep breath and made a run for another thicket of tall trees. As he ran into an open area, His heart began to race as he glanced down at his chest and saw 3 small dots, red and green in color, and in the shape of a triangle right over his heart. It was a targeting laser from his hunter. Nero ran faster, and as he got close to the tree line, he went to the earth and somersaulted into the thicket, just as an energy weapon's projectile struck the ground where he stood a moment before. The ground burst into fire. He began trying to catch his breath as he put his back against another large tree trunk and looked around. He couldn't go on like this. The only weapon he had was a large Bowie knife. He had no firepower to use against his would-be attacker. But if he could get him into hand-to-hand combat, then maybe he would have a fighting chance. Nero knew running was pointless. He had been running for what he believed was days, and the hunter was relentless. He didn't want to die, but he was also done running. He hoped the hunter had some sort of honor. Nero spoke out loud for the first time since he had awoken in the jungle. "Come out! Come out and face me like a man! Let's do this mano a mano!" he yelled. He stood with bated breath, hoping for a response or a sign his challenge would be accepted. "You want me so bad? Well, here you go!" Nero shouted again into the darkness as he pulled the knife from his waistband and rose his hands above his head and walked from the thicket back into the clearing, looking all around. The laser scope did not shine on him this time. After a few moments, he heard a rustling to his left. He turned, and in the dying flames of the small fire started from the hunter's missed shot, he finally saw what his hunter was. He watched in fascination as a bipedal humanoid, standing close to 7 foot tall, wearing a red and green armor with long, hair-like appendages descending out the bottom of their armored helmet, walked into the clearing from a different direction. It stopped and just stood. It looked at Nero and his knife, and then began removing its armor. First, it removed the armor and apparent weapon covering its arms. Then it removed its large chest plate. And finally, it removed its helmet, revealing itself to not be human. It had reptilian skin, and its face had arthropod-like mandibles and no visible nose. And it was covered in what appeared to be wet burns. It wore some sort of Under Armour jumpsuit that appeared very alien to Nero. It raised its right arm, and above its hand, 4 long blades protruded out. "All right, let's do this," Nero said confidently, and marched towards the creature. The creature nodded and marched towards Nero. The hunter swung its blades down at Nero, and Nero raised his large Bowie knife up as the hunter's blade struck the knife and sparks flew. Nero lifted his leg and kicked the creature in the stomach, knocking it back a couple of feet. The creature swung its blade at Nero's head, and Nero ducked and hammered 2 quick punches to the creature's stomach and an uppercut to its head. It didn't seem to faze the hunter. It struck out its unbladed hand and connected a punch into Nero's left shoulder, sending him to the ground. Nero began to get back to his feet when the creature brought its foot down hard on his chest, knocking Nero back to the ground and pinning him on his back. Nero swung his knife towards the creature's leg, but it was inhumanly fast and brought its blades down in a swiping motion and connected with the knife blade and knocked it free from Nero's grasp. It flew off and landed somewhere in the thicket that was earlier Nero's cover. Nero tried to use every bit of strength he had to break free from the foot that held him down, but it was futile. The creature raised its bladed arm up and held it in the air and looked down at Nero, and then its mandibles began to move as it spoke. The voice seemed out of place, coming from the creature.
"It's been fun, Nero, but this predator has other prey to attend to,"
it said in a guttural voice. "Do your worst," Nero said, turning his head slightly and spitting at the creature's other leg. The bladed arm came down fast, but when it should have lashed into Nero, it instead went through him, as if he wasn't there, and buried itself in the ground he lay on. The creature began to shimmer, and it morphed into a regular man, wearing boots, dark pants, a red and green striped sweater, and a black hat. But the man, like the creature before, was also covered in wet-looking burns. Instead of the 4 blades that protruded from above the creature's right hand, there were now 4 blades attached to a glove the man was wearing, and those blades were stuck in the ground that Nero lay on. Nero lifted his hand and looked at it in confusion. In that moment he remembered where he had seen that glove before. The Beowulf. Everything came back to him quickly. Freddy Krueger was real, and was after Nero in his cryo-sleep. Nero would have believed it all to just be his imagination, taking the events of their trip to Earth-1 and the aftermath, and forming them into a crazy nightmare. But he had felt the cold mud, felt the trees dig into his skin as he lay against them for days, felt Freddy punch and stomp him. He had felt the dehydration, the hunger. He knew with certainty the legend of Freddy Krueger had to be real, no matter how crazy it seemed. He wondered if the fact he was slowly disappearing was part of Freddy's plan. He didn't think so, because Freddy seemed irritated at what was happening.
Okay, Nero, you got lucky this time, but tell that bitch when you get there that I'm gonna make her pay,
Freddy snarled as he watched Nero completely disappear. Lieutenant Warlock Rollins of the United Coalition military was leading a charge against a race of adversarial aliens called the Krugons from planet Elmwood. The galactic battle had raged for days now. Many of the men, women, and Noctralians that served under Lieutenant Rollins had fallen thus far, and it was beginning to look like the Krugons held the higher number of remaining ships. Warlock was in the process of turning his small fighter ship back around to come back in for another offensive maneuver when his radio crackled to life. "Lieutenant Rollins, what's the status? Are we winning?" Captain Nero Ramos of the SS England asked from a small holographic screen above the controls of Warlock's ship. Nero was a tall Hispanic man wearing a blue uniform with slick hair and unusually pointy ears that gave Warlock the heebie-jeebies every time he saw them. They didn't seem right. They were out of place. Warlock looked quickly at the captain on the screen. He still didn't know what he thought about serving under a captain that was so young and arrogant, but this was his career. This was his duty. At least he thought it was, mostly because the events of Warlock's life that happened before this particular battle had started 3 days prior were all a haze to Lieutenant Rollins. No matter how hard he tried to remember anything about his life outside this battle, nothing ever came to him. It was almost like he had been grown in a lab 3 days ago, and his entire life had been lived in the war against the Krugons, flying this fighter ship and wearing the red uniform he was currently dressed in.
"We're losing men fast, Captain Ramos. I need backup, and I need backup soon. The Krugons are outnumbering us,"
Warlock called back to the captain as he completed his turn and began flying back towards the enemy ships. "Roger that, Lieutenant," Captain Nero said, as he could be seen on the small screen turning his attention to another screen on the bridge of the SS England. "Loved it. We need to send another group of fighter ships out to assist Lieutenant Rollins now," he commanded to the other screen. Warlock could see a small young man appear on the other screen. He had red hair and also wore a blue uniform. "I can't do it, Captain. I don't got the manpower," Lubden responded regretfully. Captain Nero Ramos returned his gaze forward, and from the small screen in front of Warlock, he seemed to be looking Warlock dead in the eyes. "You heard him, Lieutenant. Looks like you're fucked. Over and out," Captain Ramos said with a small grin. Before Warlock could respond to the unbelievable statement of his captain, the screen closed and Warlock saw an explosion to his right and left at the same time. His 2 guard fighter ships were destroyed by enemy fire, leaving Warlock with no cover. He glanced at his scanners and a horrible realization hit him as he saw the Krugans had over 35 ships heading in his direction, and he was now the only fighter ship left from the SS England. He then watched in fascinated disbelief at the SS England in the distance to his right, disappearing into warp speed, going in the other direction. He had been left behind by his captain, and he didn't have a snowball's chance in hell.
That motherfucker!
Warlock spat. An alternating red and green light began blinking on the control panel before him. It was an incoming communication from the Krugans. He was being held by their captain. Warlock was screwed either way, so he accepted the transmission. As soon as Warlock saw the man on his screen, the fog on his brain began to slowly dissipate. He saw a man wearing a red and green striped uniform, and he was covered in horrible wet burns with yellow eyes and blackened teeth. And Warlock could see the man was wearing a glove on one hand with 4 razor-sharp blades. Warlock remembered everything. How he had taken the crew of the Beowulf, where he was the pilot, to Earth 1, where they had brought back 3 artifacts, one of which was the very glove he saw the man holding on his screen. He wasn't with the crew when they researched the items, but Nero and Butch had filled him in prior to cryosleep, all about Frederick Krueger, the killings, the glove being the weapon, and they told him about how Candlin had gone off the deep end and said the diary she had found on Earth 1 told stories of the man some called Freddy being a supernatural dream demon who could come after people in their dreams, and if he killed them there, they were dead for real. Warlock was a very superstitious man, and being in his 60s and a pilot, he had been in enough cryo-sleeps that he knew this was no ordinary dream. He had a bad feeling about the items ever since he had flew them back to the Beowulf. Something had just felt wrong, and now he knew why.
Warlock Rollins, this is Captain Fred. I just wanted to reiterate your elf-eared boss's prognosis and let you know you are indeed fucked,
Freddy said on his screen.
Well, Captain Fred, this is retired Marine pilot Warlock Rollins, and you can go fuck yourself.
Warlock spat back and accelerated his fighter ship head-on towards the squadron of Krugans that were heading his way.
Oh no! You hurt my feelings, Rollins. Whatever will I do? Oh, I know. I'll just blow your ass out of the sky,
Freddy said, laughing. Freddy slammed his hand down on a control panel in front of him, and Warlock watched as the largest ship in front of him lit up on its front, and a giant laser shot out and hit Warlock's ship head-on. Warlock prepared for death. He had lived a good life, been on many adventures, fought in 6 conflicts and wars. If he was going out, at least it was behind the controls of a fighter ship, even if it wasn't a real battle. The fighter ship exploded around Warlock, but he didn't feel a thing. After a moment, he was floating in the dead of space, but he wasn't expanding. Instead, he noticed he was becoming transparent. He looked up at Freddy's ship defiantly. He couldn't hear Freddy or see him, but as Warlock disappeared completely, Freddy had something to say.
Playtime's over, Verissa!
Talos was ready. He looked up at his deceased crewmate in their cryo chamber as he waved his hand over the cryo chamber room's control panel and finished inputting all the prompts required to gain access to the dreamscape once more and hopefully give the remaining crew members the ace in the hole they desperately needed. It was a way to defeat Freddy, and ensure he didn't get to spread his legend to Earth 2 or Somnian 5. You were a good friend. You may not know it, but you are still helping your crew. Your death will not be in vain, Talos said as his index finger opened and a wire snaked out and connected itself to the control panel. Moments later, audible clicks could be heard as Talos 16's eyes closed, and after countless attempts, he finally made his way back inside to assist his friends. Chapter 13. Melinoe. Lubden watched as Verissa floated in the air 3 feet above the floor of the boiler room. White energy pulsated around her body. She seemed to be exerting an extreme amount of energy. His eyes widened as to her left and right he saw the outline of 2 humanoid figures begin to appear. Sweat was pouring off Verissa's brow, and her skin was turning pale. He could tell it was taking a lot out of the young doctor, but she was so close. "You're doing it, V. Try to hold on a little longer," Lubden cheered. As he watched, he saw the outlines begin to fill in, and he could make out Nero and Warlock. After several moments, they were completely visible, and Lubden spoke up. "You did it, Verissa! They're here!" Lubden called out. Verissa let go of the power she was connecting to, and she dropped to the ground with a thud and fell to her back, eyes closed. "What the hell's going on?" Warlock asked, looking down at Verissa's prone body. "Did Freddy get to her?" he asked, showing great concern. He kneeled to her side immediately and lifted an arm and placed his fingers around her wrist, checking for a pulse. When he found one, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Don't do that to me, girl. You're going to give your old work dad a heart attack." Nero had taken immediate notice as well, and though he was also confused on how he had come to be in a dark room covered in pipes and scaffolding, his attention was completely directed to the woman who he had a date planned with after their current trip, lying on the floor seemingly unconscious. He too kneeled to her side. Hey, talk to me. We got plans for something or other, whatever it's called, Noctralian coffee. Remember? Verissa? Can you hear me?" Nero asked. "She's got a pulse. She's okay. Where are we? How did we get here?" Warlock questioned, directing his attention to Lubden, who had been sitting on the floor not far away, but was now standing. "It's a long story, but listen, we are it. Freddy has killed the rest of the crew. Talos has been trying to help from the outside. Verissa will explain everything to you soon. She'll be okay. She said this might happen after she pulled you two here. Freddy had us separated so he could pick us off easier. Verissa has the ability to take him on, and there is a way we can help. We brought him off old Earth, and we got to stop him before he can spread his legend anywhere else," Lubden said. "Talos was able to get here before, and he saved my life and gave me this." Lubden showed the 2 men his countdown bracelet. The timer now said 1 hour and 45 minutes. "When this timer hits 0, we're going to wake up and be back on the Beowulf, if Freddy doesn't get us first. And when we wake up, Freddy is still going to be here in the dreamscape. And when we go back to sleep, he is going to be after us again. We have to defeat him, because no matter what happens, now the records on the Beowulf, they're going to show all research into Freddy. And that glove, and just the knowledge of that bastard, is enough for him to spread like a virus. But if he is dead and gone, it won't matter." "How are we supposed to kill something that isn't mortal?" Warlock asked. "We take the fight to him, and we don't stop until he's gone for good," Verissa said with a moan as she slowly sat up. Nero immediately put his arm around her. Hey, take it easy. "Are you okay?" he asked. "Yes, just a bit of a headache. I'm glad to see you, Nero, Verissa said with a smile. Nero smiled back, a slight blush on his cheek. Still up for that Yarvestic when we get to Somnium 5? Yep, that's what it's called, Nero said, snapping his fingers. I definitely remembered that name. And of course we will. You know it, Nero responded. Verissa turned her attention to the grizzled pilot kneeling to her other side. She looked at him and a smile grew on her face. Warlock, you're okay, she said with joy.
Gonna take a lot more than a walking scrotum with butter knives for fingers to take this old soldier out, young lady, Warlock replied. Besides, somebody's got to be here to look out for you.
I'd say she looked out for you, fellas, Lubden chimed in with a chuckle.
Yes, you did. I don't know how you did it, but you got me out right in the nick of time. I thank you, Warlock said, embracing Verissa with a hug. You're like the daughter I never had.
Verissa hugged him back. Wait, Warlock, you have 2 daughters, though, she said.
I said what I said, Warlock said with a smile as he released the hug. Now tell us what you need us to do.
Of course, whatever we can do, you can count on us. And thank you for pulling me out of the fire, too, Nero began, and then he gave Verissa a serious look. Lubden told us that bastard killed the rest of the crew. He's gonna pay. What do you need from us? How do we fight him? Nero said sternly. Right, here goes. Get ready because it's gonna sound a bit out there, Verissa said, rising to her feet. Nero and Warlock stood as well, both helping her as she stood with a slight wobble. If they've been through anything like I have, and you have, I think they'll just about believe anything you tell them, V, Lubden said. Verissa opened her mouth to tell them about Alice, about the dream powers, about the dream warriors, but before she could, the furnace behind her, Nero and Warlock, fired to life, and steam began hissing through the pipes.
Lubby boy, the pipes are calling,
Freddy sang out as he popped up behind Lubden. Lubden turned quickly and saw Freddy bringing his glove down to slash the young scientist. Lubden instinctively threw his arm up to block the strike, and Freddy's blade slashed across his forearm, the impact knocking him to the floor as he held his bleeding arm.
You're going down, you worm,
Warlock said, seething. You picked the wrong people to fuck with, Nero added, as he and Warlock advanced towards Freddy.
Sticks and stones, boys,
Freddy crooned as he threw his hands to both sides, and an unseen force struck Warlock and Nero and knocked them to each side of the room. They both hit the pipes and fell to the floor slightly dazed. Freddy looked at Verissa with a fire and intensity in his eyes like never before.
I waited too long for my big comeback, for you and your Futurama rejects to fuck it up. This new world is in dire need of a boogeyman, and I've got my application in,
Freddy growled. Verissa stood firm. She looked at Lubden on the floor, holding his bleeding arm, then at Nero and Warlock, who were both slowly trying to stand after being hurled against the pipes of the boiler room. Then she stared back at Freddy, dead in his eyes, and she concentrated. Freddy saw her eyes turn solid white.
Not this time, bitch!
He yelled, and with supernatural speed was directly in front of her, and had his ungloved hand around her neck, choking her as he lifted her off her feet.
Say goodbye! Nice try! Time to die!
Freddy pulled his gloved hand back and lined the blades up with Verissa's abdomen and was ready to strike.
Not today, Krueger!
Warlock yelled, holding a large pipe over his head and running up behind Freddy to strike. With lightning reflexes, Freddy released Verissa, who fell to the floor, and Freddy spun around completely facing Warlock and threw his gloved hand out in front of him. Still holding the pipe over his head, Warlock ran directly into Freddy's blades. The blades cut into his stomach, and Freddy smiled and began flicking his fingers and lifting his gloved hand, cutting up into Warlock's ribcage.
Yes, today, Warlock, today you die, and this meddling bitch gets what's coming to her,
Freddy replied. Verissa watched from the floor in horror as her work dad looked down at his gutted belly in disbelief. Her solid white eyes returned to normal. "Warlock, no!" she screamed. Warlock lost all strength as blood poured out of his open stomach and sternum, and he let go of the pipe, and it fell to the floor as Freddy continued to jerk his hand upwards a moment longer.
"Get your gut off my glove, asshole!"
Freddy said with a laugh as he jerked his blades out of Warlock's stomach, and Warlock fell to his knees and crumpled to his back next to Verissa as he held his bleeding stomach.
"I'm sorry I wasn't able to help you more, Verissa,"
Warlock said, breathing hard, the life draining from his body.
"Listen, kiddo, it's not too late. I still believe in you. You kill that son of a bitch, and you send him to hell,"
he finished saying, using every bit of willpower and strength he had left in him to finish his sentence, before falling limp as life left him forever. Verissa dropped to her knees and lifted Warlock's head and cradled it in her arm. I will, Verissa said, and then jerked her head up at Freddy. "You're dead, Krueger," she promised.
"Look around. You're in my world. You are only alive because I wasn't done playing with my food yet,"
Freddy said, holding his hands in the air.
"But that ends now."
He brought his hand down fast, his blades heading straight for Verissa's face, but right before they made contact, a blue hand caught Freddy's wrist. Freddy jerked his head to the owner of the blue hand and saw Naquilio standing defiant, staring into the Dream Demon's eyes. The Noctralian's middle eye still a gaping bloody hole, his stomach still an open, mostly empty cavity.
What? What the fuck? I killed you!"
Freddy yelled, shocked to see one of his victims seemingly back from the dead and much stronger than they ever were in life. Freddy moaned in pain as Naquilio squeezed his wrist. Freddy then took a closer look into the alien's 2 remaining eyes.
"Oh, I see. Looks like GoBot is more than meets the eye. Clever little shit, aren't you? Don't worry. I'll send you packing a go on!"
Freddy wasn't able to finish his sentence while he was focusing on who he thought was Naquilio back from the dead before realizing it was actually Talos. Verissa's eyes had turned white again, and as Freddy threatened to send Talos 16 away for the second time, she fired dream energy directly into Freddy's chest, and it sent him flying away into the darkness so far that nobody even heard him land. Verissa closed her eyes, and when she reopened them, they were back to normal. Nero got to his feet and reached down and extended a hand to Lubden, who took it, and Nero pulled him to his feet. Verissa, Nero, and Lubden all looked at Naquilio. "Talos? Is that really you?" Lubden asked, his eyes watering. "Yes. Freddy was blocking me from accessing any of your neural implants, making it impossible to access your subconsciousness. But he was not watching the deceased crew member's neural implants. Naquilio is dead, but the neural implant is keeping a very small part of his brain alive, and that was enough for me to sneak back in. I am sorry you have to see our friend like this," Talos said from Naquilio's mouth. "Is there any part of him still in there?" Verissa asked, amazed. "Yes, a very small part. He is not in pain. He knows when he is unjacked he is gone forever, but is happy to facilitate my entry to assist you all. He apologizes he's not here to help and says..." Talos closed his eyes to receive the full message. 2. Give the burnt bastard hell. The last part of his message came out in Naquilio's voice instead of Talos's. "Thank you, friend. I'm sorry this happened to you," Verissa replied. Lubden's eyes watered more and a tear slid down his cheek. "You got it, bud. Thank you," Nero called out. Talos and Naquilio's body nodded at the 3, letting them know Naquilio got the message, and then Talos began to speak. I gathered some important data from the diary scans. You may have trouble defeating Freddy Krueger here in his dreamscape, but there is a way to put him on equal ground, Talos said. How? Verissa asked. As I am sure you know, Lubden has a device that has been counting down how long you have been in cryosleep. When that device hits 0, you will all wake up in your cryo chambers. You need to have a physical hold on Freddy Krueger when that time hits 0. If you can accomplish this task, you will bring him into our reality and out of his dreamscape. By doing so, he will be mortal again, which will make him easier to defeat and destroy. The artifacts that were brought back from old Earth have all been destroyed or have disappeared, and no longer pose a threat of being found by others, Talos explained. What do you mean, destroyed or disappeared? Nero asked. The glove vanished before my eyes shortly before Candelin's death, and the diary combusted into flame at that very time as well. The model home also combusted moments before Christina's death. I did not fully understand at the time, but I now believe those items were a manipulation from his dreamscape, tools Freddy Krueger used to lure us in and give him access to our ship and your subconsciousness. And once he had that access, the artifacts were no longer needed. If we can bring him out of his dreamscape, then we can correct the mistake we made by falling for his trap, Talos explained. You're damn right we will. Lubden, how much time is left? Verissa asked. Lubden glanced at the timer. It seemed to be moving faster than ever before. 52 minutes and 23 seconds, he answered. Okay, let's find him or hope he finds us first, and we'll be ready, Verissa said. She then gave Nero the fast version of events that had transpired with Alice. She spoke of the bloodline, her dream powers, and how Nero could look inside himself and find the dream warrior inside. She explained that this may be Freddy's dreamscape, but that they all could manipulate their dreams. After she was done, Nero spoke up. Okay, Verissa, you use those sexy powers, and Lubden and I will hulk up and we'll kick his ass up and down his little dream world. Then we pull him into the Beowulf and show him who he's been fucking with, Nero said, attempting to fire up the team. Sounds like a plan, Verissa said. Lubden walked over to Talos Naquilio and stood in front of him and placed a hand on his blue cheek. If I don't make it back, I just want you to know the past 11 months have been the greatest of my life, and no matter how you came into my life, I still feel like the luckiest guy in all the galaxies, he said. And I, the luckiest android, Talos Naquilio responded. He looked at Lubden's arm with the 4 fresh cuts still oozing blood and seemed concerned. He kneeled next to Warlock and tore fabric from the sleeve of Warlock's shirt. I am sorry, Warlock. Thank you for your bravery, he said, and stood to turn back to Lubden as he wrapped the fabric around Lubden's fresh injuries, tying it tight. Be safe, my friend, and I will see you soon, Talos Naquilio said. Aye, friend, Lubden responded, as he reached up and held Talos Naquilio's face in his hands and leaned his head in and pressed their foreheads together. He then let go and stepped back next to Nero and Verissa. Are you going to fight with us? Nero asked. I will do everything Talos Naquilio began, but did not get to finish his sentence, as the body of a gigantic red and green snake, the girth of a semi-trailer, fell upon him, smashing him against the floor of the boiler room. Blood shot out from both sides of the snake's body, its head almost 4 times bigger than any of the 3 remaining humans that stood before it.
Sorry, I found his conversation a little flat, the snake said in Freddy's voice, flicking its gigantic forked tongue. Verissa, Nero, and Lubden backed up and prepared for the fights of their lives. White energy began encompassing Verissa's body, and her eyes turned solid white.
Talos 16's eyes snapped open at the control panel in the cryo chamber lab. He disconnected the cable from his index finger from the control panel. He had successfully delivered the information, and now it was up to the remaining crew to do the rest. He had intended to stay, but Freddy had snuck up on him and taken him out of the equation. He knew trying to go back in through another deceased crew member would be futile at this point. Instead, Talos walked to the lift and took it to the cargo bay, and returned to the cryo lab with the plasma rifle. He would stand ready for his friend's return with Freddy, and he would be the one to take the child killer out for killing so many of his friends and for hurting Lubden. After Freddy was dead, though, Talos would have to inform the remaining crew of another problem that would need immediate attention. The surge Freddy had sent through the control panel and into the Beowulf after Candelin's death days before not only caused the comms to stop working, but the autopiloting system had been affected, and warp speed would not stop at the scheduled time that cryosleep ended, like Warlock had said it to do. Now, without Warlock Rollins to deactivate the warp speed systems manually, they would be overshooting their desired stopping coordinates with every passing second once cryosleep ended. They would be flying blind and could collide with any number of things in space, and their fight to stay alive against Krueger would have been in vain. He had thought to tell them while he was in the dreamscape, but knew they were about to face a serious challenge, and thought it best to wait until they were awake. They would have to come up with a plan, and fast. Talos held the plasma rifle up at the ready. When Freddy appeared, he would take him out right away, so they could work on coming out of warp speed and end this nightmare once and for all. Chapter 14. Don't Want to Dream No More. Remaining time until cryosleep ends, 39 minutes, 10 seconds. The giant red and green snake that was Freddy Krueger struck at the three remaining crew members of the Beowulf. Verissa threw her hand into the air and a blinding white light formed in her palm. She drew her hand back and threw it towards the snake. A ball of bright white energy shot into the open mouth of the giant serpent, and it recoiled. Verissa quickly took Nero's hand in one of her hands, and Lubden's hand in the other. A white energy came out of the floor around their feet, and rose, forming a dome around the trio. The giant Freddy serpent lifted a large section of its tail and slammed it down on the ground violently. Immediately, the ground of the boiler room began to rumble and shake. Scaffolding and pipes were being shook loose. Freddy then swung his tail swiftly at the trio, and when the tail struck the dome, Verissa, Lubden, and Nero were actually jolted. The burning white light in Verissa's eyes faded slightly. Freddy was making headway. Freddy saw he was weakening Verissa, and he was poised to strike again. He drew his large head back, looked down at the three soon-to-be victims surrounded by a dome of white energy, and thrust his head forward with purpose. He would not be stopped this time. His open mouth struck the dome but did not penetrate it. But the three inside the dome were almost knocked off their feet. But they were united, determined, and they did not let go of each other's hands. Verissa took a slow, deep breath and thought of all of her fallen friends. She let anger and vengeance fill her. The white energy in her eyes was no longer fading. It was growing brighter. And now the room shook harder. But the fire within Freddy also burned hotter than ever. His irritation Hatred and homicidal rage radiated from his entire being. A blood-red energy began pulsing around the giant glowing serpent. Freddy manifested his own dream energy and decided he would swallow the three in one strike. He reared his huge head back, stared through the large serpent eyes down at the three defiant humans. They stared back up at him. Verissa dared him with her eyes to do his worst. Freddy accepted her dare, and he struck, mouth open wide. Verissa jerked her head up, looking above the giant snake, and then jerked her head back down. And the scaffolding above Freddy broke loose and fell crashing onto the head of the giant Freddy snake, and pressed him hard against the floor. More pipes began snapping and steam spewed from all around the boiler room. Verissa jerked her head towards the furnace, and the door opened. She then jerked her head towards Freddy's prone snake form that was held beneath a mountain of fallen scaffolding and pipes, and the fire inside the furnace shot out and struck the pile of rubble and the snake below it. Freddy howled in pain and jerked his entire form up, sending the rubble flying. Pipes and broken scaffolding fell to the floor like rain, pieces of which that would have surely hurt or killed Verissa, Nero, and Lubden. They instead bounced off the dome of energy. The giant snake was free, but after the rubble stopped falling, Freddy returned to his original form and stared at the protected trio before him.
What we need is a change of venue. Wouldn't you agree?
Freddy asked and snapped his fingers. The world went black for Verissa, Nero, and Lubden, and when light returned, they found themselves in 1428 Elm Street, at the bottom of the stairs. Above them, at the top of the stairs, stood Freddy, smiling.
I told you, this is my world. I make the rules, and I didn't agree to a handicap match, he shouted. He looked towards the living room to the left of the group, and a large skeletal hand and arm shot out from the darkness and grabbed Lubden and yanked him into the dark living room. At the exact same moment, from the small room to the right of the group, another large skeletal arm and hand shot out and grabbed Nero and yanked him into the darkness of that room. Verissa turned and ran towards the room where Nero had just been pulled, and from nowhere a brick wall erected from the floor, sealing the room off. She ran for the living room to her left, and another brick wall erupted from the floor and sealed off the living room. Verissa jerked her head back up the stairs at Krueger. It won't work, Freddy. You tried separating us before and we came together. We will again, she barked at the dream demon. She concentrated hard, willing her power to bring them back to her side. Nothing was happening. Oh no! Are your dream powers not returning your backup to you?
Freddy said, laughing.
They're already in your dream, bitch, and your powers are nothing compared to mine,
Freddy snarled as he began descending the stairs towards Verissa.
I really should call an exterminator for this old house. Dirt and spider webs everywhere,
Freddy said while walking down the stairs. As he spoke, Verissa saw two more arms come from Freddy's sides, and then two more legs shot out from his hips. He then bent backwards as his entire body and all 8 limbs transformed into a large red and green striped spider. Then he spun, facing Verissa, and she almost shrieked when she saw he was now a huge red and green tarantula, but still had the burnt face of Freddy Krueger. Only now he had 2 large dripping black fangs and 8 eyes. Verissa let her dream power replace the shock and fear she had begun to feel, and her eyes turned white as she pulled all the power she could muster from deep inside and prepared to unleash it on Freddy. Remaining time until cryosleep ends, 15 minutes, 33 seconds. Lubden was in a large, dusty living room with broken furniture. A brick wall blocked his way from the 2 doorways in the room. He heard a metallic noise coming from behind a broken couch at the rear of the room. He watched in panic terror as Jason, his childhood robotic dog, jumped from the floor behind the couch and leapt over the broken couch to land on the floor in front of it. It stared at Lubden. Its razor teeth began spinning in its metallic jaws, and its eyes turned a blood red. Lubden felt pure fear consuming him. What could he do now? His left shoulder was still injured from the damn alien attack on the Dreamscape Beowulf, and his right forearm had semi-fresh slash marks from Freddy's glove. He was a non-athletic, frail lab rat. It's not like he even had a protective layer of muscle like Nero did. In that instant, a thought struck Lubden. His Gallagher Sphere. The one he had loaned Verissa, and the Gallagher Sphere 2.0 that Talos was supposed to be working on while they were in cryosleep. He had designed a telepathic morphing nano-ant weapon, and that was in the real world with no Dream Warrior powers. He wondered what his imagination could muster here in the dreamscape. Jason, the robo-dog, ran towards Lubden, its spinning razor teeth gnashing. When it was a few feet away, it dove into the air. Lubden threw his hands out to his sides in a hero pose and closed his eyes, and a metallic sphere rose out of his chest's dead center. It rested there for a millisecond before spreading out, forming a nano armor suit around his chest, legs, arms, and head. He threw his forearm out in front of him, and Jason bit down on his armored arm, and most of the robotic dog's spinning razor teeth shattered and fell to the floor. Lubden smiled beneath his nano-helmet and looked down at the now sad-looking robo-dog. Lubden glanced at his right arm and concentrated, and within seconds the barrel of a laser gun rose from the back of his hand, on top of the arm covering it. He pointed it at Jason and thought the command, "Shoot," and a powerful laser beam blasted from the barrel. Jason leapt out of the path of the blast. Lubden zeroed in, shot again, and again. Jason jumped out of the way. Jason dove straight for Lubden again, and Lubden threw a punch and struck the dog in its snout, sending it smashing against the wall of the room. The dog turned and stared as Lubden began to raise his arm, and then 2 more dogs seemingly phased through the floor, both exact copies of his robotic dog Jason, both with bright red eyes, and their razor teeth were spinning. All 3 dogs ran at Lubden, and he took a deep breath and concentrated. His suit powered up and blast of energy shot from the bottom of the feet of his suit, and he hovered 3 feet in the air. He held out both his hands and concentrated. The 3 dogs leapt in unison, and Lubden was ready. He blasted, striking the dog on the far left. It exploded into shrapnel. He blasted the dog on the far right, and it followed suit. He then quickly aimed his arm at the original Jason. It was less than 2 feet from connecting with Lubden, its missing teeth no longer looking pathetic, but now strangely terrifying. Lubden unloaded a final shot as it was less than half a foot from connecting, and it exploded to pieces on the floor. I could get used to this, Lubden said to himself as he turned to face the brick wall that led back to where Verissa was having to face Krueger alone. I'm coming, Dr. V. Nero stood in a small office room, the doorway behind him now sealed by a brick wall. He jumped back as something crashed through the ceiling above him and landed 5 feet away. It was the creature Freddy had taken a form of to hunt him. He had called it the Predator. It had its blades extended and was not wearing its armor, its mandibles moving back and forth as it stared at Nero. It advanced and raised the blades and brought them down. Nero barely dodged out of the way, feeling the wind of the attack blow through his hair. Nero backed around the corner of the empty room. He had no weapon, he had no plan, and he didn't have a lot of space. The creature spun to face him and began advancing again, its blades held high again. Nero let his fear and anxiety go as he thought about what Verissa had said about having a dream warrior inside of him. He simply needed to let it out. As the creature closed in and began its swing towards him, Nero saw it in his mind's eye and became his dream warrior. In an instant, he felt his body grow. His arms doubled in size and muscle. His legs, waist, chest, neck, and head followed suit, and he threw his hands into the air and caught the blades in his bare hands before they could strike him. Nero had hulked up in size and muscle, and the blades could not even penetrate his skin. He grabbed hold of the creature's blades and ripped them from its arms. The creature screamed in anger, and its mandibles opened. It lunged to bite at Nero, and Nero threw an elbow to the side of its head, and he heard a cracking noise as the beast fell to the floor. It stood quickly and came back for him. Nero held the 4 blades in his hands and turned them back towards his attacker, and as the creature lunged for him, Nero shoved the blades towards the creature's face, driving them through its eyes out the back of its head. The creature fell to the floor, and after a moment, turned to ash at his feet. Nero turned and faced the brick wall that stood between him and Verissa. Spider Freddy stopped a few steps up from Verissa and leaned back. She had expected him to strike, but he hadn't. Instead, Spider Freddy reared its body back and then thrust forward, and a large stream of sticky webbing sprayed out, wrapping Verissa in its viscous coating. She struggled to break free, but it only made her feel more stuck. She had built up dream energy, but had missed her chance to dispel it. Spider Freddy came down the remaining steps, and one of its legs flicked out, knocking Verissa to the floor. The man-sized Freddy Spider crawled to Verissa's prone body on the floor and leaned its head back and extended its fangs. As it struck, Verissa released all the energy she had built up, and it exploded from her body, melting the webbing that held her in place. She rolled out of the way, and Freddy Spider's fangs drove through the wooden floor. Freddy Spider began jerking its body back, trying to pull its fangs free. Verissa's eyes went full white again, and white energy formed in her right hand. She pulled her hand back and unleashed it with a punch square in the spider's face. The white energy exploded upon contact, destroying all 8 eyes of the large arachnid. Freddy howled in pain, and in an instant returned to his original form on the floor, rolling, holding his face. Verissa concentrated all of her dream energy into what she thought was the perfect foil to finally end Freddy. Verissa put all of her concentration on her right hand, and watched in wonder with solid white eyes as a solid white glove with 4 blade-shaped shafts of dream energy formed on her hand. Verissa walked to Freddy and stood over him. "Dream's over, bitch. Time to wake up," she snarled, and drove the energy blades down into Freddy's side. She heard a wet, thick thwop as the shaft of energy penetrated the sweater and then the burnt skin of the dream demon. Freddy screamed in agony as she pulled the blades out and prepared to strike again. The 4 holes in Krueger's side did not bleed. Instead, a yellow light glowed from the holes, and bits of the light began seeping out of the wound. Verissa drew her gloved hand back as far as she could, but before she could bring it down again, this time aiming for Freddy's heart, the entire house began to rumble and break apart around them. Freddy looked up at Verissa and started laughing maniacally as she looked around at the collapsing structure. She looked back at Freddy and saw his wound was healing back up.
"I told you,"
Freddy said breathlessly.
"This is my world. You're just a pesky door-to-door salesman, and I'm not buying,"
he growled as he leapt to his feet. He swung at her and she held out her white energy gloved hand. Freddy's blade struck her energy blades. She pushed against Krueger, and Krueger pushed against her. The stairs beside them broke into splintered wood and fell through the rotten wooden floor into the basement. The Dream Demon and the Dream Master stood on the precipice of the large hole that fell to the basement. Verissa glanced down into the hole and saw the entire basement was engulfed in red and green flames. Freddy pushed out with his gloved hand, still locked onto Verissa's. He was pushing her towards the hole. Verissa pushed back. "Why did you let this happen to me?" Verissa heard Candolin's voice and looked behind Freddy. Candy stood there, blood dripping from her eyes. "Why didn't you save my Chrissy?" came another voice, this one Danella. Verissa looked to the left of Candy and saw Danella, but she was charred, her entire body burnt to a crisp. She had one of her burnt arms draped over Christina and was holding her against her side. Christina held up her hands to Verissa. Each hand had a large gaping hole through them. "Where were you when I needed you?" Christina asked. Verissa felt her heart sinking. If she had only found Alice sooner, she could have saved them all. What good were her powers now that she was the last one standing? Nero and Lubden were surely dead too. Her strength began to fade. Freddy pushed her closer to the hole, a grin growing on his face.
"Yes, that's it. Feel the failure, Verissa. They're all dead. What's the point now? All that's left is you and a walking, talking computer,"
Freddy said low and flat.
"I'm so disappointed in you. I thought of you like my daughter. Hell loved you more than my own no-good kids, but you brought me into your dream to try to protect me, and all you did was end up getting me killed. If you just left me where I was, I may have survived," came Warlock's voice. Verissa looked next to Danella and saw her work dad standing, a look of disappointment on his face, shaking his head from side to side. His belly split open, intestines hanging out. She let her strength dip a little more. Freddy pushed her closer to the opening. "I just wanted to see new worlds, meet new humans, and look what happened to me. Where were your powers when I needed you?" came Naquilio's voice. Verissa scanned the room and saw him standing next to Candolin, his middle eye missing, his stomach an empty cavity. He was covered in blood.
"Hell, at least she talked to you, Big Blue. She wouldn't even give me the time of day. Even if she had her powers when I needed her, she'd probably just let me die. She doesn't care about anyone but herself," came the voice of Butch. He had walked up next to Naquilio and put his hand on his shoulder. She could barely make out Butch's features. His face, neck, and chest had been slashed so much he barely resembled a human anymore. "I'm sorry, all of you, I'm sorry. I wanted to save you all. He was after me too. I didn't know what I was capable of," Verissa began to plead, her distraction allowing Freddy to push her ever so closer to the hole. Her feet now partially hanging over the opening. She could feel the heat rising on her legs. "Just let go, Dr. V. It's okay. I did," came the voice of Lubden. He was standing right next to Freddy, looking Verissa in the eyes. He looked as if he had been mauled by a bear. His left cheek nothing but loose meat hanging from his face. As he spoke, a small chunk of it fell to the floor. "Looks like we won't be getting that Yarvestic after all, huh, Doc?" came the voice of Nero, who stepped up next to Lubden. He had 4 bloody holes in him running vertically from belly button to the base of his neck. "I was wrong about you. You didn't have what it took to defeat Freddy, and now he's out, and everyone that dies going forward is because you failed," came one final voice. It was Alice. She stood behind Verissa and put her hand on her shoulder and whispered directly into her ear. "You might as well burn just like me. Freddy won. He always wins." Verissa saw no reason to keep fighting. She prepared to let go completely. What was she fighting for anyways? Time remaining until cryosleep ends, 55 seconds. As Verissa's right foot slipped into the hole, she was shocked out of her almost hypnotic trance of guilt as the brick walls on both sides of the room exploded into dust. On her left stood Lubden in a head-to-toe metallic silver armor suit, and to her right stood Nero, who looked like he had more than doubled in size and muscle. Verissa watched as each of Freddy's deceptions of dead crew members disappeared one by one until it was just the two of them locked glove to glove, and Nero and Lubden on the sides of the room. "Verissa, we're here!" Nero shouted. Verissa snapped her head back at Freddy and returned her energy back to defeating him, or at least taking him with them back to the waking world of the Beowulf. The white energy blazed in her eyes like two bright white fires burning in her eye sockets. Her white energy gloved hand grew brighter than ever, and she began pushing back. "If we're gonna take him, we gotta do it now," Lubden yelled, looking at his timer. He saw Freddy push against Verissa, their gloves intertwined. Lubden lifted his arm and shot a blast of white energy, striking Freddy in his side, causing him to flinch and move backward slightly, crying out in pain. Lubden rushed to Verissa's left side and took hold of Freddy's wrist below the glove and began pushing with Verissa. Nero leapt over the hole and the fire below it and threw a punch into Freddy's right side with his massively strong arms and fists. Freddy cried out in pain again and almost doubled over, taking another step backwards, giving Verissa the ability to move away from the hole and stand back on solid ground. Nero took hold of Freddy's forearm from the right side below Lubden's grip. They held on for dear life and pushed with everything they had. But then the floor they stood on began to crack and shift, and as the floor gave out beneath them, Verissa shot her left hand out and grabbed onto Freddy's sweater, as Lubden and Nero now held Freddy's gloved arm with both their hands, and they all four fell into the red and green flames together, as the floor of the house came crashing down. Chapter 15. Maybe tonight you'll be gone. Verissa was preparing to feel the heat of the flames consume her, when all of a sudden her eyes shot open, and she was looking out into the Beowulf's cryo-chamber room, as her own chamber hissed and its front slid open. She heard two more chambers do likewise. She was disoriented, but one thing pushed through the fog and brought her to full attention. "Freddy!" she yelled out into the room. "I am sorry, Dr. De Janeiro. It looks like you did not succeed in bringing him back," Talos 16 said, as he lowered the plasma rifle he had been pointing in the direction of the cryo-chambers. Verissa looked defeated. She looked around the room and saw 6 of the chambers were covered in heavy canvas. Talos had made sure they would not have to see their fallen friends upon returning to the Beowulf from the dreamscape. "I can't believe they're all gone," Verissa said softly. Hey, Talos, buddy, do you mind if I hold on to that?" came Nero's voice as he exited his cryo-chamber and crossed the room and stood by Talos. Talos nodded approvingly and handed the rifle to Nero. Nero put the strap over his shoulder and let the gun hang from his back. Verissa momentarily let go of the threat of Freddy and the sadness at the deceased crewmates, and a smile grew on her face when she saw Nero had made it back and was relatively still in one piece. Life was short, and they had all barely survived. She rushed from her chamber, grabbed Nero's right hand, and pulled him into a hug, and laid a kiss on him. Nero was taken aback, but began kissing her as well. After a moment, he pulled back. "Hey, it's good to see you too," he said before wrapping his arms back around Verissa and laying another kiss on her. After a few moments, they pulled apart when another voice rang out. "Talos!" Lubden called from his cryo-chamber. He tried to rush to his android friend's side and almost fell over from the disorientation of coming out of cryo-sleep. "Whoa, that would have sucked," he said as he threw his arms around Talos 16. The android returned the gesture. I'm so glad to see you. And I you, Talos replied. Ow, ow, Lubden cried out, wincing at the pain in his right shoulder and left forearms. Maybe not so tight? I apologize, Talos said with a smile. I'm glad we all made it out, Barissa said with her arm around Nero's waist and his arm around hers. But we have to stop Freddy. Talos, put me back under. I'll try to pull him out again or kill the bastard in his own world. I was so close, Barissa barked. Indeed. Freddy is a problem we will still need to solve. But I am afraid we have a bigger issue at hand, Talos said solemnly, still in an embrace with Lubden. Lubden released his hug on the android and stepped back. What is it? He asked. Yeah, what is a bigger deal than Freddy? Barissa asked. She broke free of Nero and put her hands on her hips, staring at the android inquisitively. Talos 16 explained the surge Freddy had caused after Candelin's death, and how it had damaged the comms so they could not call for help, and how it had damaged the autopiloting system, which in turn made it where they would not automatically come out of warp speed at the end of their cryosleep cycle, like it had been programmed. Okay, well, just take us out of warp speed. You're an android, you can get into the system, yeah? Nero asked. It is not that simple. The autopilot warp speed programming was set by Pilot Warlock, and because of the damage to the system, it has to be shut off manually. Only Warlock holds the special pilot code to make that possible, and sadly he is no longer able to divulge that information. I do apologize that I did not inform you when I was in the dreamscape, but I did not want you to worry more than you already were. However, we are currently flying blind, and are moving further and further away from where we were supposed to come out of warp speed. Warlock had set a safe path with no obstructions. If we do not stop warp speed, we could collide with any number of things at any time, and it would be an instantaneous death for us all, Talos explained. Oh, wow. What's the bad news, bud? Nero asked sardonically. There is one possible solution, Talos added. And that is? Barissa asked. Talos 16 looked at Lubden, and Lubden immediately knew what his friend was thinking. The shuttle? Lubden asked, already knowing the answer. Yes. Hypothetically, we would have at least a 30% chance of successfully launching the shuttle at the right speed and angle to survive the launch while the ship is at warp speed. Do I ask what happens if we don't successfully do all that stuff? Nero asked with concern showing on his face. We'd be ripped into atoms, basically, Lubden answered. Oh, and I thought you were going to tell me it was something bad, Nero said with a dry laugh. Barissa seemed to be in deep thought. Dr. De Janeiro, what do you think? Talos asked. I think launching the shuttle is crazy. We can't do it, she said matter-of-factly. Well, we don't have any other options, Dr. V, Lubden replied. Naquilio, Barissa said, looking straight at Talos 16. Talos stared back blankly for a moment, and then he perked up. Of course, Dr. De Janeiro, Talos said while moving to the control panel of the cryo lab. He waved his hands over the control panel and a screen appeared. He scanned the screen and it flicked through several screens before landing on the one he was looking for. Talos examined it and turned to the crew. What is it? What do you mean, Naquilio? Nero asked. He used Naquilio's neuroimplant to gain access to the dreamscape, and when he was in there, he had a connection to a small part of Naquilio's consciousness, almost like a small backup of data, like in a computer. Because the neuroimplant is still sort of powering part of the deceased crewmate's brains, Talos can connect to Warlock's neuroimplant and hopefully be able to pull the information we need, Lubden said. Am I right? Affirmative, Lubden, Talos said. We are wasting time. Dr. De Janeiro, you and Nero please make your way to the cockpit. Lubden and I will connect to Warlock through the central control panel in the Nanomed lab. I will tell you how to prepare, and once I am in what is left of Warlock's consciousness, I will call out his passcode. Talos continued urgently. You got it, bud, Nero said. We'll be ready, Barissa added, as Nero took her hand and the two walked to the door of the cryo-chamber room. Nero placed his free hand on the scanner, and the door whooshed open and then closed behind them. Talos waved his hand over the control panel in the middle of the cryochamber room, and the screen disappeared. He then joined Lubden as they followed behind Nero and Verissa towards the door of the cryochamber room that led to the corridor and on to the med lab. "Did you get to work on Gallagher Sphere 2.0 at all?" Lubden asked as he held his hand to the scanner and the cryochamber room door whooshed open. "Indeed. I was able to complete it before everything went batshit crazy, as you all would say. It actually exceeds even our expectations," Talos answered. "Awesome. Good work, friend," Lubden said as they left the cryochamber room and turned down the corridor towards the lab, and the door behind them whooshed closed. Nobody had noticed him hiding under the heavy canvas covering Colin Butch Stockard's cryochamber. He waited patiently, listening to every word, and when they had all left, Freddy stepped out from behind Butch's chamber and pulled the canvas from it. He pushed on the chamber's cover, and it slowly slid open. Freddy grabbed Butch's wrist and pulled on his arm with his left hand, and then went to work with his bladed glove, cutting into Butch's dead arm. After a few moments, Freddy had cut and pulled Butch's arm free from Butch's body, from the elbow down.
"You fucks aren't going anywhere,"
he growled as he headed for the cryochamber room's door. "Okay, we are in place," Nero said, looking into the holographic screen in the cockpit. On the screen, he saw Lubden looking back at him. "We are jacking Talos in right now," Lubden responded. Lubden waved his hand over the control panel as Talos sat next to him, and his index finger opened and a cord snaked out and connected to the panel. Within seconds, Talos closed his eyes and entered what was left of the consciousness of the deceased Warlock Rollins. "Hold on to your dicks," as Warlock would always say, Verissa said from the cockpit. Lubden looked at the screen and smiled. "I know the two of you were very close, Dr. V. I am very sorry for your loss," he said. "Thank you, Lubden. I appreciate it," she replied. "Alpha, Foxtrot, 1-4, Echo, Zulu, 2-8, X-Ray, Hotel," Talos recited monotone next to Lubden, and began repeating it. "Did you get that, guys?" Lubden asked as he looked into the screen. At the cockpit, Nero looked at Lubden on his screen. "I have received the passcode and I am putting it in according to Talos's instructions," Nero answered. Verissa began flipping the 3 switches and pulling the levers as Talos had explained to them before going into Warlock's neuroimplant. Nero took hold of the manual controls with one hand as he waved his free hand over the control panel, and a holographic screen appeared. A beep was heard, prompting Nero to put in the passcode. He called it out. "Alpha, Foxtrot, 1-4, Echo, Zulu, 2-8, X-Ray, Hotel." All the lights on the control panel and pilot board of the cockpit went out and then came back to life, lighting up again. A loud whirring noise could be heard from deep within the ship. "Here we go," Verissa said. The ship then successfully came out of warp speed. Verissa and Nero jumped to their feet and embraced in a hug. "We did it!" Nero called towards the screen with Lubden on it. Lubden watched with a smile at Nero and Verissa hugging. He watched them kiss each other, and then they turned back towards the cockpit window, and all joy drained from their face. "What's going on?" Lubden asked with worry. Beside Lubden, Talos's eyes opened, and the cord that ran from his index finger disconnected from the panel and retracted back into his open finger, and the tip closed. "Did we succeed?" Talos 16 asked. Talos, we need you to look at this," Verissa said, a hint of panic creeping into her voice. Verissa stared out of the cockpit window at something she herself had seen just days before, when she dreamed of being chased by the red and green snakes. The snakes were terrifying, yes, but it was what Verissa was staring at in this waking moment that had scared her more in her nightmare. "Is that what I think it is?" Nero asked. Yes," Verissa answered. Outside the cockpit window was a gigantic black hole, and the Beowulf was far, far too close. Nero waved his hand over the control panel to turn the screen towards the glass. Talos 16 looked at his screen in the Nanomed lab and knew without a doubt the Beowulf would not be able to escape being pulled into the black hole. "What if we just turn the ship around? Put it back into warp speed?" Lubden asked, turning to his friend, fear showing on his face. Talos looked into Lubden's eyes with a look of sorrow. "There is no time. It would take too long to attempt to turn the Beowulf around and then set up a warp speed trajectory. Our only hope is to prep the shuttle for a warp speed launch away from the black hole. From my calculations and our current distance from the black hole, we are already being pulled in. I would estimate we have 6 minutes until it is too late to escape, even in the shuttle," the android said solemnly. "Oh God," Verissa said from the cockpit screen. "What do we need to do?" Nero asked as the Beowulf was rocked by the pull of the black hole. "You and Dr. De Janeiro head for the lift and meet us in the Nanomed lab. Lubden and I will begin preparations," Talos answered. "Roger that," Nero said, waving his hand over the panel closing the screen. "Let's go," he said, taking Verissa's hand, and they ran for the lift. I am setting a clear trajectory for Somnium 5 in the Somnian Galaxy. It's our closest, safest harbor." "Indeed," Talos said, as he waved his hand frantically over the control panel to adjust the launch position of the shuttle. The ship rocked again, almost dumping Talos and Lubden from their chairs. In that moment, all the lights of the Beowulf went dark and were replaced by a slowly flickering red light. "We have lost main power, Talos? Tell me we're still able to prep the shuttle's position?" Lubden begged. "Affirmative. Auxiliary power is at sustainable levels for our power requirements," Talos said. "I will just need to." Talos was cut off by a voice calling to him from his screen. Guys, sorry to bother you, but that power surge stalled the lift. We are in between floors and not moving," Nero said, trying to stay calm. "I'm sorry, what my ever-so-polite boyfriend is trying to say," Verissa interrupted, speaking to Talos and Lubden. "Boyfriend?" Nero could be heard asking. "Sure, why not? You got a problem with that?" she asked. No objections," he said. "So what my boyfriend is politely trying to say is, Talos, come fucking get us!" she shouted. "I am on my way. Lubden, please finish setting the launch angle. It is almost complete," Talos said. "You got it. Don't take too long. We got less than 5 minutes to boogie," Lubden called as he heard the door whoosh open and whoosh closed. Lubden got to work quickly, waving his hand frantically, and let out a breath of relief as he finished prepping the shuttle. Behind him, he heard the door whoosh back open, and then felt a hand resting on his shoulder. "Wow, that was fast," he said, reaching up and placing his hand on what he expected to be Talos's. But instead, he felt a cold, stiff, human hand lying on his shoulder. Lubden slowly turned around and saw Freddy Krueger standing directly behind him. Freddy was holding a severed arm and began slowly waving it back and forth with a macabre smile on his face.
"Hiya, Lubden,"
Freddy snarled, dropping the hand and lunging at Lubden, his bladed glove swinging down and connecting with Lubden's chest. Blood sprayed onto Freddy and Lubden's face both as the young scientist began to scream. Chapter 16, Freddy in Space. Talos 16 stood before the lift in the flickering dim red light. His index finger opened, a cord snaked out and connected to the lift scanner. Within seconds he heard a beep, and then the lift came back to life, and he could hear it rising to his level. His finger cord retracted, and the lift door opened. "Thanks, Talos. We are cutting it close," Nero said. "Are we prepped for launch?" Verissa asked. "Affirmative. Lubden is finished." Talos could not complete his statement, as he was interrupted by a blood-curdling scream coming from the Nanomed lab. "Lubden!" Talos shouted, louder than he had ever spoken before. Talos, Nero, and Verissa sprinted to the Nanomed lab, and Talos placed his hand over the scanner, and the door whooshed open. The sound of the opening door was drowned out by Lubden Gallagher's final screams, his last breath calling out for his friend and partner Talos. The three stood in the doorway of the lab, keeping it from closing. In the flickering red light, they saw Freddy Krueger. They had succeeded in pulling him from the dream world after all. Currently, he had his back to them, and he was swinging his blades over and over downwards, throwing blood from his blades each time he swung them back up, some of which splashed across Talos 16's face. It seemed Lubden's final screams masked the sound of the door opening for Freddy as well, as the dream demon, in the flesh, did not seem aware of their arrival. Talos's eyes followed the direction of Freddy's swings, and the android felt time almost stand still when he saw his friend and companion Lubden Gallagher on the floor of the lab. Blood puddled around his non-moving body. Bloody gashes covered his once handsome face, as well as his neck, torso, and arms. Talos stared into Lubden's eyes. No life existed behind them anymore, as they stared back at Talos. Talos saw movement to his side and slowly turned his head to see Verissa covering her mouth, stifling a scream, and Nero pulling his plasma rifle to the ready. Talos placed his hand on the gun's barrel and pushed it down, and then snapped his head back at Freddy. Freddy still had his back to the three, still unaware of his audience. He was still swinging and slashing at Lubden's corpse and laughing maniacally. Talos lifted his hand in the air and sent out a telepathic command, and from Nanobed number 1, the Gallagher Sphere 2.0 rose into the flickering red light of the Nano Lab and shot across the room into Talos's hand. No sooner had it touched his palm, it began to morph into a large club, and all around the club large spikes began to protrude several inches long. And then the spikes began to pulse with electricity, and Talos stepped towards Freddy with an intensity and rage like he had never felt before. Freddy finally noticed he was not alone and stood, still not turning to face the remaining crew of Hawkins Salvage and Recovery.
"Oh, you got the drop on old Freddy. Shoot me if you want. I am eternal, and I'll be back. I'll find my way to your dreams again and kill you slow. As for you, Talos, I told you, robo-bitch, I was gonna make sure you watched me kill your little boy toy. Remember?"
Freddy's taunt was cut short as Talos swung the club with the force of a warrior, and a large spike hit the back of Freddy's head and burst through his skull and out his right eye. When Talos pulled the club back to take another swing, it ripped half of Freddy Krueger's skull off with it, dropping bone and brain tissue to the floor of the Nanomed lab. Talos, Verissa, and Nero watched as Freddy Krueger, with only half a head, tried to take a step forward, but tripped over his latest victim and fell slouched over the control panel of Nanobed number 1. "I am so sorry, Talos. Oh my God, I am so sorry about Lubden, but we have to go," Nero said. Talos stood firm, ignoring Nero, staring at Freddy, making sure he had avenged Lubden completely. And then Freddy defiantly began to raise his gloved right hand somehow. Talos stepped forward, lifted the nanospike club over his head, and brought it down. A large electrical spike driving right through the middle of Freddy's gloved hand and pinning it down into the control panel of nanobed number 1. The spike drove deep into the panel, and immediately sparks began to fly out of it. And within seconds, smoke began to billow as Talos watched defiantly and with purpose. The panel erupted in flames, and so did Freddy Krueger. The three watched for several seconds as the fire burned so hot it was melting the glove to Freddy's flesh. Somehow Freddy tried to squirm and move, and even tried to scream, but all that came out was a throaty gurgle as Freddy was missing the entirety of the right side of his head. But within moments of this hot burning fire, he ceased to move anymore. Talos commanded the club to return to a sphere, but it did not obey. And then he felt a jolt of electricity conduct through the club, and he was forced to let go. Talos, we are almost out of time. You got him. You got him good. We need to go, Verissa said. Goodbye, my friend, Talos said, tilting his head and looking at Lubden. He then turned on his heels, and the three ran for the shuttle bay. The fire continued to burn hot and bright. It had completely destroyed most of the right side of Freddy's body from the waist up. His right torso, shoulder, and right arm, a melted, gory mess. Karma had burnt the child killer a second time. The glove he wore as his weapon of choice now fused with his melted right hand in death. The Gallagher Sphere Club began to soften and spread. It covered Freddy's arm, shoulder, right torso, and then began to creep up to the missing side of his head, as the nano-ants that made up the sphere received conflicting commands from the shorted-out control panel of nanobed number 1. Heal. Return to sphere. Heal. Return to sphere. Heal. Return to sphere. Heal. 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 Sphere. Heal. Sphere. Shit! 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 Nero yelled when they reached the shuttle bay door. Looks like Freddy left us one more fuck you, Verissa said with defeat. The three were looking at what used to be the hand scanner for the shuttle bay door, but was now a hole in the wall with several ripped wires. We have 2 minutes to depart. Please step aside, Talos 16 said, and began connecting loose wires. Nero leaned against the shuttle bay door, looking down into the eyes of Verissa, who stood facing him, leaning on the door as well. If we survive this, you owe me a lot more than some, Noctralian coffee, he said with a grin. Be careful, I might hold you to it, Verissa said with a wink. Nero stood up straight. You won't hear me A thwack could be heard, and then Nero's statement was cut off mid-word. Nero? Verissa asked, but then she saw it in the flickering red light of the Beowulf, a red ring around Nero's neck. She rose her gaze and looked at Nero's face. His mouth was slack and his eyes empty. Oh God, Nero, she said, and reached to touch his cheek. As soon as she touched his face, she watched in horror as his head slowly slid forward off his shoulders and fell to the floor by her feet. His body then fell to the floor on its knees and keeled over. Verissa looked at the shuttle bay door and saw a small round saw blade barely stuck into the door. It was slowly deteriorating before her eyes.
Heads up!
A familiar voice came from down the dim red corridor. The corridor was then filled with the sound of metal on metal. Verissa turned her head to look and saw sparks flying off the walls coming from the Nanomed lab. Then she saw what was causing the sparks. It was Freddy, but not the Freddy she had fought in the dreamscape. This Freddy's head was half burnt tissue, like she was used to, but the right side of his entire head was bright, metallic silver. The right side of his chest looked like thin sinew that had been threaded together to complete the design of his horrible sweater, but it too was bright metallic silver. And his right arm was also completely metallic as well. A pattern of darker and lighter metallic shades ran down the length of his arm, imitating the design of his red and green striped sleeve. His hand was currently a large saw that resembled the smaller one that had decapitated Nero, and he was coming towards her and Talos, running the blade against the wall. Talos turned to Verissa. "Do you see these wires?" he asked. She looked down and shook her head yes. "Good. Connect them when I have him distracted. When the door opens, get to the shuttle and to the cockpit, and press the large red button on the console. Your warp speed trajectory is already set," the android said. "But Talos," she began. "I do not wish to exist without Lubden. No other directive makes sense to me, so I will honor Lubden by holding Freddy off for you as long as I can. It has been an honor working with you, Dr. De Janeiro. Now go," Talos demanded. Talos turned and began walking towards the new and improved Freddy Krueger. The Beowulf rocked again, getting closer to the devastating destruction of the black hole's event horizon.
"Gotta say, R2, hitting a man from behind is kind of a bitch move. At least I let your boyfriend face me before I sliced and diced the little bitch. But hey, thanks for the new hardware,"
Freddy shouted and laughed, his voice more mechanical than before. It was strange watching half his mouth of flesh and half his mouth of metal opening and closing in unison.
"This stuff is badass. It's like having my dream power in the waking world. You lot have done me so many favors. How can I ever repay you? I know. I'll take your shuttle and spread the word of Freddy to all the known galaxies. I don't even need to know how to fly the fucking thing,"
he said, and held up his metallic arm. The saw turned back into a hand, and then morphed into what looked just like Freddy's glove, just bright metallic silver. The blade slowly extended from it, and then from his index finger, the nanosphere material morphed into a snaking cord.
"See? It'll do all the learning for me."
Freddy laughed. Verissa was twisting the two cords together, but nothing was happening. She began stripping them a bit more, removing more of the casing with her teeth, and revealing more of the wires inside. "You are not going anywhere except into that black hole," Talos 16 said, as he stopped walking and stood directly in front of Freddy. He swung his right fist, and Freddy turned his head so the blow would land on his right metallic cheek. As Talos's hand struck the nanomaterial side of Freddy's face, his metallic cheek softened, and Talos's hand went into it. Freddy instantly willed his cheek to reharden, trapping Talos's fist inside. Freddy held up his metallic arm, and it quickly morphed into a large chainsaw-like blade. He held it underneath Talos's stuck wrist, and then the blade of the saw began spinning, and he lifted it, and it lopped Talos's hand off. The hand was still sticking from Freddy's right cheek. Freddy softened the nanomaterial by will, and Talos's hand fell to the floor. Freddy stepped back, and his nano-arm instantly morphed again into a large vice, and he quickly put it around Talos before the android could move. Freddy willed the two sides of the vice to squeeze. One side was against Talos's right bicep, and one was against Talos's left bicep. Freddy willed it to continue squeezing until he heard cracking from somewhere inside the android. Talos stared into Freddy's eyes defiantly and didn't say a word. He was trying to buy Verissa time to escape, and that was all that mattered now. Freddy willed his vice arm to energize, and voltage suddenly erupted into his nano arm, and Talos was hit with an overwhelming surge of electricity. Smoke began coming from his ears and nose.
"Well, I'd like to stay and play, but I have a flight to catch,"
Freddy said, and suddenly the space between the vice-like appendages coming from his nano arm turned into 4 blades, reminiscent of the glove he wore in the dreamscape. Except now he willed the blades to begin spinning, and they obeyed. As he held Talos 16 in the vise, the spinning blades came forward from the middle of the nano arm and drove into Talos' stomach. Sparks flew, wires shot out, and Talos began to power down.
"See you later, Robo-Bitch! Time to put all my problems behind me and embrace the future!"
Freddy growled as he lifted his nano arm into the air, still holding Talos in a vise, and threw him over his head, behind him down the corridor. Freddy's nano arm immediately morphed back into what looked like his original arm and gloved hand, only metallic and silver. He started heading towards the shuttle bay door and Verissa as the Beowulf rocked harder, but Freddy did not lose a step. Talos landed on his side facing the now destroyed door of the Nano Lab. He still had some functions, but was losing power rapidly. He saw Verissa hadn't been able to escape yet, but he was not powerful enough to face this new Freddy. Where he lay in the corridor, he was looking directly into Lubden's dead eyes. Sadness and anger coursed through the android. Then something caught his attention, and he looked to the left of his dead friend and saw that on the counter on the far side of the Nano Lab sat the pouch that Lubden had loaned to Verissa 5 days ago, before they flew down to Old Earth. In the pouch was Gallagher Sphere 1.0. An idea stirred in Talos 16's dying interface. "Hold on, Verissa, just a little longer," he thought, and he began to slowly crawl in to the Nano Lab. As Freddy was throwing Talos down the hallway behind him, Verissa finally connected the wires correctly, and the shuttle bay door whooshed open. She ran down the purple accordion corridor and opened the shuttle door. She then realized she hadn't heard the shuttle bay door close behind her. She turned and saw Freddy standing only a few feet away, directly in the shuttle bay doorway.
"You weren't gonna leave without your old friend Freddy, were you?"
he growled. "Fuck you, Freddy. I'll just make sure we both go into that black hole if I have to," she barked back.
"Oh, don't worry. You'll be going into the black hole. But no waking up afterwards this time, fucker,"
Freddy growled as he morphed his nano arm into a snake-like appendage.
"Look familiar? It pairs nicely with black holes, don't it, bitch?"
he snarled as the snake appendage shot forward and wrapped around her ankle. She screamed out loud but resisted. She grabbed hold of a handle affixed to the accordion hallway. Freddy then looked down at Nero's head and body on the ground behind him.
"Oh, looks like your boyfriend will never be the head of security again. Did he ever get the chance to slip you some tongue?"
Freddy then opened his mouth and stuck his tongue out. Half his tongue was formed from nanomaterial. That half split off from the biological half of his tongue, and it stretched out of his mouth and shot down and towards Verissa, wrapping around her other ankle. Freddy's snake-like arm appendage and his nano tongue yanked in unison, and Verissa's hand was ripped free from the handle, and she landed with a hard thud, and her head bounced off the floor as she landed on her back. Verissa saw stars. She felt instantly disoriented, but knew she had to pull it together because time was running out. The ship rocked again so hard, she feared it was going to break apart in the event horizon of the black hole at any second, as the entire ship began flashing dim red to complete darkness, then back to red. The auxiliary power would fail at any time, signaled by a wailing alarm that began to sound throughout the ship. Freddy's nano arm and tongue drug her down the shuttle bay hall and to his feet. She watched in horror the entire time she was slowly drugged to the Dream Demon. Now part machine, part killer, all asshole. He looked so terrifying in the dim red light, and each time the ship went dark, she hoped she wouldn't have to look at him again when the light would flash back on. But still there he would be. The nano snake arm and nano tongue unraveled from her ankles, and Freddy's nano arm returned to its original form of a metallic arm and a hand with a matching nano-bladed glove, and the bastard's half a nano tongue returned to his mouth, and he smiled. Seeing half his face still covered in the wet burns and half made up of the nano material from the Gallagher sphere chilled Verissa. The nano half of his face still took on the appearance of being covered in burn tissue, but it was metallic, which made Freddy appear even more menacing, especially when he would smile that wicked smile, and she'd see half his teeth yellow and black, and the other half razor-sharp and metallic. Verissa laid prone on the floor at his feet. The fall had almost knocked her out, but she willed herself to stay awake, to find a way into that shuttle.
Hope you had a nice trip. Time's wasted. Got places to be, and I don't have time to enjoy this like I fantasized about, bitch. But I gotta fly, so when you get to hell, tell Alice and all your friends, Freddy said hello!
He yelled and laughed over the wailing alarm and raised his nano arm and blades into the air, and the blades extended even further with the metallic shink. And Verissa closed her eyes, preparing to meet her fate, as he brought the blades down. She didn't feel them connect, and then heard a metallic clink hit the floor near her. She opened one eye and saw Freddy standing before her. His nano arm was no longer a part of his body. She looked to her side and saw it laying on the floor at Freddy's feet. Verissa leaned to her side and looked behind Freddy to see what had granted her clemency from Freddy's blades, and in the flashing light she could see Talos at the far end of the hall. She could see he was severely damaged, his abdomen a mess of wires and sparks, and he looked as if he was using every bit of his own will to stay standing. He had opened the inner airlock door and was standing in front of the outer airlock door. He was holding out his right arm, and in place of his missing hand was a metallic silver blade that was in the process of shrinking back to him and morphing back into a sphere. Freddy glanced over his shoulder quickly, and in the dim flashing red light saw that Talos was barely standing somewhere behind him in the corridor, holding out a retracting blade made of the same material as his new arm. And Freddy raised what at one point in his life had been an eyebrow as he turned back to face Verissa on the ground. It looked strange and unnatural being made of metallic nanomaterial.
So your robo friend has a little fight left. Oh well!
Freddy shouted as he looked to his right shoulder in the slowly flashing dim red light as the nanotech making up much of his right torso and shoulder began morphing into tiny tendrils of nanomaterial that began snaking quickly towards his nano arm on the ground next to where he stood.
I'll just kill him again after these little babies reconnect my...
Freddy began to say arm, but his words were stopped by a large metallic spike erupting through the back of his head and out the front of his mouth. His eyes grew wide in shock and disbelief as another spike burst through his back and out his chest. Verissa looked past Freddy again and saw that now the outer airlock door was opening behind Talos 16. She smiled and turned her attention back to the finally silenced Freddy Krueger, and watched with fascinated glee as the spikes that protruded from his chest and mouth morphed into grapple hooks. She looked past Freddy one final time to the end of the corridor at Talos 16 as he jerked his arm back and the grapples dug into Freddy's chest and face and jerked him from the shuttle bay doorway and through the corridor before he could reconnect his arm or think fast enough to morph the nanomaterial of his face or right torso. And seconds after being jerked backwards, he collided into Talos. As soon as Freddy's back collided with Talos's chest, the android draped his left arm around the front of Freddy and gripped the Dream Demon's right nano shoulder. Talos nodded towards Verissa in the flashing auxiliary light. She nodded back with gratitude and sadness as the airlock fully opened and Talos 16 and Freddy Krueger were sucked out into space, flipping backwards over and over, heading into the black hole. Verissa acted fast. She was down to mere seconds to launch the shuttle, and the vacuum of space was beginning to suck the air from the Beowulf. She watched with joy as the detached nano-arm of Freddy Krueger was pulled from the shuttle bay hall doorway and sucked down the corridor and out into space, following its owner into oblivion, as the now unobstructed shuttle bay door closed behind it, protecting her from a similar fate. She jumped to her feet and ran back down the accordion hallway and into the shuttle. The Beowulf shook worse than ever before as she rushed inside. She ran directly to the cockpit, hearing the door close behind her. Verissa de Janeiro strapped herself into the pilot's seat and hit the large red button on the control panel. The shuttle roared to life and detached from the Beowulf. Lubden's final act before being slain by Freddy was routing a safe trip for the shuttle. After detaching from the Beowulf, the shuttle slowly spun facing away from the black hole and warp speed activated. As the ship slowly turned, in the moments before warp speed transformed the world outside the cockpit window into tiny dots in blackness, Verissa could see the Beowulf being broken apart and exploding as it entered the event horizon of the black hole. She hoped Freddy suffered the same fate as the ship, and hoped in his final moments he felt fear and confusion. Verissa mourned for the crew, and spoke out loud. "Thank you, Talos," she said, as the shuttle took her far away from the death and destruction that had been the last 5 days.
Through the 10th dimension, to the certainties beyond, accumulating tension and the subatomic bomb. Machine that spins within me, and the spirit that drives me on, searching for an answer. Welcome to my world. Welcome to my only world. My head is full of space junk, but your words are getting through. I'm riding on the space junk. It's bringing me to you. Bringing me to you. Yeah. It's bringing me to you.
Epilogue. Never sleep again. 6 months later. Verissa sat at a table in her bedroom on Earth 2 and smiled as she put the finishing touches on the model she had been working on since the investigation into the Beowulf tragedy had ended, clearing her of any wrongdoing. Thankfully, the calm being down during their cryosleep and the ship being lost to a black hole, there were no records for anyone to comb through to re-spread the virus of Freddy Krueger, just in case he was right and somehow came back again. The investigators decided a faulty power cell is what caused all the problems that led to the Beowulf meeting its end in a black hole in deep space. The pull of the black hole and turbulence is what most likely killed the crew members of Hawkins Salvage and Recovery, according to investigators. And Verissa told of the bravery of a faithful android and his creator, demanding to stay aboard the Beowulf to make sure the only other surviving member of the ship was able to escape with her life, as they remotely guided the shuttle to a safe distance to set it on a proper trajectory. Verissa dreamed of her lost friends most nights, as if they were actually visiting her in her sleep. With her dream powers, she thought it might be so. In fact, just 2 nights prior, she had dreamed that Naquilio flew her and Nero to Somnium 5 and took them out for their first ever Yarvestic. She actually could taste it in her dream, and it was delicious. Nero was so handsome, and they all talked and laughed for what felt like hours until she woke up. Verissa had still never tried Yarvestic in her waking life, but she was going to very soon, and somehow she felt it was going to taste identical to what she had in her dream with Naquilio and Nero. Satisfied, Verissa put her model paintbrush away and turned on her lamp to get a good look at her completed model. She smiled. It looked just right. Almost every detail looked like the Beowulf, down to the smallest detail, inside and out. She pretended that somewhere inside that model, an android and his friend shared awkward moments that make you question just how serious their friendship is. Or, in another section of the ship, Butch is trying to hook up with whoever the newest hot chick crew member is. Or, somewhere in the living quarters, Danella and Christina are squabbling over religion. Or a wise pilot is giving someone fatherly advice even when they didn't ask for it. Or an alien from an ally planet is constantly asking questions to learn everything he can about humans, even if it's not always the most appropriate time. And most of all, she liked to think somewhere in that model was a handsome guy, who if she'd just been given the chance, maybe he would have been the one. Verissa took one last look at her model and turned off the lamp. She climbed into her bed and closed her eyes, and hoped for more pleasant dreams of absent friends. Author's Note 1. What follows is a setup for a sequel to Celestial Slumber that incorporates a certain rematch into its plot. However, you hold the power to end the story here. If you want to believe Talos and the Uber Freddy were pulled into the black hole, and Freddy Krueger was finally once and for all wiped from existence, and that Verissa de Janeiro is living a happy life on Earth 2, and with her dream powers is able to visit with her lost friends when she sleeps at night, then you can choose that ending and stop reading or listening right here. If you choose that path, then I hope you enjoyed the story of the Beowulf and Freddy's final killing spree. However, if you want there to be a what comes next, then keep listening or reading, and hopefully you will enjoy what is in store. Author's Note 2. The following recap of Jason Voorhees' activity after the events of the movie Jason X are compiled from the plots of the 4 Black Flame published Jason X novel sequels, Jason X No. 2 The Experiment, Jason X No. 3 Planet of the Beast, Jason X No. 4 Death Moon, and Jason X No. 5 To the Third Power. The only part of the following recap that is of my own creation is what happens after the prisoner's ship is launched into space. Everything before that part of the recap is from other authors' works in the official Jason X sequel books. Destiny and Destruction. The fabric of fate is woven with threads of destiny, entwining the trajectories of lives and events in an intricate tapestry. Some moments, monumental in their impact, appear to be preordained, as if the universe has conspired to bring them to pass. The inevitability of these occurrences is palpable, like the ticking of a clock counting down to a predetermined moment. The confluence of circumstances, the alignment of stars, and the whispers of the past all converge to shape the course of history. The forces of fate, like an unstoppable juggernaut, propel events forward, unrelenting and unyielding. The path to these moments is often paved with the choices and actions of individuals, yet the outcome seems force-ordained, a testament to the mysterious and unfathomable nature of destiny. Through the labyrinthine corridors of time and space, two entities of unrelenting destruction have been forging a trajectory of annihilation, their paths intersecting like the crossing of the blades of a deadly scissor. The fabric of reality trembles with anticipation as the cosmic clockwork aligns the gears of fate, orchestrating a confrontation of apocalyptic proportions. Like two dark stars, their malevolent energies have been drawing each other in, gravitating towards a singularity of devastation. The threads of destiny woven from the very essence of chaos bind them together, ensuring their collision course. Through the veil of time, their presence echoes, a reverberation of destruction that transcends the boundaries of space and dimension. The chronicles of their carnage, etched in the annals of history, foretell a final confrontation that will shatter the foundations of existence. In this ultimate showdown, the very essence of destruction will be distilled as these two forces of devastation unleash their unbridled fury upon each other. The cosmos will tremble as the outcome hangs in the balance, poised to reshape the fabric of reality. Only one will emerge victorious, their name etched in the eternal chronicles of destruction as the embodiment of unrelenting carnage. Two years before the events aboard the Beowulf, Brodsky held tight to the nano-enhanced Jason Voorhees as they fell into Earth-2's atmosphere, their bodies burning up as they fell. Brodsky died knowing not only had he ensured Rowan, KM-14, and Cineron would survive, but also that Jason would surely finally die. He was correct, for a time. All that remained of Jason after burning up in the atmosphere of Earth-2 was his mask, which landed in a lake. Two of the many nanoants that rebuilt Jason into the Uber Jason survived the fall to Earth-2, and they began reproducing and spreading out to rebuild Jason through his mask, which still held a piece of his DNA, and over time, they did. They used organic, inorganic, and nuclear waste runoff to finish the job, and eventually Jason rose from the lake and made his way to the nearby power plant, where he went on his first new killing spree. He was eventually apprehended and taken into military custody, where experiments were done, but eventually he again broke free and left a path of death and destruction before being launched into space, where he landed on barren moon 666 until being revived by a mad scientist and his assistant, who were both hell-bent on creating an offspring of Jason Voorhees, and in the end they succeeded in doing so. His name was Free Voorhees. Jason again found his way from bondage, killing the mad scientist and others in his employ, and once again found himself launched into space. This time landing on a populated moon where fate would have it, a new old Earth-style summer camp had been erected. Jason was right at home and enjoyed a retro killing spree, before being subdued once more and placed on a prison planet where over time he killed every last inmate and inhabitant of said planet, except for one man, Free Voorhees, his biological son born in a lab from the DNA of his father. Free attempted to flee the prison planet when a new ship of prisoners arrived. He attempted to launch the ship, the prisoners and himself far away from his murderous father, Jason Voorhees, but in the end only succeeded in launching the prisoners and their ship, as he had been injured by Jason and was unable to board the ship of prisoners. Though he was not left behind to be killed by his father, because moments before the ship of prisoners launched, Jason Voorhees had grabbed hold of the outer hull of the ship and was launched with the ship. It had no pilot and no direct destination set. Eventually, though, 5 years after Jason Voorhees was rebuilt in a lake on Earth-2, the prisoner ship fell from orbit and crash-landed on moon number 5980 in the Moonai galaxy, renamed Manus Dei, Latin for the Hand of God. In 2133, Earth-1 evacuated all humans in gigantic space vessels called lifeboats, and took them to humanity's new home on Earth 2. One of the gigantic transports, lifeboats, holding 250,000 humans from Earth 1 passed through a spatial anomaly on their way to Earth 2, and it had somehow teleported them to the Moon Eye Galaxy, and they crash-landed on moon number 5980. Not one life was lost, and no one was injured, and the moon was very much like a smaller Earth 1. It had an atmosphere, oxygen, wildlife, fertile soil, forests, jungles, deserts, bodies of water, etc. The humans on that ship had said the hand of God had brought them to safety, and so it was given the name Manus Dei. Their lifeboat ship was in bad shape after the crash. Its power cells and comms still were functional, however, but it would not fly, not without aid from their fellow humans back on Earth 2. The countless shuttles that were housed in the shuttle bay at the bottom of the ship were all destroyed when the ship had crashed. However, they did constantly try to get out an SOS, but never received a response or any indication they were being searched for. They were so far away, they knew it was a 1 in a trillion chance of rescue. The humans of Manus Dei had no way of knowing that distance wasn't the only reason their SOS calls were in vain. True, their distance would be enough for their calls for help to go unheard, but the main reason was much more complex. The spatial anomaly may have sent them multiple galaxies away from their home, but it had also sent them back in time 325 years. By the year 2450 on Manus Dei, the many generations that had lived and died had completely lost their true origins to time and legend. The people of Manus Dei became a theocracy and lived under a one-world government, teaching of God creating their ancestors and placing them on Manus Dei to do his will. Being smaller than Earth, Manus Dei's government enforced strict population control. Any unified partnership was granted permission to produce one offspring. To further enforce population control, a lottery for humans 60 years old and up was made that chose many yearly sacrifices to Dante, what they thought of as their god. For over 200 years, that sacrifice was carried out by burning the selected humans in the fires of Dante. Some technology had survived from 2133, such as small energy weapons and even first aid scanners, but most was lost to time. The original lifeboat ship was buried almost entirely in the ground of Manus Dei in their capital city, and the modern population saw it as a holy place, a temple to Dante, and it had been decorated to serve that purpose. The name Dante was given to their god many years prior, as the people of Manus Dei had seen the name Dante printed in many places on their temple. In reality, it was the Dante Corporation who had designed and built the lifeboat ships that had transported the population of Earth 1 to Earth 2 in the year 2133. The fires of Dante were in fact a thruster of the lifeboat that was activated from one of the only remaining control panels on what remained above the ground of Manus Dei, of the ship itself. Sacrifices would be placed in the path of the thruster and burned alive to appease Dante. In 2450, the prisoner ship that housed over 500 of the worst, most violent, insane criminals from the galaxy where Earth 2 existed passed through the same anomaly. They also crash-landed on Manus Dei. The prisoner ship also had a stowaway, Jason Voorhees. When the prisoner ship crashed, the surviving prisoners raided local villages that shared a giant lake on Manus Dei. The prisoners raped, murdered, and pillaged, all while spreading blasphemous lies to the people about where they had come from and more. In fact, they had been speaking the truth. The Manus Dei government received the reports and was preparing to stage an attack on what they were calling demonic forces sent from enemies of Dante to kill his people. So they sent out the forces of their Manus Dei military, but when they arrived at the villages, they witnessed the entire population of said villages were all dead. They blamed the demonic heathens, but all the enemies of Dante were slaughtered as well, and one squadron of the military witnessed a miracle. They witnessed and told of Dante himself, a tall, large, man-like entity who appeared to have the skin of man and machine, was in the process of striking down his enemies who had come to Manus Dei to kill his people. A soldier tried to approach Dante to kneel before him, but was struck down as well. The leader of Manus Dei gave the orders to stand down, lest they be judged by the almighty Dante. In the aftermath, the government constructed a large barrier around the lake and its surrounding and now empty villages, and they erected statues around the barrier of their savior, their god, Dante, Jason Voorhees. From that day forward, all sacrifices would be sent into Dante's village around the lake now named the Tears of Dante. Also, instead of imprisonment, from the day Dante arrived, the government enforced a new law. If you were found guilty of blasphemy, lewd acts, adultery, consumption of illegal substances, murder, rape, and many other charges, you were sentenced to face Dante. Any guilty person who was sent into the empty villages that surrounded the Tears of Dante and was still alive after 3 days would be forgiven of all crimes and allowed to leave the barrier around Dante's land, as this would be a sign of Dante's mercy. No man or woman had yet to receive said mercy. Jason Voorhees, for a time, had a new home on Manus Dei, and was worshipped as the god and savior of its people. At the time of 2450, the civilization on Manus Dei resembled Earth 1's 19th century, but with some surviving technology paired with the still evolving race on the planet. "6 years after the destruction of the Beowulf. 2 years after Jason Voorhees and prisoner ship's arrival. An object streaked across the night sky, plummeting to the surface of Manus Dei. The object struck the ground, creating a massive crater. A local scribe, purveyor of news, and a senior messenger of the governments of Manus Dei, William Atonison, known in many villages as Billy Boy, was trekking back to the capital after delivering word of a government decree to a local village, when he saw the object streak across the sky and crash. Billy Boy rushed to the crater. He peered into the hole and saw a silver metallic sphere resting at the bottom. He watched with curiosity as the surface of the sphere began to shimmer and ripple, as the sphere began to change shape and appear as if 4 razor-sharp blades were rising from it. The end. Afterword, Daring to Dream. Hello readers, or if you are a subscriber on my YouTube channel, the Slash Tracks Network with 80 Slasher Librarian, then hello Slashaholics. And if you are listening to the audiobook elsewhere, then hello listener. My name is Joshua Wayne LaRue. On YouTube I have the moniker the 80 Slasher Librarian. I am currently 39 and live in Arkansas at the time I completed this fan novel. Before writing Celestial Slumber, I had warmed up by writing a Friday the 13th story that falls somewhere between short story and novella. It was called Friday the 13th Quarantine, and was set in the dead of winter, a couple years into a trioxin-caused zombie apocalypse. I had a blast bringing my idea for that story to life. It had been born of a nightmare I had a while back, and I added some more plot elements, and the product was Friday the 13th Quarantine. It was never meant to be a full novel. The entire idea was always to make it a fast-paced, non-stop narrative. The characters are introduced well enough, but in the first chapter they escape the frying pan to land directly into the fire. And once Jason is unleashed, there is no slow moment all the way until the end. The characters get some growth and small backstory here and there, but it was always about the reality that all around these characters are different threats. Is the horde of zombies that forced them into Crystal Lake a bigger threat? Or is Jason? After completing Friday the 13th Quarantine and seeing the positive feedback about the story from subscribers and listeners of the audiobook on YouTube, I felt I was ready to do something I had wanted to do since middle school, write an actual novel. It didn't have to be 400 pages like the Black Flame books, but I wanted to thread a full narrative from start to finish, set up a wild slasher plot, create unique characters that have their own separate personalities, likes, dislikes, views, morals, their own pain and fears, and then watch them grow and evolve as the book unfolds. I also wanted to write a Freddy Krueger story that would challenge me greater than Quarantine did with Jason. So I took a trope that most times never screams quality, and I decided I was going to put Freddy Krueger in space. I didn't want to set it in modern times because there were so many limitations. Every Freddy movie and original novel are set in the 80s, 90s, or 2000s, with so many differing plots already. I also had a vision of my book setting up a rematch between Freddy and Jason in the distant future. So I set my Freddy in Space novel 2 years after the events of Jason X. One of the hardest parts at the start of this project was coming up with a name. I did not want to name it Freddy X, Freddy in Space, A Nightmare on Elm Street The Dream Astronaut, or A Nightmare on Elm Planet. I wanted to give it a name that encompassed Freddy in Space. I finally landed on Celestial Slumber, A Nightmare on Elm Street story. And for fun, when explaining it to people, I'd say, AKA Freddy X. Because as goofy as that is, there have been 9 Freddy films if you count New Nightmare, Freddy vs. Jason, and the Elm Street remake. I knew I was going to make this story very similar to Jason's adventure in the future, but still unique in many ways. I did not want to have a modern-day character somehow find their way to the future as well. That plot device was very clunky and would take a lot of work to make it fresher than Rowan's role in Jason X. But I needed a character to represent the reader and listener, so I created Dr. Verissa De Janeiro and made her an Old Earth history professor with a doctorate in Earth 1 history. I knew I wanted to include 1 alien crew member and 1 android as part of the cast, but I didn't want to make the android another KM-14. I opted to make Talos 16 a bit more stiff and rigid, and still having his AI evolving as he had only been created 11 months prior. My 17-year-old son actually picked the name Talos 16. Talos in my mind was a mix between Isaac from the Orville and Castiel from Supernatural. My wife would take a pen and paper when we had free time, and I would start calling out the ideas I had for the story. Where it would start, what would follow, and how it would end, and she would write it all down. Then, when all the notes were taken and the outline was done, we would do it again, but this time separate all the notes into what chapter they would take place in. Then lastly, we would take the list of chapters and what we said would happen in them, and would write out a description of each chapter and how it played out. That way, when I wrote it, the events would fall in place. She helped me brainstorm all the characters. I had an idea for each personality, and she helped give me a sounding board. Uber Freddy was important to set up the rematch, if there is demand for a sequel to this book. I knew the transformation would happen similar to Jason X and Uber Jason, but I would give Freddy more than just a souped-up set of armor. He would need more to have a believable fight with Uber Jason. So the Gallagher Sphere 1.0 and 2.0 was added to the story. Then when Freddy was pinned, dead-ish, to the nano med bed where Talos and London had been building the Gallagher Sphere 2.0, it would make sense that while the bed was shorting out from the fire and voltage, the nano ants that make up the sphere, and that would normally come from the bed to heal patients, would, in confusion, heal Freddy and also rebuild the sphere, but in Freddy shape. This way, if or when Uber Jason and Uber Freddy meet, the fight will be more balanced, as the sky is the limit for Freddy and his nanomaterial hand, arm, right torso, and right side of his head. I truly hope you enjoyed the Uber Freddy of it all. Freddy Krueger was always going to be very dark in my story. I wanted to counter the reputation of silliness In Space gets with the pissed, evil, dark, and bloodthirsty Krueger, with a dash of MTV Freddy sprinkled in here and there. The ending was always there. It was about the journey of arriving there. I always saw Talos 16 nodding to Dr. DeGeneiro as he held on to the Uber Freddy as the two were pulled into the black hole. At one point, there was to be a calm that Talos speaks into and tells Verissa, "See, Dr. DeGeneiro, a cuddle will lead to a good night's sleep," before he and Freddy are pulled out into space. This was a callback to the early part of the book where Talos had made a comment to Verissa about cuddling leading to a good night's sleep because he had seen that Lubden had slept good when they would cuddle. But the intensity of the scene and the hurt shape that Talos is in during the final scene on the Beowulf made that version a little too much to include. I will say that 75% of my original vision made it into this book, and the other 25% happened as I sat down to write the book itself each night. It was an amazing feeling to have a story, characters, and a vision to make it happen, and then sit down to bring it to life and see the characters and story go in unexpected directions right before my eyes. This is the first ever full-length novel I have ever written, and some may say, "That is obvious, dude." But because it is my first, it means a lot to me. I sincerely appreciate everyone that read or listened to it. I never knew it would be so hard to kill off characters in a story. When I wrote the novella or short story, not sure where it lands, Friday the 13th Quarantine, I didn't really get a chance to get connected to any characters, and their deaths didn't really affect me. However, while writing Celestial Slumber, I struggled to kill Christina and Aquilio and most of all, Lubden. Each time I came to one of their deaths, I would ask myself if my ultimate vision could be changed. But for a reason I will mention in a moment, I was never going to be able to keep them around. It was mostly just wishful thinking and sadness at seeing them have to leave the story. Nero wasn't hard to kill, but I was saddened that Verissa had what could have been a great relationship ripped from her. Speaking of which, it was always my intention to only have one survivor, and that was Verissa. What I meant before about my ultimate vision is this. I wanted to return to a final girl situation. Too many slasher movies of late have multiple survivors, as if the filmmakers are too scared to kill off certain characters. I wanted a return to form. I will take this experience on to my next project, which is looking more and more like Celestial Slumber 2, Freddy X Jason, which was built up and teased at the end of the epilogue. I will end this here. I really hope I was able to entertain you with my story and characters. If even one person read or listened to this book and was entertained, then I did my job. Freddy and all 80s slashers hold a special place in my heart. I mean, I've narrated over 70 slasher books here on the channel. All out of print, all hard to find. I did them all as a labor of love. To be able to share all these expensive, out-of-print books with every slasher fan. And I am thankful Freddy let me put on the fedora and take an old classic out for a spin in a new setting. The in-space trope is something that is not spoken of highly, but I hope that after you read or heard this book, maybe I convinced you that in space is not always synonymous with bad. Be excellent to each other out there, and as always, pleasant dreams! Joshua W. LaRue, June 2nd, 2024. Thank you to the many authors who I have narrated over the years and who have truly inspired me to pursue my dream of writing. William Pattison, David Bergantino, Jeffrey Thomas, Nancy Kilpatrick, Krista Faust, Scott Phillips, Matthew Costello, and so many more. Thank you to my wife, Beth. I love you more than anything, and without your support and keeping me on track and not letting me let insecurity hold me back, this book would never have happened. Thank you to my kids, Anthony and Alexis. You are my world, and everything I do is for you. Also, Anthony, Talos 16 just wouldn't be the same if you hadn't named him as such. Finally, thank you to all the patrons and subscribers of the Slash Tracks Network with 80 Slasher Librarian YouTube channel. I appreciate and love you all so much. If you stuck around this long, I hope you enjoyed the chapter, the epilogue, the setup for Jason X Freddy, or Freddy X Jason. Not sure what it's going to be called exactly. And also thank you for listening to the Afterword. This was an amazing experience, and I'll never forget it. I plan on getting a limited amount of physical copies of the book made, and I will give them away to subscribers here on the channel in giveaways if anybody's interested. But yeah, I would love to hear what you all thought of the conclusion of the story. Like I said in the Afterword, it was very hard to see Lubden go and see Talos go through the pain he was feeling. It was sad to see Verissa lose what could have been a good relationship for her. And, just as a fan, as I was writing the Uber Freddy stuff, I was geeking out, Jason's pretty badass looking as Uber Jason, but I mean, this is Freddy, and he talks, he's still making his one-liners, he's still being dark and creepy and everything, but he's not only got the metallic nano armor, he can manipulate the pieces of him that are nano material into anything he wants. Pretty much like having his dream power in the waking world. So he could be a double threat now going into the next book. But if you're one of the people that chose to let the story end before all the Jason X and Freddy stuff, you might not want to listen for a minute. But if you guys and gals want me to continue the story that I set up in the epilogue, please let me know in the comment section below. It is something I would very much love to write. Once I finished this book and wrote the epilogue, the story just came to me about how I was going to pit Jason and Freddy against each other again. And I pretty much got the entire story ready to go, ready to be outlined. There's going to be some crazy stuff going on in it. I mean, this planet worships Jason Voorhees. That's way bigger than Church of the Divine Psychopath, where it was like a small cult. This place thinks he is God, their God Dante, But, and now Freddy is on that planet. At least the sphere is, right? You saw Billy Boy see the sphere start to morph into 4 razor-sharp blades. So I would be excited if I was just a listener or reader of the book. I would be excited to see what happens. But you know what? I'm not. I wrote the story, and I want to know if you all would like to know what happens next. It'll take me a little while to write it, and a little while after that to narrate it, but I will work on it if that's something that there is a demand for. But right now, let's talk about the ending of this book. I knew that, like I said in the Afterword, that it was going to be kind of similar when he gets his powers, his nano upgrade, but I wanted to make it slightly different. I wanted to make it where, Talos is really getting Freddy back for killing Lubden, but inadvertently, because of the way he attacks Freddy, and pins, it goes through Freddy's hand and glove into the control panel, he kind of creates Uber Freddy. KM14 kind of did that before by, blasting off Jason's arm and leg and half his head and, leaving him on the nano bed. But this is different because Freddy was hit with the Gallagher sphere. Yes, in the moment they didn't have much time to think, and yes, Talos probably didn't think that it would rebuild Freddy whenever it was jolting him and he had to let go so they could go. But I hope you liked the way it played out with it rebuilding Freddy like it did, and I hope you liked his final scene, and I hope you enjoyed Talos using his last bit of energy before powering down completely to give Freddy, in my opinion, a pretty cool death in the book. He's running his mouth. He's about to reconnect that arm back to his body. Spike through the mouth, shutting him up, finally shutting him up for Verissa. I almost had a tear shed while I was writing the epilogue part with Verissa. it's like those feelings and emotions I had for my characters and as they died and everything kind of came out as I was writing that. You know, Verissa took an old Earth hobby, after finding that house model on the Beowulf, and after she lost all of her friends, made it back home, got through the investigation, she rebuilt the Beowulf as a model, to keep next to her bed. And maybe she's really seeing her friends in her sleep. That's up to you. It's either just wishful thinking and she's dreaming about them, or her dream power is pulling them in. But, do you think that the Yarvestic she had in the dream is going to taste like the real one when she tries it? Did it taste real because it was real? Was Naquilio really there in her dream with Nero? That's up to you. And I'd love to hear what you think. Let's see here. I wanted to make sure that I touched back on Lubden and Talos. And that's why, when she was under investigation, she explained that she thinks that the rocking of the ship and the turbulence killed most of the crew. And what it was is Lubden and Talos stayed behind. Talos was going to stay behind to guide the shuttle out remotely in her story. But Lubden wouldn't leave without him, so he stayed with him as well to make sure that Verissa got away. I thought it was really cool of her to paint them as heroes, and that was always going to be my intention. And it wasn't until I wrote it that it kind of tugged at my heartstrings a little bit as I wrote it, because it was hard to kill Lubden. I will tell you that right now. That might be why I didn't really put his death in the book or on the screen or however you want to look at it. It happens off screen. Do you call that during a book? Off page? Freddy hits him once in the chest. He screams. And then you hear the other three at the lift. They hear him screaming, but at the time they get there, he's screaming out, "Talos!" and he dies. But maybe that's why I thought I did it just as, like a unique writing thing, like Freddy's there, he attacks, then the others hear him being attacked. And instead of, having the kill there, I let, everybody use their imagination, the reader or listener. But I think really I didn't want to kill Lubden. He was my favorite character, besides Verissa. But anyways, we're going to be doing an out-of-print slashers podcast episode on this book very soon, where me and Sean Campbell and even William Pattison, Eric Morse, the author of the Camp Crystal Lake young adult books, and The Mask of Jason Voorhees, which was the 5th and final book in that series that ties those books in with Jason Goes to Hell, Friday the 13th movies, and even Friday the 13th the TV series. He'll join us on the podcast. And thank you, William, for the really nice, amazing foreword that you did for this book. But yeah, check out that podcast when we drop it. We're going to have a great discussion. This has been an amazing experience, and thank everybody. I thank you all that have commented and, pointed out things about the book that you liked and enjoyed. And I really do appreciate you for listening and communicating in the comments. Not because I want to get in the algorithm over this, but because I love to hear from you all and discuss these slasher books. And this was the first time I ever wrote a novel. And I kept being insecure about, oh God, does it sound okay? Is it corny? Am I keeping the plot going right? Are the characters acting the right way? Are the Freddy nightmares clever enough, creative? Are the kills good and gory? I was so worried. But now that I've finished, I wish I still had more of it to write. It was a great experience, and it was an even greater experience sharing it with all of you. So, thank you again. Until next time, this has been your friendly neighborhood 80s slasher librarian saying, thanks for listening, be excellent to each other,
Pleasant dreams!
and remember, the sun never sets on those who ride into it. Thanks again.